That's all right. All right. I understand that the streaming is working now, and we're recording this. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Robert Hunter, Chairman of the North Carolina Property Tax Commission. Today is our July 29th session. Let me introduce my other commissioners. Behind me in the far back is Vice Chairman Terry Wheeler. To my immediate left is Chairman Alex Guest. Behind him is, Commissioner Alex Guest. And behind him is Commissioner June Michaud. And then behind her is our Secretary and our General Counsel, Mr. Steve Pelfrey, and our person operating our virtual hearing today is a staff member here, Alexandria Vendette. And Cynthia Rice, you've already had some experience with, who's our stenographer, and she is off-site, and so everyone else is virtual today. We're glad to have you. This will be our first full hearings. We had some motions that we heard other days, but these are the first full hearings. We have three full hearings today. We have the Glasgow case, which is 19 Property Tax Commission 0422 from Mecklenburg County. We have the Scott Phillips case, which is 19 Property Tax Commission 0420 from Mecklenburg County. And then we have a case from Randolph County, Mr. Keith Douglas Sink, 19 Property Tax Commission 0405. And we have two matters that are here on motions from Mecklenburg County, Scott and Michelle Black, 19 Property Tax Commission 0412. A motion to dismiss filed by the county, and Sudhir and Priti Patel, 19 Property Tax Commission 0579. Here on a motion to dismiss filed by Mecklenburg County. Mr. Adden, you appear in all the Mecklenburg County cases, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, I do. And Chairman, I just am getting a phone call from Mr. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Somebody else.
Okay.
Anyway, I appear for all the Mecklenburg County cases and the motions, and we're ready.
All right. Let me ask you about the motions. I had some information that Mr. Patel might be wanting to participate in that motion. Is that your understanding?
That was my understanding. I did not speak with Mr. Patel, but Johnny Petro with the Department of Revenue spoke with him, and there was some emails exchanged where he confirmed that he was going to be at this hearing.
All right. Well, we'll hold that one in and see if he gets on later, and then. Mr. and Mrs. Black, do you have any information about whether or not they intend to appear?
I've not heard anything from Mr. or Mrs. Black. I filed that motion, I believe, in June, and have not heard back from, had any contact with them.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Pelfrey. Have you had any contact with either one of those two to indicate they'd be here or not?
Mr. Chairman, similar to what Mr. Adden has said, I was copied on the email that indicated that Mr. Patel might participate. I recall that was also from Mr. Petro. I don't recall hearing anything from the Blacks.
Okay. Well, we'll hold those motions, Robert, and do those. I will do those before we do the Sink case, so that you will not have to stay on for that case. Let me make some announcements, and then we'll call the first case, which is Mr. Glasgow's case. We have on our agenda the conflict of interest statement, and no commission member has indicated a conflict. As I mentioned, this meeting is being recorded, both audio and video, for live streaming purposes. Let me point out that each party should ensure that their witnesses have joined the meeting. So, Mr. Adden, let me just ask you, are all your parties for these matters involving Mecklenburg County, your witnesses, are they all present and available?
Yes, I just have the two witnesses, Jeremy Blackwelder and Lloyd Salter.
Okay. And then, let me ask Mr. Glasgow, are all your witnesses, available?
Yes, Mr. Phillips is present.
Okay, it's just you and Mr. Phillips, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Phillips, do you have any other witnesses besides Mr. Glasgow?
No, sir. Just him.
So all your witnesses are present?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and ask about the Sink case. Ms. Scotton, are all your witnesses, present and available when we get to that case? Or there will be? I think you're nodding affirmatively, so we're not here. There you go.
Okay, yes, sir, they are all present.
All right. And Mr. and Mrs. Sink, are all your witnesses available in your case?
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody besides you two?
No, it's just us.
Okay. All right. So we have, I think all the witnesses present in all these cases. So what we'll do, the witnesses in the first two cases, Glasgow case and the Phillips case, are the same. So we'll leave everyone as a participant from those cases. From the cases involving the sinks, we will move you to attendees. So give us a second while we do that, and please make sure everybody keeps your mic on mute until it's your time to make a presentation. Or in the case of attorneys, if you have something that you need to ask me about. All right, while we're doing that, let's see. We have all the witnesses have been checked in with the court reporter for identification purposes. All of them have been sworn. All the parties need to take care to avoid speaking at the same time. What happens when you speak, it's only going to pick up one person. So we cannot speak over each other. So, especially for the attorneys, sometimes that's difficult for them not to speak over somebody. So let everybody finish their question and comments, and then if you have something to add or cross-examine further, then please be respectful of not speaking over each other. It's a little different here since normally we're all in the room together and the commissioners, everything's live. And so if the commissioner wants to ask a question, he just pops up and ask it. With this system, we'll have to be a little different. So they'll get my attention and then I'll recognize them. And so that hopefully will work in this virtual presentation. Let me pause at that point and ask Mr. Pelfrey, is there anything else that I need to point out before we get into this first case?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so. Of course, the parties in the active case may or may not have their microphones live to preserve the opportunity to object and that sort of thing. So I would say absolutely for witnesses that are not testifying, it would be best to mute, but otherwise there may be more than one open microphone. Also, Mr. Chairman, I understand that we do have an attendee in the session who I don't know. I don't recognize as being one of the parties, so I don't know. I just want to bring that to your attention in case you want to address that.
Okay. So the participants in the first case would be Mr. Adden, Mr. Glasgow, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Blackwelder, and was it Mr. Salter, the other witness? Okay. So the attorneys, it's fine for you to keep your mic unmuted if you need to be able to ask a question, obviously, during cross-examination or any other participation or to get my attention. The witnesses, if you please keep your mics muted until it's your time to testify. Background noise does get picked up. We were having some issues yesterday with when we pick up papers and move them around. These mics here are pretty sensitive. We'll try not to cause that to be an issue. But when we're looking through files, sometimes these papers are going to rattle, and y'all, I'm sure, possibly the same can happen there. So please be mindful of that. Right now, we're not getting any background noise. Maybe because everybody's on mute, but if we do get some noise that's disturbing, I'll try to stop and we'll try to find out where it is. So everybody else should be shown as an attendee except for the people that I just mentioned. So at that time, let's have Mr. Glasgow. Your case is 19 Property Tax Commission 0422, and we'll, if you will, just let me have you introduce yourself, Mr. Adden introduce himself, and then we'll do a short opening statement where, Mr. Glasgow, you can tell us about your case, what you intend to show with the case, and then the county will have an opportunity for a short opening statement, and then we'll get into the portion of where you're presenting your actual evidence. And you've been sworn, so we try to keep the statements separated from the evidence presentation, your arguments separate from the evidence presentation. But we know with some pro se litigants that's difficult at times, so I'll try to be as lenient as I can, and I'm sure Mr. Adden will try to be as flexible as he can, so we can get through this hearing and give you an opportunity to present your case, but try to do it in as concise and effective manner as we can. And again, everybody will try to bear with us as we get through this first virtual hearing. Mr. Glasgow, you want to tell us something about your the case, your contentions that you'll show when you get into your evidence?
Yes, sir. Good morning. I'm Steve Glasgow. I thank you for hearing my case. I'm a property owner, not a lawyer or appraiser, and I want to apologize in advance for any procedural missteps. Please recognize I'm making common sense arguments to prove my case. I rebut the presumption that lost my screen here. I rebut the presumption that the valuation of the county's appraisal is correct. As a result, the assessments exceeded the true value and money of my property. Fine, that's it. I think you're aware, or should be aware, that I have a PowerPoint presentation to give when you're ready.
All right. Tell us your main contention about what you think your value of your property is versus what the county has it appraised at, so we'll get some figures in mind.
Well, it's a pretty long story, but basically I object and take objection to the amount of their evaluation of the property, where they took the land value and came up with a land value and adjustments for it. I think their land value of 385 should be 300, not 385. That's the major contention of the whole case.
And I believe the county has the property valued at the present time of $230,600. Is that your understanding of where we are with the counties?
It's all in my presentation, but whatever they have on the Polaris home site is what I have. I think it's the land value right now is, I believe, is 231 is the land value.
All right, and so, all right, and you contend that the value should be, there's a pre-trial conference here, pre-hearing conference order here, and it has your value as you contend is $196,600. Is that correct?
Let me just take a look here real quick. what I am contending is that, excuse me, I'm going to find it. My contention is that my land value should be $120,000. That's based on a $300,000 base rate for the neighborhood and a 20% reduction for size because it's a small lot, and then a 50% reduction for negative land issues. I'm not disputing the building value or the features, and my total is not 196,600.
Okay, and you're contending the land value should be 120,000, and
Right.
you're not contesting the building value. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll only be looking at land values
That's
in
right.
your case. All right, unless you have something else to add, we'll hear from Mr. Adden as to the county's position, and then we'll get back and let you present your case.
Okie doke. I'll go mute.
Thank you,
Okay.
Robert Adden here from Mecklenburg County. This case involves Mecklenburg County tax parcel 157,09713, which is a house and parcel owned by James Glasgow, Steve Glasgow. It's located at 3931 Melcourt Avenue in Charlotte. The assessor's office valued the property as of January 1, 2019, which was the county's octennial revaluation, January 1, 2019. County originally valued the property at $307,600. Mr. Glasgow appealed that value to the Board of Equalization and Review, and in the Board of Equalization and Review process, the county did agree, and the board made some reductions to the value and set the value at $230,600. So the county's value is $230,600. Mr. Glasgow's value, as he said, is $196,600. There are really two issues. There is a slight issue regarding the building value. There's an issue regarding the square footage of the improvement. That's not you won't hear very much about that, but there is an issue about that.
Is that everything, or I think we lost your streaming for a minute, Mr. Adden? You think he needs to log back in? Okay. Mr. Adden, it's something on your end, so we've lost you, and unless you can fix it, you need to log back in, I'm told. If you can hear me. Ms. Bendette, there's nothing on our end that we can do. He has to get back on. Is that all right? We think Mr. Adden might be coming back on. So far, we don't see him or hear him. This is one of the things we deal with a virtual hearing that we hope doesn't happen, but obviously it can. Okay, we think maybe he had to log out and is going to log back in, so it could be another couple minutes. I think he's calling. So he's trying to log back in. All right. I'm informed that Mr. Adden says on his end it's saying network difficulty, but he's trying to log back in. He probably needs to have his camera on. Is he back? Okay, we're seeing some activity.
You hear me now?
We hear you, Mr. Adden. We don't see you yet.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. There you are. Now we see you. Is everything back working for you now?
Hey, Robert, can you call me?
I think I'm logged back in now.
You are.
I see y'all. Can you not hear me?
We hear you. Are you hearing me? Can you hear me, Robert?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're
What's
hearing you,
going on?
but can you hear me? Can you cut your volume up?
Hi, Robert. Yes, we can hear you and see you. We're just not sure if you're able to hear us.
Okay, can you hear me? Let me see if I
We
have
hear
some
you.
mic problems.
We hear you, yes, but do you hear us? You hear me? I did. We see you, but we don't, and we hear you, but you're not hearing me.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. I purposely came to the office instead of my home, thinking that my office connection would be better connection today. maybe I should have stayed home with my dog.
Well, that's all right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
All right, I think we're back functional then.
Okay.
You were pointing out a couple of things in your opening statement. One about the possible building matters, but they're not contesting anything with the building matters. So is there any need to go into anything involving the buildings?
On the building, the county believes that information we've gathered since, well, actually since March of this year, we've discovered that actually the building is, the square footage is a little bit low by about 250 square feet. The other, so therefore the value should be a little higher. The other, of course, is the land value. That's what you're going to hear most from Mr. Glasgow. The base lot value for this subdivision is $385,000. Mr. Glasgow contends that the base lot value should be $300,000. The county has made adjustments to the lot value, and the lot value for Mr. Glasgow's parcel is $154,000. So of the $230,600 value, $154,000 is attributed to the land. The land has some issues with size, drainage, and topography, and that's why the value, instead of being $385,000, is $154,000. So we've already reduced the value of the lot considerably because of issues with Mr. Glasgow's property. We would just, so that's our opening statement. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like at issue is the county has the land valued at $154,000, and the taxpayer says the land ought to be at $120,000, which is a difference, it looks like, of $34,000. All right, we've had the opening statements, and I think everybody's been introduced. So does any commissioner have anything you need to see about before we get into the evidence? All right, seeing none, Mr. Glasgow, you may put on your evidence, sir.
All right, sir. May I share my screen with you now?
Yes. Let's
Okay.
leave it up for a second. Let us see how it's working and see if we have any issues.
Certainly. I'm not going to go anywhere with it. I'm just putting it in. Do you see anything yet?
We do. We see a page labeled closing statement, and then on the left of the screen, several side, I guess, slides.
All right. I'm going to go to the top then and get started. I had to move around before when I was looking up those values. All right. This is our slide presentation, or my slide presentation, and that's me. This was my opening statement that I just read to you. And then this is the neighborhood, and I want to explain the neighborhood first of all. This is North Wendover Road. I'm pointing at with my mouse, and over to the right is an apartment house. Across the street from this is the police station. This particular lot right here is my lot. Now I'm going to show you what P710 is. P710 is my particular neighborhood. Everything inside this line that I'm drawing out is P710. Then everything over here to the left, and this that I'm drawing out here, is P713. There's a third neighborhood right over here that follows the southeast of this line, east of this line, and east of this line is P712.
Mr. Glasgow, let me interrupt you 1 second so we make sure we get everything. Court reporter has to get this information in, and let me ask Ms. Rice, can you determine what sections he's pointing out of 710 and 713. And I would point out, Mr. Glasgow, your mouse is very faint on our screen, so it's hard for us to see what you're outlining and pointing out. I don't know that there's any way to fix that. We see your mouse, but when you get it on the actual photograph, it kind of gets lost in all the white. Let me ask Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice, can you understand? You can see the screen, I guess, can you not?
I can see the screen. I can see his writing in green with the P numbers on it and the boundaries of the different sections. His mouse is faint, but I do see the sections.
Okay, and Mr. Glasgow, let me ask you, if you will, if you can point out where in your paper copy that we have you're referring to, which exhibit, if you can, and we can look on it and maybe see it as well or better than the screen, although the screen is showing up pretty well.
I do not have anything like that, sir. This is something right out of the Polaris website. It's just a copy of the Polaris website clipped and entered into a document.
Okay, but it is on, I see a copy of it here in your material. It looks like page, I don't know, it's about 2 or 3 pages in of your.
It may be there then, may already be there. Yeah. It's been so long now, you know, we've been laid off on this for about a year almost.
Okay.
Exhibit 1?
I think it's, well, I can't, yeah, it's exhibit 1. I think I see it at top right. So it's exhibit 1. Thank you. Okay. I think we've got it identified now.
All right. Now then, Melcher Avenue, and either the circle in the green says Melcher Avenue, I'm drawing the line up and down, is a perfect dividing line between older and newer lots. The olders are to the right of Melcher Avenue or east of Melcher, and the newers are to the left of Melcher all the way up and down in P710 and 13. Everything east of Melcher was subdivided in 1924 as Grayson Park, Ridgecrest, and Openview. 17 years later, everything west of Melcher was subdivided in 1941. That's the history. For the most part, the lots east of Melcher were quarter acre with 50-foot street frontages. And for the most part, the lots west of Melcher were half acre with 100-foot street frontages. In the 50s, many people buying east of Melcher bought 2 50-foot lots and built a house in the middle. This gave them what the people west of Melcher were getting. Today, the zoning board requires 60-foot street frontage to build a house, but because most lots east of Melcher were never replatted, they are exempt. This means the 2 lots or forefathers combined into one can be reclaimed. Today, many lots east of Melcher appear as one, but they're really 2. The base lot value for P710 was established using larger lots. Using larger lots is arbitrary and unfair to the smaller lots. This is due to negative adjustments being applied to the smaller lots without any positive adjustments to the larger lots. Percentages can be misleading because different starting points create different results. These are the results of applying positive and negative adjustments at different starting points, 385 or 308. And you see here the significance is quite different. There's quite a big difference, over $100,000 difference at the top and over $50,000 at the bottom, just from what number you use, what base you use as a starting point. Starting in either base value is totally unfair for the other lots. How could values be fair for both? Assessors could establish 2 base lot values, one for larger lots and one for smaller lots. This would be fair and equitable for both. Then, to make it fair for all lots, assessors could apply positive adjustments to larger lots and negative adjustments to smaller lots. The 2-base system might look like this: base 1, 385, base 2, 300. Positive adjustments, negative adjustments, that's that. None of this would be necessary in a homogeneous neighborhood where all lots are similar in size. But P710 is the antithesis of homogeneous. It has lots ranging from 0.13 to 1.105 acres. Wishing to mitigate this inequity in March of 2019, I presented the possibility of reconfiguring P712 to include lots east of Melcher with similar size and lineage, but that was rejected. Now, this is a picture of the current P710 base lot value, and as you see, it only has negative adjustments. Starting at the top, there's a 0.35 acre to 1.105 acre base is 385. All those lots are 385. Then as the lots get a little bit smaller, they give them a little bit of credit. How can a 0.35 acre lot be valued the same as a 1.105 acre lot? The range is far too big for the larger lots. Without positive adjustments to the larger lots, it's unfair to the smaller lots. As a result, the smaller lots are paying more. The implication is size does not matter. Here's part of P713 over to the left in Melcher Avenue, and then there's a lot A over there. Lot number 1 is currently valued at $327,600. It is.
Let me interrupt you 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Again, so for the record, they can get the exhibits. You're going through now Exhibit 2, and I think you're on Exhibit 3, and going into Exhibit 4, and
No,
now
sir.
on Exhibit 5. So it'll be, I assume you're going to continue on through your exhibits, and it looks like those where you're reading from goes to about Exhibit 8. So
Yes.
we'll try to keep that straight for the record.
If that's fine, but if you're recording this, you can. It's a PowerPoint presentation. You can pick it up anytime you want to and go right through it. So if it's recorded, you can just take it right off the screen and copy and paste it. But then you'll have the information. But what I'm trying to say is that Lot 1 is a 4.52 acre lot, and its appraised value is $327,600. Lot 2 next door is 0.478, and its appraised value is $321,800. Lot number 3 over here is a 0.578 acre lot, and it's valued at $395,700. Then lot 4 is 0.901 acres, valued at $565,000. Here size matters as values are increasing as size increases. Lot A, across the street now in Melcher, is valued a 0.36 acre lot with a value of $385,000. Here size does not matter. How can a 0.36 acre lot be fairly valued at $385,000 when there is a perfect 0.478 acre lot across the street that is valued at $321,800? That's a $63,000 discrepancy. Now I'm going to show you all of these base lot values, and they are part of the record.
Let me interrupt you. One of our commissioners, Mr. Guest, has a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Glasgow, going back to your previous slide, which is your, in our
Yes, sir.
it's Exhibit 5. And
the
yes.
exhibit numbers don't match anything, so we can't use them.
Sir,
Because
it matches our records, and we need them for our records. So
Okay.
bear with me. Item A, is that your subject property? Is that your house?
Negative.
Where's your house on this map?
Up at the very top right here. Can you see my arrow? I'm the very top one on Melcher Avenue.
You're the larger house in the center, in line with the street?
That is not the house, that is the garage. The house is over to the right of that.
Thank you.
Okay?
That's all I had.
Okay.
Okay, we'll continue.
All right. So now I'm looking. So this one here, this all increased in sizes as the lots got bigger. Now over here in Melcher, where lot A is, that's a 0.36 acre lot. Value is $385,000. Here size does not matter. How can a 0.36 acre lot be fairly valued at $385,000 when there is a perfect 0.478 acre lot just across the street that is valued at $321,800? That's a $63,200 discrepancy. Now I'm going to show you the 5 different base lot and size adjustments. First one is P710. I've already shown you that. And this is its value here, 1.35 to this with a base of this, only negative adjustments. There are no positive adjustments made to it. P712 is that neighborhood I pointed out on the in the beginning. Their base value is 250 for 0.4.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Is that you, Mr. Adden?
Yeah, I want to object to this testimony about the issue here is the value of Mr. Glasgow's property. He's in neighborhood P710. I'm objecting. I don't see the relevancy of the values of P712, M312, P713, P110. We're not here to debate the values of all these other neighborhoods. What's relevant is the value of his house, his land, and the adjustments made to his property, and how the county values other neighborhoods that are totally different in marketability, different size houses and everything is totally irrelevant. So I would just object to any continued testimony about these values of other neighborhoods.
Mr. Gladden, would you like to respond?
Yeah, Mr. Glasgow responding.
Glasgow.
These are all part of the record. They are a record that I submitted in my argument. I mean, the stuff to you people. You've all got copies of these. All they are is to show you what the rest of the world is like and then prove later on why they're wrong, why mine is wrong. And if the court would just allow me a few minutes, I can get through this and I'll be on to the next slide. But it's a story that needs to be told for anybody to ever understand why these adjustments are so high. I just can't say it's 8,500, 385, and it's wrong. It's really 300 without some kind of explanation. And this is part of my whole explanation. May I proceed?
Again.
I have to rule. Mr. Adden, I'm going to rule it's admissible. All these are in the same neighborhood, and he's pointing out lots that are, he contends, that are valued differently, and according to his methodology shows that the county valued his property improperly. So he can continue.
Thank you, sir. So, I'm going to blow this up again. These are 5 base lot values and size adjustments. P710 is this amount. Amounts here, all negative adjustments. But P712 that's attached to it, it's this 250 with positive and negative size adjustments with a medium base, almost the same size as this. And it's 250 with a positive and a negative adjustment. P713, one to the left at the top, is 300,000 for small lots and a base acre price for lots of 0.452 to 2.66 acres. This base acreage price of 650 was calculated using a questionable process called demo sales. That's what the heat of my whole argument is going to be about in just a few minutes. These other neighborhoods are just here to merely show you that they all have positive and negative adjustments. That's the point I'm trying to make. Except for P710, they all have positive adjustments. This shows size matters P712, 13, 12, and 10, but not in P710. So this proves to me that the tax assessor's office is making arbitrary and unfair decisions by not having any increases for larger lots in P710. Next slide. Now, here we have 3 lots in the heart of P710 east of Melcher. 1, 2, and 3. I think you can see that. Melcher Avenue is the first street over to the left of Faulkner. Think of these 3 lots as vacant lots. Lot 1 is 1.014 acre with a street frontage of 212 feet, excuse me. It can be reclaimed into 3 lots. Lot 2 is a 0.75 acre lot with a street frontage of 120 feet, and it can be reclaimed into 2 lots. Lot 3 is a 0.36 acre lot with a street frontage of only 81 feet, so it can't be reclaimed. Remember the 50-foot rule from before. All 3 are currently appraised at $385,000. If they were all for sale for $385,000, which one would you choose? Of course, lot 1 is the obvious winner. Now, determining land values. Might have to move around here a little bit. I'm not certain. I got something on part of the screen up here. Maybe I can move it up here. I think I can move it up here. I don't know. Something's interfering with my screen. It's pictures of people at you guys are. Oh, here it is. Maybe it's down here. I can get rid of this. No, just gives me somebody else. Got rid of it. All right. The Appraisal Institute is the most competent and respected source for appraising real estate in the industry. The Appraisal Institute's 14th edition, Appraisal of Real Estate, is my source document. Page 363 states the following. The highest and best use of the property as improved is affected by how much the existing improvements contribute to the value of the property as a whole. Who determines how much the existing improvements contribute to the value of the property before demolition? No one is even making an evaluation. In Mecklenburg County, when a builder makes a business decision and files for a permit to demolish, the tax assessor applies the land valuation method they call demo sales. Here it is automatically assumed the value of existing improvements is zero and the entire sale price is the land value. As a result, building values arbitrarily and magically morphs into land value. Page 365 states the following under land valuation methods. Market extraction. An estimate of the depreciated cost of improvements is deducted from the total sale price of the property to arrive at the land value. Demo sales is totally contradictory to the long-standing accepted market extraction method. Demo sales is not listed or defined as a method of valuation in our county standards and values or in any other publication I can find. Even a Google search yields nothing. If it were a valid method, it would be listed somewhere. So we have two totally contradictory methods and the tax assessor chooses to use one that is not defined anywhere. This is inexcusable. Because the concept of demolition is discussed in the chapter on highest and best use, the county uses this to justify using demo sales. The entire highest and best use chapter is about converting land from its current use to higher uses. There are many tests, process, and analysis that are required. When the demo sales method is used, the land use does not change. After demolition, it is still family residential. Now, this is what North Carolina Department of Revenue Appeals Handbook has to say at page 39, and I believe it's a codified law, not certain. Any discussion or market value would be incomplete without acknowledging the important role of the principle of highest and best use. Highest and best use is defined as that use which is legally permitted, physically possible, economically feasible, and would bring the greatest net return to the owner. In the majority of instances, the highest and best use of the property is its present use. Clearly, the Appeals Handbook agrees with my assertions. Because land use did not change, demo sales should not have been used. The extraction method should have been used. Reviewing the 17-18, there were 60 sales. 21 were demolished, but 39 were not. This means 39 families bought the properties to live in the houses. Those buyers felt the improvements and land was worth the price paid. Had they been teardowns, the building values would also have been ignored. It's not logical to tax a parcel for years, and then when it is demolished, say it has no value. Demo sales is arbitrary and unfair to taxpayers because it raises their land value, inflates their land values. Now, this is a document that I got from the tax assessor's office. Information below is the P710 summary notice on file with the tax assessor's office. The appraiser used this document to determine the base lot value. I adjusted it because there was a whole nother page that had non-relevant columns in it. Now, scrolling down through this, we see we have the parcel numbers. We have the acreage.
Point out, this is Exhibit 11 in your taxpayer exhibits. So we'll have that for the record.
If it looks like that, great. And then the sale date, and then it has the land values, the sale prices, okay? down below the line here that I had to draw, that I drew on here, all of these are from 16 and 15. I don't even know why they were on the form, but I don't know why. Next up, I'll show you my land value analysis, and it removes the following information. 4 lots less than 0.35 acre were removed because they are less than the base lot sizes and skews the values. So I removed this lot, the third one, and then the 0.22 and the 0.205. 1 lot was removed because it was non-qualified sale, and 1 lot was removed because it was split. Now this is my land analysis. It only uses base lot sizes of 0.35 to 0.55 acres. It only uses qualified sales reports from 17 and 18. It was calculated by me and shows demo sales and market extraction side by side.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object.
Well, on what basis?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Glasgow here is attempting to do appraisal work. He's taking documents. He's not an appraiser. He's not certified by the Department of Revenue to be an appraiser. As you know, the North Carolina statutes require, if you're going to do appraisal work, you have to be a certified appraiser. The relevant statute is 93. Let me see here. I think it's 93-E. It's a statute regarding appraisals. And what he's doing, Mr. Glasgow's doing, is he is making appraisal adjustments without being qualified to do that. He didn't have this. He didn't bring in an appraiser to do this work for him. He's just trying to be his own an appraiser, and he is making appraisal adjustment. He has taken, I believe there are 30 sales on exhibit number 11, and he's in his own opinion, removing 20 of those sales. In this exhibit, he applies a nominal value of $100,000. Don't know how he came up with this nominal value of $100,000. It's just an estimate. There's no appraisal support for that. And so basically, I think this entire exhibit and his attempts to be an appraiser is not allowed under North Carolina law, and that it should not be allowed. If he wants to talk about the value of his particular land, fine, but he's attempting to create a method of appraisal that he's not qualified for. The relevant statute is 93E-1-2.1. It is unlawful for any person in this state to act as a real estate appraiser, to directly or indirectly engage or assume to engage in the business of real estate appraisal without first obtaining a registration, license, or certificate issued by the North Carolina Appraisal Board. And if he wants to have appraisal testimony, if he wants to do that, he needs to have an expert witness come in and do that, and not a non-expert. And so I would object to this Exhibit 12 in this testimony.
Mr. Glasgow, would you like to respond?
I certainly would, sir. Thank you for the ability to do that. The complaint is totally false. I don't have to be an appraiser to appear before this court. I am merely trying to show how badly the county missed at their sale price. I'm not trying to be an appraiser. I'm using common sense, like I said before, and I'm trying to show you that the demo sales method, which is totally wrong in my opinion, and I've showed you that evidence that makes it wrong that they're using, is wrong. So now I'm trying to show you the right way to do it so you can tell for yourself what it's about. That's all I'm trying to do. And if I proceed, I would certainly appreciate that.
All right, Mr. Adden, I'm going to let him continue. You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine him about his methods. He has it labeled as his land value analysis. and he's making comparisons to the value of what he contends is the improper valuation of his county, of his land value. So you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine and argue as to what weight this might have. Go ahead, Mr. Glasgow. Wait a minute.
Thank you, sir. So anyway, there's two
minute.
columns to this. One
Hold
is
on, Mr. Glasgow. Just a minute.
Mr. Glasgow,
yes.
you just said you're going to show us the right way to do it. Is that what you said?
Well, in my mind, yeah. I want to show you why it's so wrong.
All right, I just wanted to understand that you said you're going to show us the right way to do it.
I apologize for using the right way, but I do think that the county has been using the wrong way because demo sales should not have been used.
So that I'm clear, now you're saying that you're not going to show us the right way. So showing us the right way was the wrong words? Is that what you're saying?
If somebody is objecting to the word the right way, then I would like to change the word, but I'm trying to show you what it should have been had it been done properly.
I'm not trying to get you to change the word. I just want to make sure that I heard what I heard.
Okay, you heard what you heard then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, the sale price column is shown here. And it is the demo sales. All these were calculated using demo sales. Over here, the land value column is the extraction method. And these are the values. Now, the nominal number that we were talking, that Mr. Adden was talking about is, I explained here, right here. I used a nominal minus $100,000 extraction amount for each house that was removed. The last known appraised building value should be used, but they were not available because building values are removed from public records and replaced with the new revaluation values. The last known is reasonably much higher than $100,000. Using proper data points and calculating a median base value for demo sales and extraction, we have an alarming $100,000 difference. For all the reasons pointed out, I reject the tax assessor's $385,000 base lot value. Remembering I don't have the last known building value to extract, I feel the 3055 is also overstated. A reasonable base lot using the proper extraction method should be 300,000. Now, if we were to apply my extraction base value, this is how the lot, the base and the lot size and with positive and negative adjustments. This is how it would look. Base of 300, this size lot, positive and adjustments, negative adjustment. This is much fairer for all lots. Demo sales is the most arbitrary procedure discussed today, and it is the most unfair because it overstates land values. Taxpayers will pay more in real money every year. If used again at the next revaluation, it further inflates already inflated land values. Now, proving land values are incorrect. Now I'd like to show you this. Unless real estate values have declined, and the tax assessor says they have not, the following should be true. If the assessed land values are correct, they should be consistent with and mirror future sales in 2019. To prove the land assessments are incorrect and extremely overstated, we only need to look at the 2019 sales. The next 5 slides I'm going to show you are the only 5 sales from 2019 where homes were demolished.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. As what Mr. Glasgow, the reval date is January 1, 2019. Mr. Glasgow now wants to get into sales that were done post revaluation date, post-octennial sale valuation date sales. As you know, in the Allred case, the court has said, North Carolina Supreme Court said that post-reval date sales are not admissible. There have been some, one case, the Lane case, had some exceptions to that. Those exceptions were when there was an post-octennial date sale that was part of an expert's appraisal, and the expert was able to give some time adjustments to that. And in that case, the post reval date sales with just one of several comps that were used by the appraiser, and so the court allowed that. But here, Mr. Glasgow is just getting into a whole nother territory, post reval date sales, and just asked that the court just exclude this testimony under the Allred case and the Lane case.
All right, Mr. Glasgow, would you like to respond to
Yes,
his
sir.
objection?
Yes, sir, I would. I beg the court's indulgence for just a few minutes, because what this is going to show is how inaccurate using demo sales is. And that's the point I'm trying to make, so that the court knows how inaccurate their use of demo sales is. I have 5 slides. I can present them in less than 5 minutes.
All right, I'm going to withhold a ruling on that until we let him see where he's going with it. But I would point out, Mr. Glasgow, the case that Mr. Adams referred to, and which he contends is valid as to this point about not using post revaluation date sales. So you're going to have to, in your explanation, connect it some way that makes it relevant, or I'll have to exclude it.
That's fine, but I also remember that I'm making common sense arguments. I never said I was an appraiser. In fact, I swore that I wasn't in the beginning. And I don't know of any rule that says I can't present my case because I'm not an appraiser. So I'm back to that
Well,
again.
that's not the basis of my ruling. So my ruling is based on whether you can present your case that involves post-revaluation date sales, of, which would be in this case 2019.
Right.
I'm going to let you try to connect it, but I'm withholding a ruling as to whether or not I'm admitted, and you're going to have to show why it's relevant and should not be excluded based on the case that Mr. Adden pointed out.
Okay. The debate, all right, I'll do that. If the assessed land values are correct, they should be consistent with and mirror future sales in 2019. I'm not trying to say the values are this or that. I'm just trying to say that if they were right in January 1st, 2019, they should still be right now. But I'm not trying to prove that at all. Now, here's lot number 1. I mean, say comparable number 1. One lot becomes 2. Here, lots 1 and 2. Appraised land value was $365,800, and the building value was $118,500. The house in lots 1 and 2 sold on April the 1st. There were 2 deeds, one for each lot. Lots 1 and 2 plus half a house sold for $275,000 each. That gives us a demo sales value of $275,000. And if I take do the math, it gives me an extraction value of $215,750. So the math extraction is down here at the bottom. 275 is 550 minus the land value of 118.5 is 413.5 divided by 2 is 215,750. So using demo sales, it's 275. Using the extraction, it's 215. Next one is a very similar situation, the same thing. This one, the demo says, I can read every part of it. You can study it, read it, whatever you want, but the demo sales is 162.5. Extraction is 200,000. Here's another one. Same situation, 210 and 148,850. This is a little bit different. It's not one lot. It's one lot stays one lot. So lots 1 and 2 appraised value is 365,000. Building value was 112.3 for the building. The houses in lots 2 and 3 sold on September the 11th. Because of this 70-foot street frontage, the combined lot cannot be split. So a sale of 283.5 gives us a demo sales of 283.5, or an extraction value, subtracting just the house value from it, 162.2. Another one, 275. Now let me show you the comparable summary. This is the lot. This is the address of the houses that sold. This is the lot numbers, the date of sale, the size, and the acreage. This is the value that I just showed you, calculating demo sales off of those same sales. Look down the line. This is the extraction method, calculating those off of those same sales. And now I have the building value because it had been after, it has not been just revalued, so it didn't go away in the records. I can get the actual value. Now the blue column, purple column, is the appraised value in 2019 of the land, of each one of the lots, for a lot that's that size lot, 0.23 acres. Now you can see here's the problem. There's a demo error here of $13,800. That is arrived at by taking the assessed building value, land value of 288.8 and subtracting 275. That gives us a demo error of this. Now, if I compare the same comparison to extraction, I get $73,050. Coming down, 45,1078, 178.8, 139,950, 82.3, 2036. Excuse me, 13.8, and 68.55. The errors are not just a little off. They are extreme variances. Current 2019 land values are extremely overstated when compared to these 5 sales. This proves the 2019 assessed base lot value is incorrect.
This all is, I think, Exhibit 13. I've allowed you to get it read into the record, but I'm going to exclude it from being admissible under the case that Mr. Adden referred to, since it involves post-revaluation cases. But it's in the record if it goes up on appeal, so that the appellate court would have a chance to know what you intended to show.
All right,
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, I want the exhibits that are not admissible are Exhibit 13 and then Exhibit 13A1, 13A2, 13A3, 13A4, 13A5, and 13A6.
That's correct. All of Exhibit 13, which starts with Exhibit 13 and goes through, I think, 13A6, that's correct. So those are not admitted for evidence purposes. Okay, Mr. Glasgow, you can, if you want to object to that ruling, you can, for the record.
Well, I just want to make a comment. I don't want to object to your ruling, sir. I disagree with it.
But I point out, if you don't object to it, if you're going to appeal, that might affect your appeal rights.
All right. Well, remember, I said in the beginning, I'm not a lawyer, so please accept my apology for any procedural missteps. But I object to it because it's not allowing me to show you what is common sense that says that these properties, if they were that value, they should show something better than this. I'm not trying to establish a land value or anything like that. I'm just saying this is how far off the demo sales was and using the extraction method was. That's all I was trying to say. Okay.
All right. Okay. Now you may continue with your other.
Okay. Now I want to rebut a document the county disclosed, adjusted sales prices. Every appraisal is made up of 3 items added together: land value, building value, and features. Features is short for special features yard items. Building value and features are calculated using very complex computer programs. Appraisers make many very subjective decisions in the field, and again when entering data into the programs. Then when the property owner appeals, they shift to adjusted sale prices. As a retired airline captain, I know what it means to follow my aircraft operating manual. If I don't, many people may die, including myself. The North Carolina Department of Revenue Appeals Handbook at section C1 states the following: uniform schedule of values, standards, and rules to be used in appraising real property at its true value and at its present use value are prepared and are significantly detailed to enable those making appraisals to adhere to them in appraising real property. Section 3 goes on to say, manual resulting from these values, standards, and rules, commonly referred to simply as the county's schedule and values, and it is and it is to be used as a basis for valuing all real property during all years of the appraisal cycle. The tax assessor has a 300-page manual, the Uniform Schedule of Values and Standards Rules 2019. This is their required rule book, but they don't bother to follow it. Fortunately, when they don't follow the rules, no one dies. Instead, properties are inaccurately valued and state law is violated. Now I'm going to show you some examples where the rules are not followed that directly affect the adjusted sales prices. Many special features yard items defined in their rule book are not being accounted for. The two most missed are driveways and fencing. Even though they are defined as features, they are not included in any recent appraisals. Almost all houses have a driveway. What else are they leaving out? These are special features yard items not accounted for and my estimated costs for them. The paver area on this house is 1,600 square feet. The wood fence comes along the side of the house, and you can see it over here on the left-hand corner next to the garage. Then there's a built-in grill station right by the back door.
All right, let me ask you to pause there and identify which house this is. And if it's, I don't see an exhibit number on this, but it's page 2 of 8 in the taxpayers exhibit.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. This is not Mr. Glasgow's house. It has nothing to do with Mr. Glasgow's property. He already said that he doesn't dispute the yard items value of that the county has assessed his value. I'm not really even sure what those yard items are. The county doesn't have any issue with the yard items, and I just don't see the relevance of this. Let's see here. The yard items of Mr. Glasgow's house were $900, and it appears to be the value of a deck, I think, is the only thing. And I don't think he's disputing the value of his deck, and we're not disputing the value of the deck. So I don't see the relevance of this going into some house that we don't know anything about. Object to the relevance.
All right, Mr. Glasgow, would you like to respond?
I think it's completely relevant because it shows that these are items that the county is not following their own rule book on. That's all it's meant to show. If you see enough items where they don't follow the rule book, then maybe something's wrong with their conclusion. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what it's all about.
Mr. Chairman, there are over 360,000 parcels in Mecklenburg County. I'm sure you can go through and find errors that are made that are insignificant to the valuation in several of those. That's what the appeal process is all about. If we're making errors, point those errors out on your on the property that's the subject. Don't go into let's try and find every error that the county's made over 360,000 parcels in the 2019 revaluation. If we do that, we're going to be here for a long, long time.
All right, I'm going to exclude this. I don't see how it's relevant. You're not contesting anything but the land values, Mr. Glasgow. So you can move on to your next.
If I might, Your Honor, I am trying to prove that the land value of 385 is totally wrong, and it's intertwined with the mistakes that they're making on their building values, because ultimately they have presented me. Remember, I said in 2 slides back, this is to rebut their own document that they entered into evidence, which is the adjusted sales price grid. So I'm trying to prove that there are errors in the adjusted sales price grid that affect what they're trying to say later in the program.
Since this doesn't affect the land, if you were talking about errors in how they valued the land, I think it would be admissible. But I'm going to exclude this, and you can object to it if you'd like.
I do object, and I'd just like to read this one thing. When the rules call for special features yard items to be accounted for and they are ignored, this is not only arbitrary, but doing so causes total improvement values to be understated. When improvement value is understated, land value is overstated. That's what I'm trying to say, is that land value is ultimately, in the end, overstated. Okay, I'll move on.
Thank you.
Another example is actual year built. Here the rule states actual year built, the number of years that have elapsed since the completed construction of an improvement. However, the county ignores this and uses an actual year built when construction starts rather than when it is completed. This means if construction was started in 2016 and completed in 2018, this house may already be 2 years old. Maybe a toddler is still in the womb too. Arbitrary failure to use a correct actual year built distorts calculations and causes inaccurate values. Another error example is effective year built. Here the rule states effective year built is based on the estimated effective age of the improvement. This is based primarily on the appraiser's judgment concerning the observed condition of the property and should reflect any modernization or refurbishing done to the improvements.
Mr. Chairman, again, I got to object to the relevancy of this. The actual, Mr. Glasgow's house, the actual year built for his house was 1981. The county's record card shows that the effective year built for Mr. Glasgow's house is also 1981. In other words, the county has given Mr. Glasgow full depreciate to the extent there's any depreciation to the improvement on his property. He's gotten full depreciation. You can't have an effective year built less than the actual year built. So I really don't see the relevancy of this testimony and getting into disputes over actual year built and effective year built, and object on grounds of relevancy.
Mr. Glasgow, you want to respond?
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to get into a dispute over effective year built or actual year built or any others. These are things that are taken off and are credited to your side when you have the adjusted sales price grid that you submitted. All I am doing is trying to show how that grid is not accurate and wrong and why it should be disregarded. This is my case to do that because you have an effective year built adjustment on every one of them, just as you have an actual year built on every one of your adjusted sales price grid. If I could allow a few more minutes, I can show you and this can all be wrapped up.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm going to exclude this. It has nothing to do with the land value as to when the improvements were made. So I'm going to rule it's not relevant, Mr. Glasgow.
Mr. Chairman. I understood your ruling to be pages 2 through 8.
I was identifying it as where he was is to page 2 of 8. I'm not sure as to this, what all it would include, but it looks like it would.
I thought it would include everything from 2 through 8.
Okay, let me look. Let's see.
Which would put us at Exhibit 14, which is the closing statement of Mr. Glasgow.
It looks like that those exhibits through number 8 do not refer to the land value per se, but have to do with items. So that's the part that is being excluded. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Glasgow, you may continue.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, so the documents that are dated page 2 of 8 all the way through page 8 of 8 are not admitted.
That's correct, unless he can show me that they deal with any of those deal with land values. As I flipped through them, it looked like they had to do with building matters.
Well, I guess I should have appealed the building value for $1 then, but I mean, this is kind of picking fly specks out of the pepper, but nevertheless, can I go back to where I was? I mean, I realize you're not going to introduce his evidence, but can I still finish what I wanted to say?
We'll let you enter into evidence items 1 of 8. I think we left 1 in. And then 2 through 8, there will be in the record, but not admitted into evidence. So in case you appeal, they'll be available at the appellate court.
Can I explain something? I think you're missing the point is that this was their exhibit that was entered into, that they entered. And all I am doing is disputing the items that they entered in their own exhibit. It's on this next page over here.
Well, once they introduce and get into their exhibit, you'll have a chance to cross-examine them and if it's relevant, show where something is incorrect.
All right, every bit of it's incorrect, but we'll go there. So let me go back here then. So another error example is first of all, I don't know what I'm trying to say is that these didn't come because this slide didn't come because of exhibit 1 through 8 or whatever it was. This came as a result of their slide, their evidence. I don't have their full testimony or what they're saying. This is my testimony, and it's about what they're introduced as evidence. So another
example. Once they get in and introduce it, you'll have a chance to ask them and cross-examine, just like Mr. Adams going to have a chance to cross-examine you. And then
can I still enter this as into the hearing?
Yes, we've entered it in there.
Well, can I read what I'm saying?
Not as evidence, but for the record.
Right. Can I enter it for the record then?
Yes, it's entered for the record.
All right. Here the rule states effective year built is based on the estimated effective
age.
No,
Mr. Glasgow, I'm not going to let you read it in. It's in the record that we have here. So it's in here for appeal purposes if it's needed, but it's not going to be considered in, my ruling is it's not going to be considered in this case because it's not relevant.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know why you can exclude something that you didn't even have. I didn't write this. What you have is not written, is not what I'm saying.
Well,
you don't have an example. I mean, you don't have
Mr. Glasgow, let me finish. It's what you're trying to enter into evidence. And so if the county then enters it into evidence, you're saying it's their document, you'll have a chance to rebut it. And you'll have a chance to cross-examine them about it. But right now, it's not relevant. So it's excluded from the evidence. Okay?
All right.
So you may continue.
Can I look at this document? It's the document they presented.
That's the one we just excluded.
That's what I'm saying. So I have to wait till they introduce something that now that because I can't talk about it, they're never going to introduce it.
Well, you can attempt to introduce it, but I've already ruled that this is not admissible by you. And when it comes up and they try to admit it, if they do, the same issue will come up as to whether or not it's relevant if you want to object. But right now, I'm not going to let you introduce it because it's not relevant to what we're dealing with the land prices. So when you'll have a chance to cross-examine the county when they put on their evidence, but right now this is not admissible because it's not dealing with the land value that you're contesting. So let's move on.
All right, this is the little tree house. This is the assessment details, and this is the value of the land. This is the value of the house and the features. Does anyone want to object? I'm sorry, I'm just being smart aleck.
Yes, we don't need that.
I said I'm sorry.
I know it.
Okay, the assessment and percent changes from 2003 to 2019. I'd like to show you those.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. The issue is what is the value of the property as of the 2019 revaluation? What the value was in 2003, what the value was in 2011 is irrelevant to the issue that's before this commission. We're not going back and trying to retry the 2003 revaluation or the 2011 revaluation. We're here for 2019. So all this testimony about changes in value between 2003 and 2011 and 2019 is totally irrelevant and not admissible.
All right, Mr. Glasgow, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I certainly would. The reason for this slide is to show the percentages that they were adjusted for building values and land values each time, and how much lower they are, the percentages now, than they were on the other slides. That's the reason. And then to explain next, all I wanted to do was point out those two numbers different. And then I wanted to go to my land value for the 2019 revaluation was derived by the assessor applying minus 25% reduction to my land value because of my negative land issues. Okay, so
you can go into your lot valuation based on the 2019, but you're not entitled to go into the 2003 and 2011 valuation. They would not be relevant for the 2019 values.
Fine. I think they are. I've already mentioned them, so let's go on. My land value for the 2019 revaluation was derived by the assessor applying a minus 25% reduction to my land value because of my negative land issues. So my lot was this size lot, and because of its size lot, it got a 20% decrease. And that made my lot value, instead of 385, because it's a small lot, 308. So then they adjusted it 25%, which made my land value 231. That was in the revaluation. Then when I complained and we filed and went to the BER, and it was equalized at 154 for the land price. Later, Mr. Salter visited my property, recognized the severity of my very challenging lot, and made up the above equalization adjustment of an additional 25% or 50%. So that's the 20% off is 308, and then that becomes 154. My request of further reduction is based on the fact that the base land value used of 385 was overstated, incorrect, and arbitrary. I believe I have proved the fair base land value should be 300,000. Therefore, my land value should be 120,000, which is 300,000 minus the 20% for size and minus 50% for the very challenging lot issues. This is the math underneath it. Challenging issues. The reason for the adjustment was, and still is, our lot and building structure is unlike any in the area. Our lot is truly a bastard lot. It has unusual negative characteristics which require adjustments in value for fair determination of useful land value. The negative characteristics are stormwater drainage easements, sanitary sewer easements, post-construction buffer, floodway, and extreme topography. The topography makes it impossible to build anything but our little treehouse. There is no possibility for rebuilds, replacements, or McMansions. Our yard slopes from right to left rather, and to the back in places more than 45 degrees. The entrance is also the exit, and we must have a walkway and bridge to get in and out. All of this makes our house unsuitable for children, and its small size makes it uncomfortable for 2 or more people. When it rains, the back and side yards flood. As a result, they are marshy most of the time. All this makes our land value a virtual unusable wasteland, impossible for improvements or activities of any kind. Then we have the reduced property due to the close proximity of low-rent apartments. The general eyesore of the buildings, 18 units 50 feet away, barking dogs, ear-splitting rap music, late-night parties, loud voices that carry, multiple domestic abuse cases, polluted air from various smoking products, 3 known fires, 18 air conditioning units running most of the time, trash strewn about both properties, 1 known shooting with a SWAT team camped on our front walkway, unwanted trespassers day or night. Even when the apartment noise is tolerable, We have traffic noise and sirens day and night due to the close proximity of Wendover Road thoroughfare. Living at the bottom of a steep hill among many trees presents other problems. When the wind blows, we are inundated with leaves from uphill properties that require constant cleanup. When it rains, we are inundated with water running downhill. If we have ice and snow, we can't even get up the hill. 2 times we've had cars left in our yard, almost doing serious damage to our house because bad boys being chased by police missed the dead end sign, became trapped and ran. Any review should mention comparable sales, but there aren't any. While we live in a nice area, we are at the edge of it. It's location, 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 and we don't have it. We have endured all this because our little treehouse is cute, property taxes have been affordable, and we are too old to move. The next slides will help you visualize my problems. Now, is Mr. Adden still got his mic on? Because I keep hearing him cough. Or somebody.
No, I'm muted.
Okay, better. It's done now. It's clear now. All right. So this is a post-construction buffer. This is the apartment house, and this is my lot. This is a topography chart. I want to show you that. First of all, the floodways and storm drainage easements are the blue lines. The sewer easements are the orange lines. And then I'm going to show you the topography. I got it magnified. Here we go. So this is the high point in the neighborhood right here. It's the top of Melcher and Churchill. You can see the contour lines coming down the hill, coming down the hill, down the hill. When it gets here, it starts to cross my yard, at the front of my yard. And then when it gets to this point, right at my front doorstep there, it goes almost straight down. This is my garage. It's a large one because I knew I was going to build it. When I built it in 92, I knew I was going to be building a small airplane in it one time. So I built it oversized. And this is our house. These are the rocks. 2 rocks are here. There's another one to the right. This is because of the bad boys almost hitting our house. We put that there to block them. This we are standing in front of the garage, looking up the hill. There's the 3rd rock, 3rd boulder. You can see what a severe hill it is. There's the little tree house. This is to show you our front yard right here, and apartment house that's off to the side. Okay, this is the walkway, the bridge, my entrance, and our exit. Only way in and out. In 1993, I built this wall to try to retain this property right here, this little piece of property, to keep it from looking like the slope on the right, to the right of the wall. This is the other side of the ledge, and you can see how high we are above the ground, and another good view of the apartments. Now this is the back view of the house. I hope you can see the arrow. I'm not positive you can, but I'm coming down the staircase onto the bottom deck. There's a door there. Inside that door is what's called an unfinished basement by the county. It is really my complete structure. It's really my foundation and the complete structure of the house. My house is I have to go through this because it was in another slide, I couldn't say it, is a prefabricated home. And these columns are the prefabricated cantilevered beams that support the whole house. You can see right here how this is right line where I'm drawing the arrow here where the beams are. The beams come out. That's the main floor of the house. Then the house is put in by a crane, a piece at a time. This whole wall is already made up, electrical, windows, everything, even drywall and electrical outlets. And then it's just dropped in with a crane, as are all the other sections, and it's built in less than a day. Inside this basement, or unfinished basement as they call it, is a washer dryer and our air conditioning system. My wife told me I had to tell you this, so Scott, you're a witness. She has to navigate these stairs, rain or shine, sleet or snow, every time she wants to do a load of wash, 3 times. Now, if I'm standing at the top of the deck, next to the post there, if I'm standing right there looking down towards this area, this is what you would see. You can see the garage a little bit and the hill. This is what you see now. This is the property. Coming down the hill, all this slope is right into my yard. Next picture is panning to the right, and this is a little reference marker. Now I'm going to pan all the way to the backyard. This is one creek, and this is another creek. And this is how it looks when it's completely dry. Now, this is what it looks like when we have a heavy rain. And I'm not going to tell you it's everyday occurrence. It's these 3 times a year heavy rains that we get, but it's not a hurricane rain either. Now, panning to the left, hit the wrong button, panning to the left, there's the water flow flows from here all the way down. This is all taken in the same few minutes. Panning all the way to the backyard. That's how the backyard looks after a heavy rain. Takes 3 to 4 weeks to get it to dry out again. Next is one of the bad boys. He wasn't too bad because there was nothing found in his car. He did a little damage to my staircase and a lot of yard damage. And I had to pay to have him pulled out. This one was very serious. My granddaughter was sleeping in the bedroom right above his right fender. Inside the car, when the police came, they found a shotgun, an AR-15, 2 handguns, and 2 kilos of some unknown substance. Now, the next slide is our most exciting one of all. This is the day that there was a man across the way in the apartment house trying to kill somebody, and we had SWAT team camped on our walkway with a high-power rifle to take him out if need be. Turned out he turned the gun on himself, and that was the end of it. So that was our exciting day. Now, I will try to ad-lib this a little bit, but I feel the rebutted presumption that the valuation of the county appraisal is, I feel I have rebutted the presumption that the valuation of the county's appraisal is correct. That is, the 385 is incorrect because it was improperly using demo sales to create the number of 385. They should have been using extraction, which is the recognized method, and it is 300,000 using that method. I've done so by producing competent material and substantial evidence that proves Mecklenburg County used arbitrary and unfair methods of valuation. As a result, the assessments exceeded the true value in money of the properties. I feel I have proved Mecklenburg County used arbitrary and unfair methods of valuation to establish base lot values and size adjustments. Additionally, Mecklenburg County is not following their own required schedule of values to determine appraisal values. Therefore, I request the base land value for my parcel be from 385 to 300 and adjust my appraised values to the following. 120, that's a base of 300 minus 20% for the size of the lot and minus 50% for the negative issues, total of 196.6. I recognize the North Carolina Property Tax Commission may not have the authority to require the tax assessor's office to change their processes and procedures. However, if this commission finds in my favor, I feel the tax assessor's office should view such a ruling as a failure of its procedures and processes. They should recognize their failures, do the right thing, and make the necessary changes to correct their unfair procedures. Specifically, they should stop using demo sales, develop fair processes in establishing base lot values and size adjustments. Furthermore, they should start following all required rules for appraisals. And this is the slide you're all waiting for. Thanks for your attention. It's very much appreciated. I'll go back one. This is what I want. I hope you'll award it to me. I'm done.
That finishes your testimony. I assume you're going to we'll do the cross-examination, but is Mr. Phillips going to testify in your case, Mr. Bascom?
Depends on what they say for what the county says.
Okay, so you'll reserve him to after the county has their evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's, Mr. Adden, before we go into your cross-examination, we've been here for about 2 hours. So let's take a short break and then we'll starting
Great.
your cross-examination.
Great. I'll stop sharing the screen if that's okay.
All right, that's fine. We'll be.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
10 minutes.
yeah.
So we'll go off the record, Ms. Lindette.
No. That's the nicest way I could have said it. Boy, I don't know what they're gonna do to you then when they start seeing your stuff, you know? And, yeah. Well, what we need to do now is we need to only mute this thing first.
in mind. Cynthia, we're missing Cynthia, I believe. Everybody else looks like they're back. Mr. Adden, can you unmute your mic and say something so we'll know we're picking you up?
I'm having difficulty hearing.
Can you hear me now? You're muted, it's showing. Let me move on to Mr. Glasgow. Mr. Glasgow, can you say something? Will you unmute and say something?
Yes, sir. I hear everything fine. I hear Mr. Adden too.
All right, and Mr. Blackwelder, can you unmute and see if we're picking you up?
Yes, I can hear everything. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes, and Mr. Salter?
I can hear you if you can hear me.
We can. Mr. Phillips?
Yes, sir, right here.
Oh, okay, I can hear you now.
All right.
Yeah.
And Ms. Rice, we see you back. Can you hear everything okay?
I can hear everybody.
All right, I think everybody's back, so we'll go ahead and go back on the record. And Mr. Glasgow, I think you had presented your testimony, and Mr. Adden has an opportunity now to cross-examine. You're muted, Mr. Adden.
Okay, Mr. Glasgow, I'm going to ask you some questions about the document that you have that at the top it says challenging issues. I believe it's a document right after Exhibit 14A. Do you have that document in front of you?
But I can get it. But
Yeah.
the documents that y'all keep referring to were original exhibits. Everything now is all put into this slideshow, so I can refer to that to pick it up.
Okay. Yeah, it was right after Exhibit 14A, and it says challenging issues at the top.
I know where it is.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Okay.
All right. What do you need?
And then I also want to ask you about, at the same time, Mecklenburg County Exhibit number 3, which is the 2019 property record card with the $230,600 value. Do you have that in front of you?
Don't have it in front of me, but I have it in some of these papers somewhere.
Okay.
I know what it says though.
Okay. Now, on the challenging issues, you basically say raised issues with your lot being the storm drainage easement, the sanitary sewer easement, post-construction buffer, floodway, extreme topography. You also mentioned the size of the lot and the apartment, the location, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you appealed your case to the Board of Equalization and Review, before the hearing at the board, Lloyd Salter came out and met with you at the site, correct?
No, it was after.
Was it after the hearing or after you appealed?
After the hearing.
Okay. Well, the county made adjustments for your land value to get to the $230,600 value on Exhibit 3. It shows adjustments of 20% for size. So you testified earlier that P710, your neighborhood, that there were no size adjustments, but there was a size adjustment made to your lot of 20%, correct?
No, that's not correct. I never testified once that there were no size adjustments to mine. In fact, I was very explicit in it. I said there was a 20% for size on the slide right before this one. It said I took the I pointed to a 0.13 to 0.299 minus 20%. I gave them 308, and then they took away 25, gave them 231. And those numbers must be rounded off, I guess. And then later Salter came to my property, recognized the severity of my challenging issues, and he made it 50% instead of 25. But the 20 is already there. That's implied. That's part of the 385.
Well, on your Exhibit 4, you said that the implication is size does not matter. When you were talking all about the base lot value, you made the statement that size does not matter. And yet, your lot has been reduced 20% for size, correct?
It's been reduced, but that's not enough.
Well, it was also reduced 15% for drainage, correct?
No, sir.
The property record card shows a drainage reduction of 15%.
I don't know where that came from. It's not my numbers.
But it's the county's numbers on the property record card exhibit 3. So you're disputing that that's the county's numbers? I thought you said you were familiar with exhibit 3.
You never gave me any documents. The only document you ever disclosed to us was the record card, not the record card, but the one that you wouldn't let me talk about.
Mr. Glasgow, we sat in my office way back, I believe it was in March or may have been February, and I gave you copies of all of the county's exhibits, and you gave me copies of your exhibits, and Mr. Salter was there, and Mr. Blackwelder was there, and Mr. Phillips was there, right? We exchanged exhibits.
Yes, and the only exhibit that you gave us was, I'm not kidding, was the grid, the Mecklenburg County adjusted sales price grid is what you gave us for my property.
All right, Mr. Adden, just a second. Let's see if we can clear this up. You're referring to in the county's exhibit number 3, is that correct?
Yes. But I first want to get on this exchange of exhibits issue because we exchanged exhibits and he signed a pretrial order stating we exchanged exhibits.
I didn't say what exhibits were exchanged, sir. And let's just bring Mr. Phillips in right now because he was at that very same meeting.
Let's stop right now. All right? We'll try to clarify just exhibit 3 is all we're talking about right now to see if that it's a part of the record, Mr. Glasgow. We have the county's exhibits here, and it's in these exhibits. Do you have a copy of the county's exhibits that they filed in this case?
I do not have a copy of the county's exhibits.
Well, you should have somehow. You should have gotten a copy when he submitted them to the commission for this appeal. Mr. Adden, did you submit those documents that we had? Did you send him a copy of them?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I emailed him a copy. We've exchanged some additional exhibits that were entered. He had all of the county's exhibits. We entered into a pretrial order that he signed that says a list of all known exhibits the county may offer at the hearing is attached here too as Exhibit B. He stipulated, paragraph 6 said, it is stipulated and agreed that opposing parties have been furnished a copy of each exhibit identified by the taxpayer and the county except, and we said none. We provided those. I can look through my emails and find the email where I sent them the exhibits.
Well, let me say this. Do you have a copy you can put up on the screen of Exhibit 3, Mr. Adden?
That's beyond my capability, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
May I speak, sir?
Mr. Glasgow, we have the county's exhibits here, and he's referring to Exhibit 3, which is before us. So you need to have that if you've got it before you.
Can I ask a question? What is this Exhibit 4? What's the title of it? Is it the adjusted sales price grid?
It's your property tax card.
Exhibit 3 is the property record card.
I have a property record card, but I don't have it right in front of me, but I have my own property record card. I will stipulate that. Now, what other evidence, what other things did he contribute besides the adjusted sales price grid?
Well, let's just do this exhibit 3 and get through this right now, the property card, the property
Okay.
tax record card. And then we'll deal with anything else.
I have a property record card, but I don't remember receiving it from Mr. Adden at that meeting or any other time. And he has submitted to me what was told me was the adjusted sales price grid, which was wrong. And I showed him where it was wrong. And then they came back and he sent me a corrected one. And I never got any other things from him. Now, Mr. Phillips, maybe he remembers something that I don't, but I can stipulate that I have the record card.
All right, well, let's go to the record card and deal with it now, and then we'll see what else comes up. Do you have
The
it before
property-
you, Mr. Glasgow?
Sorry?
Do you have the property record card exhibit number 3 before you now?
No, I don't. But
Well, let's take a short pause and let's get it before you. Need to have the county's exhibits.
I'm, okay, I have 60 of them right here, and I have to find mine. Can you not show me the record, the card you're showing on the screen? No, you can't present it.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. Why don't you just tell me what it says?
Well, I'm getting ready to email it to you, Mr. Glasgow,
Okay, great.
if I can.
I'll keep looking while you're doing
All
that.
right, all right.
Mr. Adden, it's Scott Phillips. I went back and found an email from you on December 13th that had
Yeah.
a packet of documents.
That's what I found, the December 13th. Now, Mr. Glasgow, well, there was one exhibit there that's different because it was later updated, but I just emailed you the exhibits.
I'm pulling it up. I know what I did. I gotta open this.
Okay, do you see exhibit number 3?
I'm just still looking for the email. I've got a whole bunch of them in
Oh,
here
yeah.
coming out first.
It says Outlook can't do this because a dialog box is open.
Scott, have you got it? Can you send it to me?
Can you look it up in your emails, Mr. Glasgow? You referred to a December email.
Wait a minute. Maybe I found it here another way.
December 13th.
I don't have a record of my emails that is that detailed where I could find it, and I don't know how to search it either. I'm
All right.
75 years old, trying to keep up with all you people.
All right. Well, let me tell you what the property record card says.
Okay.
The commission can read it. At the bottom of the first page of the county's property record card, it has a land section, has a unit price of $385,000 and an adjusted land price of $154,000. That's your understanding of the county's land value for your property, correct?
Yes, it was 385 for the base lot value of the whole neighborhood, everybody in P710, and I got a 20% reduction off of that because of the size of my lot.
But you got further reductions to get it all the way down to 154,000, correct?
Right, and if you do the math, that's another 25% off of the 25 that was given to me to get to that point. In other words,
The property record card shows that there was a size adjustment of 20%,
right,
a drainage adjustment of 15%, and a topography adjustment of 25% to get to 154,000. You
remember the slide that I couldn't talk about? That's where I had it, and I agree. I see what you're saying, but I figured it out backwards using math, and the reduction to get me to 154 was a total of everything to combine. That would be the 15 and the 25. It's actually a 50% was what it was. 25 was first, and then that closed it up, shows it up. But what's your question? What's your point? Are you there?
Mr. Adden, we lost your video. Can you still hear us? Just pause a minute while we're waiting to see if we get Mr. Adden back. In the meantime, Mr. Glasgow, why don't you see if you can find those exhibits?
I've already found what he wants. I've got it.
Okay, good.
He actually emailed it to me, and I was so excited because I wanted to get the real one was the other one, but was the one I wanted to get was the first adjusted sales price grid he sent me was totally wrong because it had wrong numbers in it that were wrong, and then he had to correct those numbers, and he emailed me that, and I guess I missed it. I don't know, but I've got it right here now.
Okay, well, we'll wait till we get him back on here.
All right. I think the things happening, Judge, is that we're giving the same answer. He's just trying to dispute the percentage. That's all. And my percentage is the same, gives the same answer as he's got, which is 154.
Steve, it's Scott. I've gone through everything. I believe these documents Mr. Adams is referring to were mailed to us. The only documents I have from that meeting.
Yeah, I have them all, Scott. I'm pulling them up in front of me, pictures of the neighborhood and things like that. Yep. And also there was some sales data. Sorry if I've forgotten something. And I do have these photocopied somewhere, but I just don't know where they're at right now. But I have them on the screen. I can do whatever he wants when he gets there.
Everybody.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we think Mr. Adden we see Mr. Adden again. Robert, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can y'all hear me?
We can. All
Okay,
right.
good.
So,
I don't know what's going on with my computer connection here. Anyway,
all right, well, let's do this. To get us back on track. Everybody else except Mr. Glasgow and Mr. Adden, please mute your mics. And then if you're involved in the process, you're muted. Mr. Adden, Mr. Glasgow says he found the email and he now has those documents.
thank you. And
So you
and
continue. We're back on the record.
You see Mr. Glasgow at the bottom of Exhibit 3, the adjustments that were made for the land value due to the issues that you raised regarding the storm drainage and the topography, the size of the lot. All those adjustments were made. And your issue is not so much with the amount of the adjustments. The issue is with whether the adjustments come from a base price of $385,000 or you contend the base price should be at $300,000. Isn't that in a nutshell what we're disputing here?
Yes, it is, but let me just explain one thing in the meantime. Oh, one more thing, if I can find it. Oh, here it is. No, it's this one. What I'm saying is that maybe your percentage numbers, you quoted a 15% and then some other number. Well, all I did was do the math backwards, but we come up with the same number. The land value is 154 currently, right?
Right.
And the way that I arrived at that was because when I did the math on the first one, which was when it was 231, that is a 25% reduction. Okay, that's what it is. And then you take 20% reduction brings you to 308. And then if you take 25%, then it becomes 231. Then when Mr. Salter came back, he added another adjustment. And if you do it, if you take one number and do a percentage of it, and then you can't add the numbers together, and then that's not the number. You have to do it differently.
In fact, I believe you actually stated in your program that you don't think the county should use a complex computer program to do this, that using that is arbitrary. Is that your position?
No, I said they're arbitrary decision. Now you're talking about building values, land values. The computer doesn't fit the land value. Mr. Blackwelder's the one that established the land value, the base land value. The computer didn't do that.
I'm just saying, you stated in your thing, the county uses a very complex computer program, and then you said, don't fall prey to that garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, but that is what I was talking about, the building value, and in relation to the adjusted sales prices that you wouldn't let me talk about.
Now let's talk about the building itself.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Adden, let me interrupt you. We've already said, and I've already ruled, the building values are not at issue here because we're dealing with the land. So if I'm going to be fair, I've got to keep your evidence about the building values as well. So why shouldn't?
Well, as I stated earlier, there was an issue about the square footage, and that's what I want to get to. That there is an issue with he contends there's no issue with the building value. My contention is that the county's record card is in error because we are missing the square footage. The very room that Mr. Glasgow is sitting in right now, we do not have on our property record card because he would not allow our inspectors, our appraisers into his house. We asked to go into his house to verify that the information on our property record card is accurate. Specifically, we wanted to see whether or not there was an upstairs room to his house that we do not have on our property record card. When he actually,
let me stop you. Since we're not dealing with the property at this time, if you've got contentions about errors in size or something, that ought to be something to be dealt with in a later time, and then to be hassled out if it has to be to come back if it gets to that point. But we've already agreed we're not going to get into the building value. He's not contesting that. So let's leave that issue alone.
Okay, if the county has to present its evidence, then we will present evidence regarding the missing square footage, which is actually the room where he's sitting in right now. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I'll deal with that when you try to get it
Yeah.
in, but,
Okay.
you're gonna show me why it should be different.
Now,
Go ahead.
May I make a comment because he's
Well,
kind of
just a
insulting
minute,
here.
Mr. Glasgow, he's cross-examining you. Whaley asked the question, then you can answer the question and you can explain your answer if you need to.
Could I explain my answer to what he just submitted? That you said
Go
was
ahead.
not going to be ruled. Okay, can I do that?
If it's talking about the building values, no.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is that it was my legal right to not let an appraiser in my home. That is part of the rules. It's legal for me to say you can't come in. I represented 24 people during this whole thing, and most of them didn't want anybody in.
Mr. Glasgow, let me stop you. We're not going to get into that. That'll be dealt with at a later time between you and the county if it develops at that point. Okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
Mr. Adams.
That's certainly fair, Your Honor. But I feel like what he was trying to do was to go back in time and redo my revaluation, and I know that that's not appropriate. But go
Well,
ahead.
there's procedures to deal with those issues, but they're not before us today.
Okay, I get it.
okay, let's go to the nuts and bolts of this case. You talked about the extraction method, and in layman's terms, I'm not an appraiser either. In layman's terms, the extraction method is that when there's a sale of property, you have a sale price. To get to the land value, you value the improvement and reduce the improvement, and that comes up in simple terms with the land value. Is that correct?
You don't
Is that your
reduce,
understanding?
You said reduce the improvement value. You don't. You use the improvement value and subtract it from the sale price to come up with the land value. Yes.
Right. You subtract the improvement value from the sale price and you come up with the land value in very simplistic terms. That's the extraction method that you talked about.
That's right.
Okay. Then you talk about the demo sales method. And in fact, a demo sales method is the exact same thing as the extraction method, except the value of the improvement is zero because the improvement is going to be demolished. Isn't that correct?
No, that is not correct. If you listen to what I said, I can go back and review it, but the North Carolina manual on this, the ones that they all run by, says a totally different story. It says this is only if the land use changes. The land use didn't change from building value when they demolished the home. It's still a land use of single family home. It didn't change. And because it didn't change, you cannot ignore the improvement value. That if it had changed to a different use, you could ignore it. But because the use didn't change, you cannot ignore it.
Let's see, it looks like maybe we might have another issue with Mr. Adden, so let's pause for a second and see if we get him back on. If not, we'll go off the record till we get him back on.
Oh, no. Again?
All right, let's mute everybody, if you will, and
Excuse me, Your Honor, could I just make a little comment? I just want, if you can hear me, I want to apologize for not having the document I should have had. And it's my fault that I didn't have it, and I apologize to the court. I guess you're not listening.
Okay, am I in now?
Yes, Mr. Adden, we see you
Yep.
again. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. Let's make sure that, Ms. Weiss can hear, Mr. Glasgow. Can you say something, Mr. Glasgow? Can you unmute for a
Yes,
second?
sir, I'm here.
All right, Cynthia, Ms. Rice, can you hear Mr. Glasgow?
Yes, I do, and also Mr. Adden.
All right, so we're back, and so, we're back on the record. Mr. Adden, you may continue.
Okay, Mr. Glasgow, let's look at your exhibit number 12, which is that report that you took the 30 sales and reduced it down to 10. Let's just take a look at that.
I don't have such an exhibit.
Well, it's your My Land Value Analysis P710.
P710. Okay, fine.
Yeah. My Land
that one
Value
very
Analysis.
well. I
Yeah,
wrote it.
right,
Mhm.
right. Okay.
I didn't reduce it to 10 because there were on the original report, which Mr. Blackwelder used. That's the one that the county gave me for his P710 report. And that's the one he used the demo sales on. And there were a whole bunch of them on there that were from 2016 and 15. And they should have only been using 17 and 18. So that number you're using is extraneous.
Well, let's go back to Exhibit 11. You did say exhibit, let's go to Exhibit 11. That does remind me, it's an exhibit, one of your exhibits. And it showed that in P710 on September 6, 2016, there was a vacant lot sale of $386,000, correct?
I don't have anything to that information now.
Are you looking at your Exhibit 11, which is the demo sales adjusted P710?
Give me a second. P710, adjusted sale price. I do have that one.
Okay. And this is your document.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I don't know what number it is, but it's called P710 Appraisal Methodology. Oh, no, not again.
All right, let's pause a minute till we see if we've lost Mr. Adden again.
While can you just tell me what document he's talking about? Is it P710 Appraisal Methodology?
It's demo sales adjusted P710. It's shown on our exhibit. It says exhibit number 11.
The document that he's talking about, well, I better wait for him to get back.
Mr. Glasgow, this is part of your PowerPoint presentation.
Mr. Guest, till Mr. Adden gets back. We've lost him.
Trying to help him find this document.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Okay, so it's part of your PowerPoint presentation. At the top left of your PowerPoint, it's called Demo Sales Adjusted P710. And then it's where you split the sales. You had the P710 demo sales for beginning part, and then you had a line drawn, and you had others down at the bottom, and you came up with the median on them. And that's what the document is that I think he's referring to.
I object to him introducing that document at all because...
Hold on, we're going to wait now, okay? I was just helping you find the document. Let's wait till Mr. Adden comes back. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you mute? All right, we're off mute here, and I want to ask y'all to do something, see if it'll help with the issue we're having with Mr. Adams. Mr. Blackwelder, would you take your video and shut it off just and leave your audio on and you can hear? And we think that if we reduce the number of videos, it might help. And Ms. Rice, would you cut your video off and just leave your audio on?
I'll be glad to.
All right. I think everybody else's video is off, and Mr. Adden, we think, is coming back on.
I think I'm back on. You hear me?
We see you and we hear you. So we've asked others, except for Mr. Gladden, to cut their video off. And we may want to ask you, Robert, if you're willing to cut your video off and just do the voice, it might help quit cutting you off. Are you willing to do that?
Sure, absolutely. I just turned off my video. Maybe that will help. Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna cut this short a little bit. I'll try to. Mr. Glasgow, if you look at the Exhibit 11, which was the demo sales adjusted, there was a sale of a vacant lot on September 6, 2016, which the price was $386,000 in your neighborhood, correct?
I'm not certain. I think what you're looking at is an old exhibit that we had submitted, but over the time frame that we've been here, things have been modified a little bit. And if that was one that was, what year was that date on that one?
The sale indicates it was on September 6, 2016, of $386,000 as a vacant lot sale.
It's immaterial because it was a 2016 sale, not a 17.
Let me stop you here. This is the exhibit that you talked about a minute ago. So it's relevant for him to ask you questions about it. So if you'll get it in front of you, it's one that you use, so it's in evidence.
I just explained the problem. It was a number that was there for 2016. The only years they're allowed to use to appraise this 2019 are 17 and 18. If it was a sale in 2016, it was just something on a piece of paper. It had nothing to do with my argument or my presentation whatsoever.
And there was another vacant lot sale on September 1st, 2016 of $390,000, correct?
Again, the wrong year.
Okay. So then we go to the next exhibit, which is your My Land Value Analysis.
Right. Can I just say something before you go? That's a little bit old too. It's changed a bit, but go ahead.
Okay. Now, just the top one. We'll just deal with the top one on there. It was a sale on November 7th, 2018. November 7th, 2018. So just about less than 2 months prior to the reval date. A parcel 157-12230, sold for $385,000, correct?
I do not see what you're talking about because it's...
All right, hold on, Mr. Glasgow. You're going to have to find these exhibits. This was yours. You just talked about it. So please find it so when you ask your question, you can answer it.
I'm trying to tell you that
it was your exhibit.
I do not have that as an exhibit that I gave to him at all.
It's in the record, Mr. Glasgow. Please stop and find what you presented to us. It's what you've already presented to us. He's asking you a question about it.
Trying to find it. Don't see it.
It's based on your PowerPoint presentation.
It was similar to my PowerPoint presentation, but my PowerPoint presentation changed considerably since that time.
The one you just talked about.
The one I talked about is totally different than the one that he's looking at because I didn't have it.
It's the one we're looking at. It's the one that was submitted by you.
I'm telling you that's an old document and it shouldn't be considered.
Well, you're about to get it thrown out because now you're telling me it's not something that you that it's accurate.
I'm not a lawyer and I don't understand all this stuff. And I know what you're saying and I know where you're going to, but the point is he's trying to pick fly specks out of Pepper. That's what he's trying to do, and that's understandable. That's his job. But the document that I showed you, what now my friend is telling me attachment 1 image. All right, we sent a lot of images to try to be honest with it. Hold on, here it is. Okay, I have that now. I have
Okay.
it now, thanks to
Okay.
my witness, Scott.
Do you see the first one? It's a sale on November 7th, 2018. The sale price was $385,000. You see
The
that?
first one is 385. Yes.
And that was the sale a little less than 2 months prior to the reval date.
My record shows it was 11/17/18.
Right, just before the reval date of January 1, 2019.
Yeah, but it was still in the time frame.
Right. Now, your understanding is that this parcel sold for $385,000, and whatever improvement was on that parcel was demolished. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And you made the value, the nominal value of $100,000. That's a value for that improvement that was demolished that you put on the improvement, correct?
That's correct.
And you had no information about that improvement that was demolished. You just selected $100,000 as the value.
Well, I looked all over the neighborhood, and all the building values were much larger than 100,000. They were, some of them, as you saw in some of my examples that I gave on that proving it's wrong. Some of them were $150,000, and so I used the lowest of the lowest is $100,000.
But you don't know whether the house that was demolished was a shack or a newer house, a nice house or not. You just know that whatever house was on that property was demolished.
Let me explain.
After the sale.
I walk my neighborhood every day for 1 hour. I've been doing it for the last 7 or 8 years. And every day I know, and I walk through all of these houses, and whenever all of this neighborhood, and when I see something being demolished, I go look it up in the records. And I can get it sometimes, but because I didn't start this project till after the reval was completed, as I explained, when the reval is completed, the new number for building value goes into the property record cards as the new number. There is no old number, it disappears. So I couldn't use the exact number of the house, but I know the house that's in question, yes. And it's a reasonable assumption to say 100,000 because I don't know the real value because it's not there.
But actually the value to the buyer was zero because the buyer tore the house down, correct?
I honestly don't know. I'm just using I'm using the card, the 2000, the thing that I put on the board, that is Jeremy thing. And I use those dates and those times just like Jeremy and I did when we reviewed this thing for hours on the demo sales, just like that.
And what Jeremy has said to you was that all of these sales that you have here, the buyer bought that property for the sale price and demolished the existing structure so they could build a new home on it, correct?
Yeah, that's what a demo. That's what it is. No question.
That's what a demo sale is. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. A demo sale is not that. A demo sale is when the use changes. Then you use the demo sale method. The use didn't change. It's still a single family home.
All right, let me for the record clarify, when you're talking about Jeremy, you're talking about Mr. Blackwelder, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Adden.
So Mr. Blackwelder explained to you that these sales that you have here on your analysis was sales of property that all occurred in 2017 and 2018 for the sales prices listed. The sales prices go from, it looks like, $360,000 all the way up to $467,000, and that all of these parcels that sold, the structures that were on those parcels were torn down by the new buyer. That's your understanding of this these sales, correct?
Absolutely.
I don't have any other questions.
Can I ask you
All
a
right.
question now? Cross-examine.
Well, you'll, you'll have a chance, just a minute. You're being cross-examined. You're going to have a chance to present rebuttal testimony from you. So then you can get into what you'd like to do there. He's finished with his cross-examination. So now, if you'd like, you can have a chance to offer rebuttal testimony that discusses some of the things that he asked you about.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Adden, what is your definition of demo sale? What is your
Mr. Glasgow, you're presenting evidence. He's not a witness, so you're not going to be able to
All right. What do I have to
cross-examine
say?
Mr. Adden. You can cross-examine Mr. Blackwelder or Mr. Salter when they testify, but Mr. Adden is an attorney, so you can point out and make comments about your contentions and what further evidence from you want to do as a witness, and then you can call your next witness.
Okay, my contention here is that in order for it to be a demo sales, which is not even listed anywhere in any book, even a Google search really yields nothing. But for it to be demo sales, the use has to change. In other words, it needs to go to a higher usage. And that's exactly what your North Carolina Procedures Handbook says for this business. It says it has to change the usage. The usage did not change when these houses were demolished. The houses were demolished and then they were rebuilt and it was still a single family home. So the use didn't go from single family to apartment house or business or any other thing. Had they done that, demo sales, they could have ignored the property, the building value. Because that didn't happen, they can't ignore it. Remember the slide that I said before? I can show you again. That's the North Carolina Property Handbook. I sent it to y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, we have it. All right. Any further testimony from you, Mr. Glasgow?
Well, I would like to rebut the adjusted sales price thing. I mean, the grid.
Which one are you wanting to talk about now?
The adjusted sales price grid that Mr. Adden supplied to me.
That was the grid that you did not, one of the documents you did not allow into evidence.
Okay, so we're not going to get into that one, Mr. Glasgow. It's already been excluded from the evidence. Any further testimony from you, and do you have another witness?
I'm thinking.
Okay, I'll give you a couple minutes.
I don't think I need to go into the whole thing about that, but I'm trying to figure this out. And I think I'd like to point out that when the county compares land values, property values as a whole, they take different things and they tend to indicate that they're comparable sales. They're really not. They are just sales, and that they are adjusting those sales to come up with values that seem to be right. And this is what I say about that. If I were to sell a Ferrari, buy a Ferrari and a Ford on the same day, Ford sold for $50,000, the Ferrari sold for $250,000. If I wanted to adjust the sale price of the Ford to make it similar to make the Ferrari similar to the Ford, I would subtract $200,000 from that particular thing. Now, in their adjusted sales price, what they use, I don't have to talk about that, but I would like to talk about my land value only on that. Can I do that?
You can talk about your land value, yes.
Okay, because that was part of the thing. So let me go pull my screen up again, and I'll talk about the land value there. Okay, and I won't even go into the other errors that are because of the computer stuff. I'll just talk about the land value. All right. Let me share my screen. That's the power.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm talking to myself.
Share the screen?
Yeah,
Just a minute, Mr. Glasgow, we're having a question here. Oh, okay. Are you going to put up another document on the screen, Mr. Glasgow? She'll have to do something. Okay, let him share the screen.
Mr. Chairman,
Just a second. Yes.
is this something new we haven't heard
Well,
of?
that's what we're trying to find out. You'll need to unmute yourself, Mr. Glasgow. Mr. Glasgow, we cannot hear you. You're going to have to unmute yourself. All right. I think you've unmuted yourself. All right. Now,
Do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
We can. So let's only go into new stuff that wasn't in your original presentation. Okay.
Yes, sir. You got the screen?
We're seeing it. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll try to change the words here so it'll be acceptable. Mecklenburg County has an adjusted sales price that they show, and they presented in their evidence. At first, let me get this in where it's better to see it. I thought their adjusted sales prices were like a slot machine rigged to the advantage of the assessor. Now I know they are a red herring and totally meaningless. The use of comps is a red herring because it implies they are reliable, comparable sales. The so-called comps are really only for sales, not comparable sales. Assuming correct data and adjusting values, any subject will always yield similar values. And this is the Ford Ferrari statement. A Ford sold for $50K and a Ferrari for $250. If we adjust the Ferrari sale price to the Fords, we would subtract $200,000 from the Ferrari, and both would have an adjusted sale price of $50,000. Have we somehow proved the Ford sale price was correct? Of course not. Just like homes, there are too many subjective desires, likes, and dislikes in purchasing one or the other.
Mr. Chairman, I believe he's reading from document page 6 of 8, which is which was not admitted, and I would move to strike.
All right. This one is one of the ones, Mr. Glasgow, that we did not admit. So let's move on to something else. If you've got anything else to present, or do you have any more witnesses?
It has totally to do with land value.
Well, you're using automobiles, which is personal property, to make a point, and then these others had to do with building prices. So I've already ruled that those are not admissible.
I want to show you this one line here. Build at land value.
Glasgow, right, I've already ruled that those are not admissible. Okay.
This has nothing to do with building values, and I won't even talk about them. It has to do with land value.
All right, one point. Go ahead, and if you can show me, then we'll consider it. But let's try to move on.
This is the grid. This is the subject. Here, my land value is $154,000. This land value is $346,500. So they subtract the 154 from the 346,500, and they come up with a minus $192,000. Then a minus $231,000 and a minus $192,000, and then $212,000. I'm not appealing land values or any of that stuff. My total land value adjustment is illogical. The four sales don't have any negative land issues. My land value was reduced 25% and 50% for many negative land issues. Otherwise, my land would have been 385 minus 20 or 308. Instead, they adjusted my land values to the four sales to my current 154. They took the four sales and adjusted them to my 154. This is completely illogical, as it gives my land reductions to the sales, skews all the values, and is incorrect. The only fair way to compare land values is before any reductions for negative land issues. Given the complexity of computers that create the appraisers, the adjusted sales prices, the number of arbitrary or subjective decisions made, and possibility for individual errors, incorrect data, and omissions, how can anyone rely on them? Bogus in equals bogus out. And I go on and I ask you guys in the next slide to ignore their adjusted sale prices. So that's what I wanted to bring out.
And I believe those were pages that were omitted.
Well, for the purposes of this, the land value portion we'll let in for if it's for whatever purpose he's trying to show on that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Glasgow, do you have any other evidence, or do you have another witness?
Yes, I do. Because that same document that I just showed you has adjustments at the bottom, and they show how much the adjustments are, how much the gross adjustments are. And in particular, that land value, remember, it was over $200,000, just like the Ferrari was, okay? But what those percentages of adjustments, the gross percentage for my property are 49, 59, and 63 and 65%. So their gross percentages this high can only be considered as excessive, and another indicator that the results are incorrect and bogus. Because of all the reasons I explained, I respectfully request you ignore Mecklenburg County's adjusted sales price when making your decision. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other witnesses?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So we'll consider the exhibits admitted into evidence, except for the ones that I excluded on those motions. I believe it was what, 13, all of 13 and 13A. And was there another one?
Well, there was a couple of slides there. I don't know if I submitted them or not, but
the one that was 8 pages. Was
I believe 14A was not admitted.
All right, let me find 14A. That's 14A, pages 2.
Yeah, pages 2 of 8 through 8 of 8.
2 through 8 of 8. Okay, I think that was it. All right, and Mr. Glasgow, so you rested your case. Is that correct?
yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, we'll hear from the county. Mr. Adden.
Your Honor, at this time, Mecklenburg County moves to dismiss the taxpayer's case at the close of his evidence on the grounds that he's not met his burden of production set forth in the AMP case. As the commission well knows, the county's ad valorem tax assessment is presumptively correct. Mr. Glasgow's failed to meet the burden of production to overcome that presumption of correctness. The bottom line here is that Mr. Glasgow believes that the county's base lot value of $385,000 for P710 should be $385,000 and he thinks it should be $300,000. The facts are clear. Mr. Glasgow's lot has some issues. The county has addressed those issues by reducing his lot value from $385,000 all the way down to $154,000. Those issues were for the size of the lot, the topography, the drainage. Those issues went into account. So his lot, instead of being 385, if it was just a normal lot without issues, is only $154,000. Now, the county's value is presumed to be correct. Why? The county doesn't just willy-nilly come up with values. There's a process in any mass reappraisal. The county assessor, Ken Joyner, is an experienced assessor certified by the state of North Carolina. He's taught at the Institute of Government, at the School of Government. He's taught IAAO courses. His appraisers, his revaluation team are all certified appraisers by the state of North Carolina. So the general reappraisal, it's a massive undertaking. It's a multi-year process done by a team of certified appraisers. And those values are presumed correct. Contrast that with Mr. Glasgow's method. Mr. Glasgow's not an appraiser. He doesn't have any appraisal training. He has no certifications for appraising, doing appraisals. He's not brought to the hearing any appraiser. He could have brought an expert witness to say that the county's values, the county's methods are wrong, if that's true. He didn't bring any experts to say that. He's just coming up with his own opinion, his lay opinion, that the county's methods are wrong. He would rather you use the Glasgow method. In his closing statement on Exhibit 14, he says, I recognize the Property Tax Commission doesn't have authority to require the Mecklenburg County Tax Assessor's Office to change their processes and procedures. However, if this commission finds in my favor, I feel the Tax Assessor's Office should view such a ruling as a failure of its processes and procedures. They should recognize their failures, do the right thing, and make the necessary changes to correct their arbitrary and unfair procedures. Mr. Glasgow's making this all about, he's trying to attack the county's processes and procedures, but he doesn't bring an expert witness to do this. He just goes through all the websites and Google searches and this and that and comes up with his own method. Now, that's not sufficient. There's, again, he wants this commission to just do away with the county's procedures. And you know what we haven't heard a whole lot about? We haven't heard a whole lot about the actual value of his property. We heard all this about neighborhood P17 and 712 and 713 and other neighborhoods and this and that and large lots and small lots. And he comes up with a whole bunch of numbers that he thinks supports a method, his common sense method, as opposed to the county's appraisal method, which is presumed to be correct. Now, why the court in the AMP case addressed the purpose of the presumption of correctness. The purpose underlying this presumption of correctness arises out of the obvious futility of allowing a taxpayer to fix the final value of his property for ad valorem taxation. If the presumption did not attach, then every taxpayer would have unlimited freedom to challenge the valuation placed on his property, regardless of the merit of such challenge. In other words, in the AMP case, they say the taxpayer can't just come up with their own method of determining value. There's no unlimited freedom. You can't. Vice Chairman Wheeler may recall the Johnny Elliott case from the 2011 Mecklenburg revaluation at the Property Tax Commission, where the taxpayer came up with his own method of determining the lot value of a lot on Lake Norman by coming up with a linear foot value for lots. And he treated all lots would be the same based on how many linear feet of frontage. And the Property Tax Commission in the Elliott case ruled we can't allow that. That is not competent material evidence on valuation or on methods. So
are you through, Mr. Adden?
No, yeah. Mr. Glasgow takes the position that the county's method is illegal and arbitrary because they disagree with his method. Well, in AMP, the court said that the taxpayer can rebut the presumption of correctness by presenting competent material and substantial evidence that tends to show that the tax supervisor used an arbitrary method or an illegal method of valuation, and that the assessment substantially exceeded true value. As the court said earlier, the taxpayer doesn't have unlimited freedom. So what kind of evidence do the court look for competent and material evidence? In the Hasty case, which was a 2011 North Carolina Court of Appeals case, the Court of Appeals case set forth some evidence that a taxpayer may use to rebut the presumption of correctness. in the Hasty case, the court said expert testimony addressing both the valuation methodology utilized by the county and the true value at issue. We don't have that here. In Hasty, the court said expert witness testified about the sale comparison approach and explained the reasoning behind the expert's conclusions. We don't have any expert witness testimony. In Hasty, they said by proffering evidence of the best use of the property and expert testimony on two methods of valuation. That's the type of evidence that a taxpayer can come to the commission on to try to prove that the county's methods were illegal or arbitrary. We don't have that. Instead, what we have is that Mr. Glasgow believes that his method of determining the base lot value should be taken as the gospel truth, and that the base lot value should be $300,000 instead of what the county analyzed and came up with at $385,000. So what's interesting, that he talks about the extraction method and demo sales. And I would submit to you that really demo sales is just another method of extraction, where demo sales is basically where the county places zero value on the improvement because the purchaser buys the house. And I think in what I cross-examined him on, somebody bought the house for $385,000, the house in the lot for $385,000. They then tore down the improvement completely. That improvement had zero value to that buyer. And so what happened was the new buyer then tears it down and then builds a new house. So that lot value, so that $385,000 sale, that supports the county's base lot value. But of course, you can't just look at one sale. You got to look at multiple sales. And if you look at all of those sales on his chart, the ones that were done in 2017 and 2018, they all support a value of $385,000 for the base lot. So the real question is the Property Tax Commission going to disavow Mecklenburg County's mass appraisal process of determining base lot value, disavow that, throw it out the window, and say, no, instead, we're going to go with the Steve Glasgow method of valuation. We think the Steve Glasgow method of valuation is a better, more competent, material, and substantial way to do it. And I submit to you that is not supported by the Machinery Act. It's not supported by the case law. It's not supported by the evidence here. And so the fact of the matter is that Mr. Glasgow's lot has been reduced in value to take care of the drainage, size, and topography issues. And that lot of value of $184,000 is the proper value. And that the county's value as set by the BER of $230,600 should be upheld. Thank you.
You through, Mr. Adden?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Glasgow, he's made a motion to dismiss your case. So you have an opportunity to respond as to why we should not grant that motion.
I absolutely do. In his thing, he talked about arbitrary and all those kind of things. And that's exactly what the first pamphlet that I got from from Steve, I don't remember the last name right now, but Pelfrey. And in there it said arbitrary. That's what you needed to prove, that it was arbitrary. And so that's what I've tried to do, is to prove it's arbitrary. The number is real simple. The North Carolina, your own appraisal, your own appeal handbook that you have says in it that if the land use doesn't change, you don't disregard the value of the house. You don't. And yet they are. Everything that they do is to say it doesn't change. It changes. It didn't change. It's still single family home. It has been for 50 years. I don't know how old the house was it went down. It's still single family home, and it is after they demolish and build a new house. That does not give them the highest and best use, does not give them the right to change not say that the use didn't change, so we don't care. But that's what they're saying is because the lot use didn't change, we don't care. But yet your own booklet says what I just said. And I can pull it up if you'd like to see it. I quoted it earlier. It's at page 39, I believe it is. And I gave it to you, the appeal handbook. I gave you a copy of it. And when I read it, it's got code in there that says, this is law. This is part of the law of North Carolina State. So that law, and that very clear, it said, the most common use of that property when you have it is its present use. It completely agreed with me. The present use did not change. That's the crux of this whole argument. The rest of it is all fluff. If you start with 385 and you take away numbers, you wind up with a bigger number than if you start with 300. And all I did was show you what a real value would look like using extraction. There is no mention of demo sales in any document anywhere. It's not in their own manual. It's not in North Carolina. It comes along because of the word demolition. And that means change of use. Without the change of use, there is no demolition. It doesn't matter as far as that. The house still needs to be counted. That's what my argument is. I hope you'll find in my favor. And it's as simple as I can put it. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go off the record and we'll deliberate on the motion. And then when we've decided the motion, we will come back and we will see where we will go from here. Okay? Ms. Bennett, can you take us off the record and shut everything down for the time being?
This is Cynthia. I'm back.
This is Robert. I'm here.
All right, we're hearing Cynthia and Robert.
This is Steve. I'm here. This is Steve. I'm here.
Okay. All right. I think we have everybody back. Robert?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right. I think we have all the people necessary for this case back online. We're back on the record. The commission has considered the county's motion to dismiss and has voted 3-1 to deny the motion to dismiss. So the case is now with the county, Mr. Adden, and we'd like for you to focus on Mr. Gladden's argument that the base price was incorrect. The county has 385,000, and he contends the base price should have been 300,000 due to the other location of those particular areas in that neighborhood. So let's not get into any building values or anything, and let's focus on that. And we understand, and the county can point out that you already made some adjustments based on the topography and the lot size, and I think there's one more. But the big issue, I think, is, you referred to it, Mr. Adden, is the base price that's used of 385,000, which Mr. Glasgow contends should be 300,000, based on his evidence. So you may present your evidence, Mr. Adden.
Okay, I call Jeremy Blackwelder.
Okay, Mr. Blackwelder.
Jeremy, state your name, please.
Jeremy Blackwelder, a witness in Mecklenburg County.
All right, let's do this. Mr. Blackwelder, why don't you put your video on so that we can see you, if you will. All right, we see you.
The court reporter, could Mr. Blackwelder please repeat his county?
Jeremy Blackwelder with Mecklenburg County.
Mecklenburg.
And
all right, Mr. Adden.
Jeremy, you're a qualified real estate appraiser for the county?
Yes.
And you're certified by the North Carolina Department of Revenue as a certified appraiser?
Yes.
How long have you been? Just briefly go over your educational and employment background.
I have been a fee appraiser for about 15 years. I've been with the county probably about I believe 10 of those years.
And what do you do for the county?
I am in the revaluation department, and I actually reviewed this neighborhood right after our evaluation.
Now, can you just tell the commission generally how the county goes about setting base lot values for a neighborhood, and in particular this neighborhood P710? What's the process?
Yeah. So, I mean, we look at all vacant land sales if we have them. We look at, and they're qualified sales. So we're looking at all the land sales. This case, I mean, there's a lot of tear downs in this neighborhood. And so we look at all the demo sales, which is a market approach. It's kind of like a direct sales comparison. It's nothing really to do with the extraction. I mean, so we would take that, I mean, and look at it. Typically, some owner occupants are going to buy those houses and tear them down and build a house of their own. Some are going to be developers. We analyze that. We look at market extraction, which is when you have a new improvement and you extract that off, when you know the depreciation, you're taking that and you're coming up the land value. I think what we're getting here is we're mixing demo sales with extraction, and you need to know the depreciated value, and it needs to be minor. Where these demo sales, they have total pretty much depreciation because the owner is tearing these houses down. If you look at, there was what was omitted from my page of Glasgow's document showed that all these houses were built in the 1950s, and they were 1 to 3 to 2 bedroom houses, ranging anywhere from 1,400 or.
All right, let's let me interrupt you, Mr. Blackwelder. Show us, let us know which document you're referring to, so we'll know in the record and so we can find it.
You were referring to the plaintiff's exhibit the taxpayer's exhibit number 11, correct?
Correct.
All right, we have number 11. Mr. Glasgow, do you have that sheet? It was in your presentation titled Demo Sales Adjusted P710. It's our exhibit 11.
Was that my demo sales or?
Yes, it was yours.
Yes, I have it right here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Blackwelder, Mr. Glasgow took a document that you provided him and removed some of the relevant, some, he says not relevant columns. What were those columns that were removed, the information that he removed?
It was the square footage of the building, the story height, bedroom and bath count, the age, the price per acre, and I believe that was it.
And so, and basically, this document with these list of sales were properties that were sold and the structure that was on them was demolished by the new buyer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there were even at least 2 older sales that were back in 2016 that were vacant lots.
Correct. I believe they were 180 or 386 and 390 for vacant land sales in the neighborhood.
And so then if you look at the next exhibit that Mr. Glasgow had, which was exhibit 12. And that's where he had the sales price, a nominal value, and a land value. Do you see that exhibit?
Yes.
Now again, the demo sales, according to this exhibit 12, has a value of $405,500. Can you explain that value if you can?
Yes, I'm assuming he took, I think, 10 sales out of the 20 that were in 17 and 18. The 15 and 16 were for trending purposes. But that's a median of those sales prices, and they were all demo sales. Here, and then this is where we kind of mix up extraction and the demo sales, which is a direct comparison. He's taken $100,000 with no, I mean, there's no justice. It should not be there. I mean, if he has support for that, I would love to see it. But all these buyers are saying that these houses are totally depreciated. They're tearing them down. And if you look at his exhibit 9 in market extraction, it says there with applicability.
Give him a chance to get to exhibit 9.
Okay.
Okay, now when is market extraction used?
It's used when the contribution of the improvements to the total property value is generally small and relatively easy to identify. In this case, it's not. And the improvements are new, their cost is known, there is little or no depreciation from any causes. That's not true in this case either.
So the sales that were on exhibit 10, all of those sales on exhibit 10, with the structures that were on there, they were not new structures. They were old, fully depreciated houses.
Correct.
And so the market extraction definition that would not apply to what he has on exhibit 12.
That is correct.
And then again, you also have a problem with exhibit 12 because you don't see any support for his nominal value of $100,000.
Correct.
And so now let's go to Mecklenburg County exhibit number 7, which is the residential improvement report.
All right, give us a chance to find that. We're switching to the county's exhibits. I think you said number 7.
Number 7.
Okay, it's entitled Mecklenburg County 2019 Residential Improvement Report.
Yes. Now, this is an 8-page document. I only included 3 pages. I included page 3 of 8, page 4 of 8, and page 5 of 8. Just the tax, Mr. Glasgow's property is on the middle. It's in the middle of the second page, page 4 of 8. You see an arrow where I have it.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. And on the far right, the total values, the county's value of $230,600. Correct, Jeremy?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, the coming in to the left, there's a yard item of $900, which was his deck, and then the land value is $154,000.
Yes. Correct.
Now, so these 3 pages show all the land values of all the properties around his parcel, correct?
Yes.
Now, is any of the land value on any of these 3 pages less than $200,000 that you see?
No, they are not.
In fact, I believe his is the only property that is less than $200,000 in that section area of the neighborhood.
Correct.
Now, let's go to Mecklenburg County Exhibit 8. And that's the qualified sales report for this neighborhood. What exactly is a qualified sales report?
It's an arm's length transaction sale that happened within the neighborhood. And it's everything that's sold in there that's a good sale.
And what is the use of a qualified sales report in the reappraisal process?
We look at this for the consistency throughout the neighborhood, the differences in sales, the different types of sales. We look at this, we gather information based on group sales, and we can determine adjustments for other properties.
And so is this a tool that a statistical tool that the county is able to use to verify the accuracy of the reappraisal process?
Yes. If you look at it at the bottom there, there's a median of 98%, which is, I mean, that's where you want to be. I mean, that's a good number. COD is 3.7, which is showing there's a small amount deviation from the median sale price. And the PRD, the price related differential, is 1%, saying that there's no bias from a high value properties versus low value properties. It's spot on.
So when the median is 98.4%, that means that that based on this qualified sales report of all the sales in the neighborhood, in his neighborhood during 2017 and 2018, qualified sales, that the county's assessed value is 98% of the true value.
That is correct.
And the COD, the coefficient of dispersion of 3.734%, you want a low COD, correct?
That is correct.
That shows that the numbers are tight, there's not extremes.
Yes.
And so basically, the qualified sales report sort of a check and balance on the county's processes and procedures.
Yes, it is.
And included in those processes and procedures is the county's determination that the base lot value for this neighborhood is $384,000.
Yes, and it was derived from the market value, from market sales.
Now, the next exhibit, Exhibit 9.
Hold on one second. Let me ask a question. Where does that figure appear? Is that on one of these documents?
What figure?
The 300 and some thousand base? Did I understand?
The $385,000 base value appears on County Exhibit number 3, which is his property tax card.
Okay, but I thought you said there was something on one of these documents that referenced being close to that or something.
No.
I
My question was
misunderstood you.
that the qualified sales include land improvements and everything, and that basically the qualified sales report with the 98% median indicates that the county's processes, we're getting to true values of these properties.
Okay.
The next exhibit, number 9. Now those are actual. It's a qualified sales report, but it includes just these demolition sales for the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just looking at the top thing, there was a sale on December 19th, 2017 of a vacant lot at 187 North Canterbury Road for $380,000.
Yes, that is correct.
So 12 days before the revow, a vacant lot sold in his neighborhood for $380,000.
Yes. And the fact that all of these here were considered vacant because they were all torn down.
And then there was another parcel that went for $380,000 also on December 19th. Oh, December, this was 2017. So really a year before the revow. And then there was a, further down on Anthony Circle, there was a vacant lot that sold on January 4th, 2017 for $397,500.
Yes.
So, I mean, right there, those are 3 vacant lot sales that support the county's $385,000 base value for this neighborhood.
What are we looking at? Which lots?
We're looking at the first lot, where if you look at the column that says building value.
On which chart? Which one of your pieces?
I'm on exhibit number 9. Exhibit 9, where it says building value 0. The three sales that have building lots of 0 reflect that those were vacant lot sales.
Excuse me, but didn't Mr. Blackwelder just say that all of the ones that have demos on them are considered vacant lot sales?
Mr. Blackwelder, do you want to answer?
You can cross-examine Mr. Blackwelder later. So.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Blackwelder, and we have at least 3 vacant lot sales here. The other sales were sales that were made and the buildings were torn down by the new buyers. Not your understanding?
Yes.
And so the does this document support a value of $385,000 for the base value of the lots in piece 710?
Most definitely. It appears that, I mean, we're kind of low on the land value at 365. If you base that on the median.
The median is 89%.
Yeah. So we're 11% below the median price at 385.
In Exhibit 10 is a landline detail. That's a landline report for this neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
And again, Mr. Glasgow's property is on page 5 of that document, showing that his value is $154,000. And that shows that there were adjustments for size, drainage, and topography.
That's correct.
One moment, please.
Could I strike all the testimony so far?
Well, you can move to do that, but it's going to overrule. I'd overrule it because it's relevant to the how they valued your land price.
Well, I moved to exclude it because they're not talking about 385 versus 300. They're just using everything at 385. Of course, the numbers are going to look right.
Well, it's
Where's the evidence
showing how they arrived at the 385,000 base number.
I agree, but I disagree that they should have. I agree that that's how they arrived at it, but I disagree that should have been the use of the way it should have been used. They should have not used demo sales, and they should have used the extraction method like they would anywhere else.
You made that argument, and you can cross-examine him about it when it's your time.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Blackwelder.
Yes.
did the county use the market approach valuation in determining the values of the parcels in neighborhood 710?
Yes.
And in the course of that, did the county consider what has been termed, and it's really just a matter of semantics, demolition sales or houses that had no value to the new buyer and that were torn down? Did the county consider those types of sales?
Yes, we looked at demo sales, which they have a low contributory value of the improvements to come up with the land value. We also looked at that. Correct.
And in looking at all those demo sales and looking at all sales in general, did the documents support the county's value of $385,000 for the base lot value?
Yes, it did. You can look at it numerous ways. You can use the extraction and come up with that value. You can look at allocation. They're all there. You can look at different variations on the sales reports of new houses, older houses. It all tends to go to that 385.
Now, going back to, I hate to jump around some, but if you go back to exhibit number 7, which is the residential improvement report. The far right column is the total value of the homes in the area around Mr. Glasgow's home, correct?
Yes.
And this is a very affluent, very nice, very desirable neighborhood, correct?
Yes, it is.
These values go, I see they start at $463,000 at the top. And then if you look down, there's $1.5 million property. There's $700,000, $1.4 million. These properties are is very affluent neighborhood.
Correct.
And if you look on these sheets on the residential improvement report, Mr. Glasgow property is the lowest of all the properties on this at $230,600.
Correct.
And I believe if I counted correctly, that on the residential improvement report, there are only 9 houses that, besides Mr. Glasgow's, that are under $400,000 in this neighborhood. All the others on these sheets are more than $400,000 homes.
Correct.
So he has a small house on a small lot in a very nice neighborhood with a lot of very expensive homes around him.
That is correct.
And so would you be surprised to have that there would be $1.5 million value home on a lot that's $385,000? Does that surprise you that the county's base lot value is $385,000?
No, it does not.
Now, and does the county's statistical reports that it ran, the qualified sales report and the other reports, supports the county's values for this neighborhood?
They all do.
And did you personally visit Mr. Glasgow's home?
I did. I was unable to go inside the property. We walked around the garage. We didn't even walk around the house. He only allowed me to walk around the garage, which is pretty much out in the road.
I object. That was excluded information.
Well, I don't think that you denied him the right to get inside the house was excluded.
Oh, I was told that I had every legal right to not have him in the house by themselves.
He's just explaining, Mr. Glasgow, he's just explaining that he went to the property and you wouldn't let him inspect it. So, and you said that in your opinion, you had the right to do that, but he's explaining that he went there.
That was the home part. That was the home part. He could have gone anywhere he wanted And Mr.
Well, you
Salter did go everywhere he wanted.
You can ask him about that when you're cross-examining. Go ahead, Mr. Blackwelder.
Now,
Mr. Adden.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Mr. Blackwelder about the value of the improvements, because we do have them wrong. They are undervalued.
Mr. Adden, I've already ruled we're not going to get into that. That would be a separate procedure.
Well,
we're not going to get into that today. Are you still there, Mr. Adden? Mr. Blackwelder, can you still hear?
I can still hear. Yes.
Mr. Gladden, can you still hear?
Oh, Gladden. My name is Glasgow.
Glasgow. I
That's
keep wanting to call you Mr. Gladden. Excuse me, Mr. Glasgow.
No problem, sir. Yes, I can.
I had
can
someone
hear
in my community that was Mr. Gladden, and I keep getting.
I see you're pressing my age, huh? No problem. But what I wanted to say was that we are experiencing a real large electrical storm right now, and we may all get knocked off. At least Scott and I right now, it's just going off and on. So we hope it doesn't, but I'm just letting you know in advance.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell Ms. Vendette if Mr. Adden is still on, or he didn't have his video, so we only had his audio, but okay. Mr. Adden, we're not getting your audio. How about if you're able to hear me, cut on your video? It appears we don't have either. All right, we'll see if we get him on shortly. If we don't, we may have to take a short break for lunch and let everybody get something and come back to continue if we don't get him on in the next 3 minutes. All right, let's go ahead. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to recess for lunch. We don't have any food in the building here. We're going to get use the vending machines. We think we can do that by 1:45. So if everyone will try to get some lunch and be back, we'll resume at 1:45. That's almost, well, that is 30 minutes. All
Thank
right?
you.
So we'll recess until then, and maybe that storm will pass.
Good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Patel on. He's one of the motions, but we can't do his till Mr. Adden gets back on.
Mr. Adden's here with me.
Okay, Mr. Adden. So you solved that problem. We were trying to figure out what to do and thought maybe you'd go home or whatever, but that's going to work, I think. Mr. Glasgow, can you hear and see us?
I can see Jeremy in a mask and Mr. Adler there also.
That last
And-
one was a lightning strike, took out the power to the building.
Oh, my gracious. Well, we can understand you can't control that, so we appreciate you going over to Mr. Blackwelder's office. And Ms. Rice, can you hear everyone?
Yes, I can hear.
All right. I think we're ready to get back into this case. So, Mr. Adden, Mr. Blackwelder, we can't say on the stand, but you were examining him. So do you want to go ahead and we'll...
Yeah, I have just a few more questions. Mr. Blackwelder, do you agree with Mr. Glasgow's method of valuation for determine the base lot value?
Absolutely not.
And why?
Because if you look at Exhibit 12, we have, he took out half of the demo sales there for that year time period. But if you just look at the ones that are there, they indicate a land value of from 360 to 450,000. He's then taken $100,000 that has no support whatsoever. I'm just pulling that out of the air and going to put it in there. I could put 200 in there. That has no support to come up with his extraction number. It's not appraisal. There's no logic there.
Does his pulling $100,000 off of that compliance with any use tax standards?
No, because he would have to have support for that. You can't just arbitrarily go get a number and make it depreciation off of a house that you have no clue. And if you look at the definition of market extraction, it's when the improvements are new. All these houses were old.
And so they were old houses at value to the new buyer. The buyer was buying not the neighborhood and tearing down the house, and the values, the sale prices that are set forth on Exhibit 12.
Yes, as the sales price. That's what they pay. That supports the market value of the 385. If you look at the land sizes there, they range anywhere from half an acre to, or right around, he took out some other ones, but if you even go back to the other one, there's not that much of a difference. And I adjusted my, the differences in size based on the market sales that I had. He did not do that.
In your opinion, was your base lot value of 300 consistent with the market sales for houses and within 2 years prior to the revaluation date?
Yes, absolutely. And if you look at it the correct way by market extraction and allocation, you will still come up with similar numbers as to where I'm at. They all support the 385.
So how comfortable are you with that $385,000 number?
I'm very comfortable with it. I actually think it's a bit low, but I feel that that's where it should be based on every other sale in the neighborhood.
Do the statistical reports that the county ran in this revaluation process support those values?
Yes, all of them.
Do you believe that there was an adequate number of sales in the neighborhood 2 years prior to the revaluation to support values?
Yes, if you look at the sales grid there, see here, Exhibit 11 of his, which looks at all of the sales. Since 2015, appraisers use time and look at the different adjustments. But if you look at all the sales prices, this market was going up in value since 15. If we have two sales that are 386 and 390 for vacant land in the subject neighborhood, then why would we be lower than that? I mean, because that was in 16, and this market has been going up. If you look at it, it's around probably 6% a year going up since then. And then all the support there for the prior 2 years, there's 20 sales that indicate a value of 385.
So you looked at the vacant land sales in 2016 to show a trend that the market was going up.
Right, exactly. And I feel like I'm very conservative on that land value.
Because if the land value was less than $385,000, then those sales in 2016 would not have occurred at $386,000 and $390,000 for vacant land.
Correct. That's all, I mean, there's 100% support there for the number that we're at.
If you took Mr. Glasgow's method of valuing the property, then his value of 300,000 would be contradicted by those vacant land sales.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at all the sales there, this is the majority of all the sales in that neighborhood. They're all above that, either 385 or they're about, anywhere from 300 to 467,000.
And if you go back to the Mecklenburg County Exhibit 9, right there. If you look at Mecklenburg County 9, the building, the column that says building value, there's 3 zeros. And those are sales 2017 of sale prices of 380,000, 380,000, and 397,500. Those are vacant land sales, correct? Down the building values, the zeros.
we have that indicated as such on this report. Yes.
And so let's look at the very top, the very first entry on Exhibit 9 is 187 North Canterbury Road, a vacant lot that sold for $380,000 in December 2017. Does Mr. Glasgow's base lot value of $300,000 support that?
No, it would not. I mean, I guess kind of what Glasgow, what he's wanting to do. I mean, if we had it, say this, for example, if you had the base at 300,000, he's not going to have a size adjustment. So we're not going to be coming down as far on the land value. I mean, you're just kind of looking at percentages, I think, is the way he's doing this. But the majority of sales and the majority size in this neighborhood is based on the market data at 385. So then I adjust downward for the size, the few lots that were smaller in the neighborhood. There was no adjustment for the ones that were larger. There was no data to support that. I didn't want to arbitrarily just throw a number out there when it fit other sales that had larger lots based on the improved sale.
Did the county's method of evaluation comply with use tax standards?
Yes.
Does the county's method of evaluation comply with methods that you've learned from courses that you've taken at the IAAO?
Yeah.
And how long did the process take for the county to come up with this base lot value?
We spent on this neighborhood in general here. I mean, we spent a few months on this, just analyzing this, making sure this was correct. I've had numerous meetings, numerous phone calls with Mr. Glasgow, and I have had over 100 emails from him. So, and I think every point of contact I've had with him, we've discussed every issue that he's had. And I mean, I just feel that I don't know. He's not understanding an appraisal way of valuing the subject property.
Did you, in your conversations with him, address the issues that he had regarding drainage and topography and the size?
Yes, I feel that we have adequately adjusted for those deficiencies.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Glasgow, you may examine Mr. Blackwelder, ask him questions.
Okay, thanks a lot. I can skip the first question because we've talked many times. You know that, and I know that. Have I had in-person meetings with you and staff as well?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever taken my suggestions?
We've looked at them and looked at the market data and realized that there was no subject matter there.
Did we discuss demo sales particularly?
Yes, numerous times.
Yeah, and we spent a lot of time on the math of it, didn't we? And the numbers that you're saying I excluded are not what are in your P710 report. I'd like to go back and ask you about that because I put it up there before I ever went to my thing. So let me go there.
All right, you want to tell us which exhibit we're dealing with? Is this one of your first pages?
No, this is something, I have to share my screen first. Hold on.
All right, she's going to let you share your screen.
All right, I can't even. Okay, share my screen.
You should be able to now.
All right, here we go. Now I'm going to share I got to open this up. You seeing it? Oh, wrong one.
Yes.
Wrong one. That was the regular PowerPoint, not my presentation. This is it. Now this is the demo sales for P710 summary notice. This is what you used, isn't it, Mr. Blackwelder?
This is a portion of what we use to come up with the land value.
Okay.
Let us identify that. It's Exhibit 11 in your taxpayers exhibit. Exhibit 11.
Now, Mr. Robert, Robert made a big deal out of the fact that I had excluded columns, and none of those were important to the demo sales price, were they? The only columns that are really effective are these columns right in the middle, the prices, right?
No, sir.
No. This is your work.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But if you look at what you have there right at the top,
yeah,
it has been adjusted to show notes on one page by removing non-relevant columns when I would say they were totally relevant when valuing demo sales.
Isn't the main thing you determine demo sales from the land price is the sale price? Isn't that the main ingredient?
Well, that paired, when you look at it and you can trend it throughout the neighborhood and you have all the sizes of these houses that sold, the price, the story height, the 3 bedrooms, so you can get a good, clear indication what they're actually tearing down. They're not tearing down new houses. They're tearing down old houses that have little to no depreciation.
Okay. I don't think so. I think it's perfectly appropriate for me to look at it and say, this is your work, and primarily the numbers you picked up were based on these sale prices. Now, I did the same thing. Maybe my number's a little off. Maybe it's really 125,000. Maybe it's 150. We don't know because you removed those things when the appraisal came out. I could not have access to them. Okay. So you say that I took away. What did I take away?
Well, you took away those 3 columns, but we need to look and see where's our support for that data. And you just said there is no support for that $100,000 adjustment that you made on.
I did not say there was no support. You saying that?
Right, let him finish his answers before you ask another question.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're going to be talking over each other, and we won't get.
Okay. Sorry.
You just said that nominal fee of 100,000 on Exhibit 12 could be anything. Could be 150. You just said that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't have anything to support it. I have lots to support it. The thing that supports it is the market extraction amount. That's what supports it. And all of the homes in this neighborhood, you made a statement before that they were all old houses and fully depreciated. What's fully depreciated mean?
In this neighborhood?
Yeah.
It means that they had an EYB of 1980. And that's as low as I depreciated them, because to get the balance between houses, because there were some houses that were not torn down, but they paid that same amount and they totally remodeled them. And then there are homes that sold and they raised.
I understand.
All that value would have been attributable.
My point,
when you get that balance of EYB, because that's what we're saying. We're saying that the contributory value of these homes is less because their land value is so high.
Okay. Let me make a comment that I tried to explain EYB and
If he has a question, he can ask a question. This isn't time for him to make comment.
You make comments.
Mr. Glasgow, you're cross-examining, you're acting as your own attorney now yourself. You're cross-examining Mr. Blackwelder. When you get to the point of your case where you want to make an argument, you can.
Okay, let's go to a woman named Mrs. Somerville. Are you familiar with Mrs. Somerville?
Am I familiar with her? I've heard the name.
You know her, right? Do you remember the exercise that we had one day where we put together and proved what the building value was for her lot?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that we spent hours on it and we couldn't get it exactly right? It was a few pennies off?
Object. I'm going to object to it. Miss Somerville had a PTC case. He settled it with Miss Somerville, and the property tax commission entered an order settling agreeing to the value of Somerville, and the county agreed to. We don't need to go into trying Miss Somerville's case that's been resolved.
I'm not talking about her case.
All right, Mr. Glasgow, that case is not before us, so let's move on to something else.
None of the things that have been presented by the appraiser's office are part of this argument. All those are statements that they made, have not been presented. They're not evidentiary. Not necessarily. They're not.
You can make those arguments in your closing argument, but right now you're cross-examining Mr. Blackwell. That's what we're doing right now.
All right, let me do this. I asked him how would he determine depreciation when it was depreciated, because he used the statement depreciated. So how would you do that? That it was fully depreciated?
Well, if you fully depreciate something, I mean, you're kind of looking at the effective age and the actual age built, kind of like your house. We have 1981 as the year built and 1981 as the effective age. So we're ultimately saying there that the house hasn't had any upfits or any improvements made since the actual year built. And also in this, I mean, we're saying with that EYB, the contributory value, I mean, on most houses in the neighborhood contribute little because they're a full valuable lot.
That's an assumption you're making, but I'm not sure it's correct. You talked about my value. What is my value for my building?
Mr. Glasgow, you can ask him questions, but your arguments come at a later stage.
Okay. All right. What is my value there, since you brought it up? Building value. It's roughly 75,000. Okay. Now, my house is not fully depreciated. A fully depreciated thing would be almost nothing, but it's still worth 75,000 to you. Okay. Now, are you happy with that?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think
so. So my house is not.
Let him answer, Mr. Glasgow. Let him finish his answer. Go ahead, Mr. Blackwelder.
I feel that the value is low on this property that of yours. I mean, for one, we're missing the upstairs and we can see it in the video. And two, that I think we have more than enough adjustment for the deficiencies of your lot.
That's not what question was. What the question was, when is my house fully depreciated? It's at 75 right now.
Well, in mass appraisal, I mean, we have when it would be fully depreciated would be based on its economic life.
So my house is not valuable?
Yeah, we're valuing your property.
Not the property, the house now.
We're valuing your house.
All right, we're talking about, we're not getting into the property value. We're dealing with the land value. So let's try to stick with your contention about the 300,000 base price versus the 385,000. And let's confine the questions, Mr. Glasgow, to help us with that issue.
All right, let's go to this. I'm going to read you, I don't remember the exhibit number, but it's the North Carolina Department of Revenue Appeals Handbook. And I would like you to tell me what that means, okay? Page 39, highest and best use. Any discussion of market value would be incomplete without acknowledging the important role of principle of highest and best use. Highest and best use is defined as that which is legally permitted, is physically possible, is economically feasible, and would bring the greatest net return to the owner. In the majority of instances, the highest and best use of the property is its present use. So most cases, the present highest and best use is the present use. Want to answer? What do you think that means?
Well, I think in your neighborhood, when you have older houses, I feel that they don't contribute to the full potential of the lot. So that's why multiple, as we look, over 30 people are saying the same thing. They're tearing down the old houses and adding new $1.5 million houses on them.
I disagree, but go ahead. I've got something else here I want to read to you on the next page. Section C on page 40. Uniform schedule of values, standards, and rules to be used appraising real property at its true value and its present use value are prepared for and sufficiently detailed to enable those marketing appraisers to adhere to them in appraising real property. Then it goes on to say at paragraph 3, or number 3, the manual resulting from these values, standards, and rules is commonly referred to as simply the county's standards of values. And it has to be used, and it is to be used as the basis for valuing all property during all years of the appraised cycle. Okay. Do you have an appeals hand? Do you have does the county have a standards and manual book, values books?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Does it say anywhere in it that there's something called demo sales? That's a method to doing it. Does it say, okay, one question at a time, sorry.
Can you repeat your first question, I guess?
Does it say anywhere in your standards and values that demo sales is an appropriate thing to use?
Yes, because I mean it's a direct sales comparison. I mean that's say when we have the absence of vacant land sales, the typical buyer in that neighborhood is buying an older property, tearing it down, and using it as such to build a 1.5 million or more dollar house on it.
You keep saying the same thing, but what I'm trying to say is, and I got to get my bearings again here. You're saying that your rule book doesn't say demo sales, and it's an interpretation that you've made from your rule book. Is that correct?
Well, that's what it is. I mean, it's a direct sales comparison.
Are the words
like I just explained? That's why I keep explaining it, because it sounds like we're beating a dead horse.
All right.
The question is, does the term demo sales appear in the schedule of values, Mr. Blackwelder?
Yes, it does.
Where?
On the sales, the table of sales validity of codes.
Yeah.
And it says demo sale.
But does it say the validity of the sale? I mean, it says it's under something called validity of the sale. Under the appraisal methods, does it appear? You have a list in your book of appraisal methods.
I don't believe it says demo sales.
Okay.
Other than the way.
Does it even define market extraction?
Object.
It's a question.
That's a known appraisal technique.
That's right, but is it in your manual?
Clearly, you are using wrong because you can't even follow the definition in your.
The question is, Mr. Blackwelder, is it in the manual? And then you can explain.
I believe it is in there.
I don't think it is, but I quoted earlier the the market value, market extraction method from the appraisal real estate handbook, which is the most competent source in which you guys have showed me before to justify your using of the of demolition. It showed demolition, talked about demolition. And in that book, it's clear that there's market extraction as a method.
Mr. Glasgow, you're arguing again your point.
Okay.
You need to ask questions,
Sorry.
and we're going to wrap this up shortly, and you can make your argument in your closing presentation. Any other questions?
So would you agree that market extraction is taking the value of the sale and subtracting the building value, the appreciated building value, if you wish, to arrive at the value of the property, of the land? Would you agree to that?
Hang on. Yes, I would. Let's see here. Your Exhibit 9, market extraction. To estimate an estimate of depreciation of cost of improvements deducted from the total sales price of the property to arrive at land value. Applicability. Applicability. This technique is most applicable when, listen to these two, the contributing of the improvements to total property value is generally small and relatively easy to identify. You didn't do that.
Well,
the improvements are new. Their cost is known, and there is little or no depreciation from any causes. And then here, limitations. The appraiser must be able to determine the value contribution of the improvements estimated at their depreciated cost. This is right out of the handbook. This is out of an appraisal manual.
Okay. If I was to tear down my house, what would you value my land at?
Well, that's hypothetical, and let's not go into that. I think we've gone through a lot of this, and so let's move on to your next question, Mr. Glasgow.
So in your schedule of values, there's no mention of demo sales. And if you look real quickly I think I put it in here, the schedule of values is part of the rules, but there's a thing called how to value property. And it starts out with kind of like a direct sales, and then it goes into abstraction and all that stuff, but it never mentions market extraction. It goes into abstraction, which is when you don't have any properties that sold, so you take them from another neighborhood and put them in here.
I don't hear
Now,
the question.
do you disagree that it's there or not? Do you agree that market extraction is even in your manual?
It should be.
It should be. That's right. I agree with that.
I don't know.
All right, let's I don't see we're gaining anything with this line of questioning, Mr. Glasgow. You made your points. He's made his. Let's
hang on.
see if you can move on to something else.
Page 51, direct sales comparison, allocation, and abstraction. Yes, it's in our appraisal manual to answer your question.
Wait a minute. What did you just read? Say it again.
Page 51.
What does it say?
This method is also used in
Which method?
Abstraction method.
Not abstraction, extraction.
This methodology is used in neighborhoods where there is not enough vacant sales for the direct sales comparison approach to be used.
What is the word you read?
Examine newer construction sales in these neighborhoods and then subtract the depreciated cost value of the improvements in order to arrive at a residual land value. The cost residual report in AssessPro has been developed specifically to assist the staff appraisers with this process. Page 51 of our schedule of values.
That is what is called as abstraction. not market extraction. It's abstraction, where you extract from another neighborhood.
Mr. Glasgow, you're
Is it
arguing
not?
with the witness. You can ask him questions, but we've covered all this. Now,
Do you-
we're
one
familiar
last
with it.
question.
So move on to something else, Mr. Glasgow.
I am. Will you show me anywhere in your rules and manuals where it actually says market extraction, market extraction, not abstraction, but extraction?
If you look at different appraisal manuals, some say extraction and some say abstraction. I've noticed the similarities of both in throughout appraisal in my 20 years in this business.
So you're saying they're the same, but no, there's really no mention of market extraction.
Go ahead.
Yes, the times that I've seen them, they've been talking about the same thing.
So, but it's not in your manual.
Page 51, 1.2, 3.
Mr. Glasgow, he's answered that question. Move on, please, sir.
Okay, I'm done.
All right.
I would like to be able to make a closing argument, big time.
Well, you'll have a chance. We're not through with the county's presentation yet. You'll have a chance to make your argument. And Mr. Adden, do you have any redirect for Mr. Blackwelder?
Just a few questions on that last point. Mr. Blackwelder, you were reading from page 51 of the 2019 Schedule of Values for Mecklenburg County, the 2019 reappraisal, correct?
Yes.
And the 2019, the Schedule of Values, which were approved by the Board of County Commissioners, has a method, the market abstraction method, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you look at Mecklenburg County Exhibit 9, which is at the top of the report, it says in handwriting, demo report. Did you use the market abstraction method to determine these and looking at these land values?
I would have looked at it as a direct sales comparison. Because once you employ the extraction technique, you're disregarding the appraisal theory.
On Exhibit 9, there are 3 sales that were vacant land sales, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And there are 14 other sales where there's actually some building value there. And
Yeah.
so to support a land value, a base lot value of $385,000, you abstract out the improvement.
Yes, out of the newer constructed houses, correct.
And that's called for in the Schedule of Values.
Yes.
And so when we use the term demo sale, it's really just semantics as to whether it's a demo sale or market abstraction method.
Yeah, because to me, I believe that the demo sales is a direct comparison. It's kind of like you're looking at a sales approach, valuing a property. If you're doing a vacant lot and you have houses in there that have been demoed, that would be used as your sale, as vacant land. They're saying that there's no contributory value at the time of sale for the building.
No further questions.
Can I have one more question?
Yes, you're entitled to ask him questions about what he just testified, not to go back into other things, but just to do his testimony.
Okay, fine. Got where I was going. Hold on. I had a question, now I can't think of it. It had to do with this exact issue. Are you familiar with other reference books like the 14th edition? Jeremy?
This one right here?
Yeah, great big book, right?
Yes.
What does it show are the values, are the types of methods to use in praising real estate?
object. We've gone over this numerous times.
Yes, Mr. Glasgow, let's just confine your questions to Mr. Blackwelder, what he just testified to that Mr. Adden asked him.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do. You're still sharing my screen. I'll show you where it's at because it's a note in my thing at the bottom. No, it's up here. All right, I'll ask another question. What does it mean when the use changes?
We've been over those things. That was not about what he just testified to, Mr. Glasgow.
Can I ask a question, sir?
No.
I can't ask a question like that?
No. You're on. Mr. Adden offered his rebuttal testimony after you cross-examined him, and now you have a chance to ask him questions about what Mr. Adden just asked him on redirect.
Okay, I'm done.
All right. Mr. Adden, do you have another witness?
No, but I would offer into evidence Mecklenburg County Exhibits 1 through 13.
All right. Any objection to those exhibits, Mr. Glasgow?
No, if I can enter into evidence my exhibits.
We've got yours in except for the ones I excluded.
Didn't he just ask for a new documents to be entered?
These are ones that have been presented to us.
Okay, they're only the ones, he's not asking for a new document to be presented, to be entered, right?
These are not new. These are the ones that you've had.
Okay, my mistake.
All right, just a second. We've got Mr. Guest wants to ask a question.
Mr. Blackwelder, I just have one question for you.
Sure.
Person buys a property and then they apply for a demolition permit, demolish the property.
Yep.
And you're arriving at the land cost after that process of thinking. Do you take into consideration what the cost they paid to demolish the building when you're arriving at the site?
No, I did not, but it's minimal. It's $5,000.
He's asked a question to Mr. Blackwelder.
I'm sorry. I thought he asked me. I thought he said
I'm
Mr.
sorry, I didn't.
It's to Mr. Blackwelder.
Mr. Guest is asking Mr. Blackwelder this question.
We've looked at that and analyzed that, and it can be looked at two different ways. But no, we just figure that into a site preparation. So we don't add it or subtract it. We call the sale what it is.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Okay, then you've rested your case also, Mr. Adden?
Yes, Your Honor. Mecklenburg County rest.
All right, Mr. Glasgow, you have an opportunity if there's anything new that we haven't covered or excluded, but we're not going to go back into anything we've already hashed. We will let you have an opportunity to argue your case, and Mr. Adden will have an opportunity to argue his case.
Why don't we just go to that?
All right. Well, you get to go. You get to go first, if you'd like.
What if I want to go second?
Well, you actually can let Mr. Adden go first, and then you can follow him up.
Perfect. I'll do that.
I'll let him go first, Your Honor.
Well, I think under court, Mr. Adden, he gets to go first and last, so he's waived the first and let you go, and then you finish up. Most of the time, people don't ask to go twice. Let's do it that way and see if we can move it along.
I'm confused, Your Honor.
You go first, Mr. Glasgow.
Wait a minute, Mr. Adden. That's not what I said. He wanted to defer under normal trial techniques. The plaintiff or taxpayer appellate would be able to go first and last in his argument. Most people waive that. So he waives opening, then you'd be up. So you go ahead and then he can follow up.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'm gonna move up here, change places with Jeremy and try to maintain a little bit of social distancing here. I'm gonna take off my mask. I'm gonna try.
Just a minute, let's get the screen cleared, so that we don't, okay, we're good now. Go ahead.
First of all of my previous arguments about his not being an appraiser, coming up with his own method evaluation, not using USPAP standards and all that applies. I won't repeat myself, but I do not think the commission should just accept his method evaluation. Now, let me get to the issue of the support for the county's base value of $385,000. If you look at the county's exhibits, if you look at exhibit number 9, exhibit number 9 at the top in handwritten says demo report. And what that really is a market abstraction method of determining the value of land. Now, the county's base value of $385,000 is supported by this document and also supported by Mr. Glasgow's exhibit number 12 that I'll get to also. The point is that if you look at the county exhibit 9, in December 19, 2017, 2 vacant lots were sold for $380,000 in this neighborhood. Right there, 2 vacant lots, $380,000 were sold. And then on January 5th, 2017, a vacant lot, or actually it had $100 worth of yard items, was sold for $397,500. Those 3 sales right there support the county's value of $385 for base lot. But if you look at all these other sales that were on exhibit 9 are basically a market abstraction method where you have a sale price, you take out the value of the real property to get to the land value. And all of these support a land value of over $385,000. This neighborhood is one of those neighborhoods where you have older homes and newer homes. If you look at county exhibit number 7, county exhibit number 7 is a residential improvement report. And if you look at exhibit 7, you see the range of values of houses in this area. You see the age of the houses. There's a column that says actual year built. The first one on McElway Road was built in 2002. And that 2002 home has a value of $477,100. And then you go on down, and there's some properties that were built in 2014 of over $1 million. So you have homes that are very new and $1 million homes, and then you have some 1957 homes in the $500,000 and $600,000 value. It's not uncommon for neighborhoods like this to have a wide range of value. And so, but if you look at this, so I want to make sure that the commission understands the makeup of this neighborhood. They're old houses, they're new houses, and what's valuable about this neighborhood is the land. The land in this neighborhood is extremely valuable, as shown by these sales. And again, if you look at Mr. Glasgow's exhibit 12 and take away the nominal value of $100,000, because there is absolutely no appraisal testimony, no appraisal data to support his $100,000 value, nominal value. What we have here on his exhibit 12 is these 10 homes. He has bought these homes for the purpose of demolishing the improvement, tearing it down, and whether you call it abstraction or extraction or demo, it's all one and the same. They bought the lot and the home, they demolished it. To the buyer, there was no value to the improvement. They wanted the land. And what were those prices? 385,000, 455,000, 413,500, 432,500, 365,000, 467,000, 364,000, 360,000, 397,500, $450,000. People were spending over $400,000. He says 405,500. I guess that's the average. Spending $405,000 for a lot, tear down the house so that they can then build a much newer, modern house that then is going to have a value close to $1 million perhaps. And so there is ample evidence to support the county's base value of $385,000. Mr. Glasgow has the worst lot in the neighborhood. There's no question about that. If you look at his lot, his is the worst in the neighborhood. It is small, it has drainage issues, it has topography issues. But the county has taken all of that into account. And that's why his lot is valued at $154,000 and all, because we did take into account his concerns. Mr. Blackwelder had over 100 emails with Mr. Glasgow, numerous conversations, and they've gone round and round. But we believe that the county spent years adopting its methods to come up with the values for base lot values. It used USPAP standards, it used certified appraisers, and adopting a methodology that does not comply with USPAP standards, does not have any appraisal data to support it, is simply wrong. We ask that the commission uphold the value of $230,600. Thank you. Don't tell me.
Is anybody there?
Yeah.
Just you and me, I think.
I know. Don't tell me I got to repeat myself.
Well, you're in the right. I don't know what happened to them.
I'm the court reporter. I'm still here.
Excuse me.
Did you hear all of what I said?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
we
did.
heard everything. I had my mic muted during the argument, so I've unmuted it. Now it's Mr. Glasgow's time to respond and make his presentation.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to go share my screen again. It's not letting me share anything.
Yeah, I'll let him share it, the exhibit, since he doesn't have the same exhibits we do.
You're now the presenter. Okay, there
You should be able to share it now.
I got it now. Trying to locate where I'm at. All right. First of all, I rebut everything that was just said. I think it's just a lot of words and not much meaning, but that nevertheless is what it is. And what
I'm going to object to his derogatory comments about opposing counsel.
I didn't hear derogatory comments. I don't think it's anything derogatory, so let's move on.
Okay, thank you. We talked about this slide, and it was admitted. And I'm going to bring it up again. 1, 2, and 3 all valued at $385,000. Lots of reasons why these lots are splittable and can be made into more lots. But if they were all 385, which one would you choose? You would choose the largest lot. Determining land values, This is where I brought up the whole situation, and demo sale is not mentioned. I stand by that. This is the market extraction definition from page 365. This is what is market extraction. It doesn't say anything about depreciated. It doesn't say anything about old houses or new houses. It says the estimate of the depreciated cost of the improvement is deducted from the sale price of the property to arrive at the land value. It doesn't say anything about what they're talking about. Let me go to this one now. This was one of my biggest points that I think is absolutely true, is that the definition in the 14th edition manual about highest and best use is very clear that the use has to change before you can demolish and not count the value. Very clear. Furthermore, the North Carolina budget, let me just go through here. So this is what North Carolina Department of Revenue says. It says clearly, it appeals handbook agrees with my assertions. In the majority of instances, the highest and best use of the property is its present use. When a house is demolished, and I got to say it again, there is no change in usage. Had the usage gone to building, commercial apartment or something other higher, yes, they would absolutely do it that way. But this in your own book, in the North Carolina book, says that not to do that. Reviewing 2017 to 18, there were 60 lot sales. 21 were demolished, but 39 were not. This means 39 families bought the properties to live in the houses. Those buyers felt the improvements and land was worth the price paid. Had they been teardowns, the building value would have also been zero and ignored. It's not logical to tax this parcel on building and land for all these years, and then because it's demolished at some builders wanting to do that, they bought the house with both of them, and the demo sales is arbitrary and unfair. That's my major point. This chart, I think I've proved that these numbers that are in here, they keep talking about other numbers, but when they say it's all correct, yes, if it's 385, but it's wrong, all wrong if it's 300,000. And that's what I'm trying to show, is that it's all wrong because it's 300,000. You can't tell me that that wouldn't be the case. As to the nominal value, all houses have a building value before they are sold. All of these were not vacant lots. Most of them were real houses on it. I know it because I've walked it for days. So those real houses had to have had some kind of a value, but they choose to ignore that in their calculations. So what I did was I did an extraction method, and I took a nominal number. There was no values in this whole neighborhood, and you could look at them up on that chart of all the sales. There was none of them that had a building value less than $100,000, probably none less than $125,000. So this is what I think it should be again, 300,000, and these are the adjustments. The worst thing with their adjusted sales prices is they don't make any negative, they don't give any positive numbers to the subject. It's all 385. It's from 0.35 acre to 1.015 acre, all the same value, 385. Yet all over the county, they adjust for bigger and lower sales, proving that they're incorrect. They're talking about sales they've got, and here I got 5 of them that show that the demo sales only yields 275,000 here, 262 here, and this one here, 283.5. Not 385, not anywhere close to it. These are the actual values, and this is how far off the demo sales are. Now, I recognize they're absolutely from another year, but so are the ones that they were talking about, those sales, just a month later, a month earlier.
These are sales that were not admitted into evidence because they were.
Yes, Mr. Glasgow.
And I got to
Mr.
object to
Glasgow,
that.
all right, Mr. Glasgow, you can't argue things that we didn't admit into evidence.
Okay, so they get to say whatever they want. I can't even point this out. I mean, if they were right, they would still be wrong. They would show the difference. These are sales.
Mr. Glasgow, listen to me. Those are not admissible, so you're not allowed to argue them in your closing argument. Okay?
Okay, I won't argue them. I'm just asking everybody to look at them. Thank you. Next. They talked about they talked about it, and I couldn't speak to it before because they wouldn't let me talk about adjusted sale. I mean, actual year built and effective year built, but they brought it up now, so I feel like I can talk about it if I can just find where I'm at.
Again, he's getting into materials that were not admitted into evidence.
I'm not there yet. I'm just looking for it.
All right, let's Mr. Glasgow, you've got to stick, your argument has got to stick to what is admissible in evidence.
Did they admit actual year built and effective year built? That's all I want to talk about. Did they not talk about that?
There was a general conversation, but we excluded what you had in your exhibits.
I'm very sorry, but I really think that if they can talk about it, I should be able to talk about it because.
Well, you're talking about two different concepts, so.
But they can talk about it, but I can't. But, you know, it doesn't make sense because of the fact that if I could do this, I could show you that all of these homes have an effective year built from 1914 to 1979.
Mr. Glasgow.
They all have a building effective year built of 1980. If they did those on an individual basis and looked at them individually, this would be impossible. Also, there are three other groupings, 1990, 2000, and 2010. Again, equally impossible if they were evaluated on an individual basis, but they weren't. So therefore, they should be considered meaningless. Moving on. This is an effective year built here that shows that the value would have been 77 before the effective year, and it became 135 after they put their effective year in. But
Again,
this is a 1954 house, and it has a value for the building.
Mr. Glasgow, wait a minute. Let me listen to Mr. Adden. He's making an objection. Let me rule on it, then you can.
What he is talking about, what he is showing on the screen are pages 4 of 8 and pages 5 of 8, which were not admitted into evidence. Page 2 of 8 through page 6 of 8 was not, or no, through page 8 of 8 was not admitted into evidence. And it was not admitted.
All right,
You cannot argue those things that we did not admit. So you need to move on, please.
Was this something that was that's on the screen now? Was this something that was there?
Yes, it was admitted. It was excluded.
And was this?
Yes, that was excluded.
I thought I was allowed to talk about the land value.
Well, those exhibits were excluded.
Did I not talk about the land value and point it out here?
They were excluded, Mr. Glasgow. Those were exhibits. You need to be able to find the exhibits so you know which ones were excluded.
Everything I want to show you is excluded and everything else is okay, but that's all right. I get it. The bottom line.
Your comments won't help you, Mr. Glasgow.
Sorry?
Your comments won't help you.
I'm sorry.
I have to rule according to the rules of evidence and the way we conduct hearings and trials.
I understand that, Your Honor.
And you may not understand it, but I've been very lenient with you, and more so than I would be with someone who was an attorney. So please go ahead and try to wrap up your closing argument.
Okay, my argument is very simple. 385 is way too high for the neighborhood. Oh, here's one. I forgot about him. I don't think this was excluded. Oh, not that one. This one I talked about, and it was not excluded. But here you have lot 1 is 4.452 acres, and it's valued at 327.6. This one is valued at 0.478, value of 321, not 385, but right across the street. There's one that's in P710 that's valued at 385. That's got to count for some kind of a problem here with the values, and that's one of the things I want to bring up. And then I'm going to go back and tell you what the real closing argument is that I believe, just like the book that I quoted to you, and just like their book says, that they are following made up things that are not necessarily the correct way to appraise properties. And they're making lots of mistakes, and that's why we're in this situation now. But the primary one is the fact that they're using this, what I call an unauthorized method of determining land value, demo sales. The land use did not change. Had it changed, then they could use what they're doing, but it did not change. It's still single family homes. All those 60 homes that I showed you on the sales report, they all were bought. I don't know if I read that to you, but I need to. No. Here it is. Reviewing the sales from 2017 to 2018, there were 60 sales. 21 were demolished, but 39 were not. Just because they were demolished shouldn't mean the land value had no value, the building had no value, because it does. This means that 39 families bought the properties to live in the houses. Those buyers felt the improvements and land was worth the price paid. Had they been tear downs, the building would have been ignored. It's just not logical to tax a parcel for years, and then when it's demolished, say the improvement that was on it had no value. They just taxed it the year before, and now they say it doesn't have any value. Start all over. Okay, that, and then couple it with the size adjustments that are wrong, that I feel are totally unfair, and that because there are none for the this is the current size piece, the base lot value and size adjustments. 0.35 to 1.105 base, 385. No negative adjustment, no positive adjustments for any of those size lots. That's a heck of a range that shouldn't be there. And then they do have adjustments for them. This is mine in particular, 308. Looks familiar. So I'm back to the same argument. No use change, no demo sales. It's just that simple. I'm finished. You still here? You just thinking?
Thank you. I muted during the argument. Excuse me. We will now go into executive session and we'll deliberate, and when we reach a decision, we will be back with you. So
today?
Going off the record. Yes, okay. Right now.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Benda, would you?
Jeremy, you did a great job. You really did. I thought you did a great job.
Everybody that we need. Hey, hold on one second. We're not quite there. Ms. Rice, we see. Ms. Rice, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, we think we have everybody. Okay, the commission has deliberated in this matter, and the vote was unanimous to uphold the county's value of $230,600. Mr. Glasgow, you made a novel argument, and it was very interesting, but the county then came back and justified their value as to how they arrived at the $385,000 base value. And so we have ruled in their favor. But we know you spent a lot amount of time on this, and we know, I'm sure, that you, in your own mind, are convinced as to your methods, but we have to go by what the evidence and what we have before us. And so we've ruled in the county's favor. And of course, you always have the opportunity to appeal if you're dissatisfied with our decision. But we appreciate all the time and effort that you put in it. We appreciate everybody today's patience. And obviously, these types of hearings, they're a little bit more challenging than our live in-person hearings, which we hope to get back to as soon as this COVID-19 crisis will let us. But thank y'all very much. Let me ask the other people on the line. We're trying to figure out the rest of the afternoon schedule. This case went more than the 2 hours we had initially allotted to it, but we have to give everybody an opportunity to present their case and the county to respond. Mr. Phillips?
Yes, sir.
This is Robert Adden. Can we have a frank discussion with Mr. Phillips and the commission about his case? Because so much of his case was exactly the same as Mr. Glasgow's case, with one additional point that I want to make. But
well, I'm planning on doing that because obviously we don't want to recover everything. We can take judicial notice of the things that have been already covered and let Mr. Phillips present his evidence and admit it into evidence, and then see if we can confine it to the differences. We'll just have to see how it will go. I want to tell the Sinks that there's a possibility we may not be able to finish or get to your case today. Are the Sinks on?
They are.
Okay, I think I heard you say yes. So as soon as we can make a determination, I'll let you know. Then if we can't get to it today, it will either be first thing in the morning. We don't have any other cases scheduled in the morning. We have some administrative things, but or it will be continued to our next session, which would be in August. I think we would try to work it in so we could get it in the August session.
Excuse me.
Hold on. Different people are talking. I think I heard Ms. Sink. Ms. Sink, let me ask you if you had something you wanted to say.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to do the hearing in August. I'm going to be back at school in law school full time, and so I will be unable to be present or be part of the argument. And we have it fully prepared, woke up at 7 a.m. and things such as that. So we would appreciate resolving it as soon as possible.
All right, we'll see if we can get it today, or if not, are you available in the morning?
Yes, if it would be like close to when we get on, because obviously we didn't expect it to take this long for the other things. If it would be one of the first thing on the docket.
It would be the first thing.
Yes, sir.
And we might even decide to go a little early if it works out for the parties.
9 a.m. would probably be the time that we could start. I don't think we could go earlier than 9, but 9 would be good for us tomorrow.
All right, Ms. Scotton, let me ask you, are you still on?
Mr. Chairman, Robert Adden again. in light of the court's ruling in Glasgow, I intend to make a motion at the beginning of the Mr. Phillips case that might shorten that case considerably.
Well, we will see, but let me see if I can talk to the Sink case, so they're aware of what's going on. Is Ms. Scotton, the attorney for Randolph County on? Okay. Ms. Scotton, if you can hear me, please respond. All right, while we're waiting for her, we'll see if we can get her on. Mr. Adden, let's wait till we get into that case and then we'll hear from you. We've got to give Mr. Phillips the opportunity to present his case. Obviously, to the extent that it reflects on this case and the things that we've covered, we'll try to shorten those as how it is based upon our ruling in the Glasgow case. But for anything that's different, we have to give him an opportunity to present why he thinks his appraisal is incorrect the way the county did it. Ms. Scotton, are you on yet? All right, I'm going to go ahead and we'll get in. We do have Mr. Adden. Let me ask you, we have two motions, one of which Mr. Patel has been on. I don't know if he's still on. Do you know how long that might take? You're muted, Mr.
I'm sorry, five or 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. I believe Mr. Patel is an untimely to the BER case, and the Black case is an untimely to the PTC case.
All right.
And I would be, well, I'd be glad to hear him tomorrow if you wanted to, but.
Well, they're not going to take long, so let's, while we're waiting and see if we get Ms. Scott and see about the timing of that, we're going to get to Mr. Phillips' case. Let me see if we can, Mr. Patel, are you on?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I had to grab these other files. What was that?
I'm trying to see if Mr. Patel is on. All right, let's so we can't do that one yet, Mr. Adden.
You want to do the Black one?
All right, let's do the Black one. That shouldn't take but just a little bit. So let's call the matter of 19 Property Tax Commission 412 from Mecklenburg County, Scott Black and Michelle Black. And it's here on a motion to dismiss filed by Mecklenburg County. There had not been any contact, I understand, from the Blacks. Mr. Pelfrey, is that your understanding?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
We have not seen them show up on our virtual meeting today, so I assume they're not here. So, Mr. Adden, you may go ahead with your motion.
Yes, this is a motion to dismiss that was filed on June 2nd, 2020. The motion is supported by an affidavit of Brooke Millard. This involves Mecklenburg County tax parcel 223-43222, which is property located at 6344 Shining Rock Court in Charlotte. The Scott and Michelle Black are the owners of the property. They appealed the 2019 value to the Board of Equalization and Review. On June 19th, 2019, the BER considered the appeal and determined the value of the property to be $410,700. A written decision of the BER was prepared and mailed to the taxpayers on July 22nd, 2019. The affidavit of Brooke Millard, which is attached to the motion, confirms that the date of mailing was July 22nd, 2019. Ms. Millard is project manager for South Data, which is a third-party vendor that mails out notices and BER decisions for Mecklenburg County.
she reviewed the batch of decisions that were mailed on July 22nd, and the blank decision was in that batch. And she confirms that the date of mailing was July 22nd, 2019. As the commission well knows, the statutes require an appeal to the commission be made within 30 days of the date of mailing. So we've established the date of mailing. The 30 days from July 22nd was Wednesday, August the 21st, 2019. Upon information and belief, the taxpayer filed a notice of appeal with the PTC on August 22nd, 2019. I say upon information and belief because that is information that we got from the Department of Revenue and their records. They're the ones that say the date of filing was August 22nd, 2019. So since the appeal was received more than 30 days, then the Property Tax Commission does not have jurisdiction, and we would request that the appeal be dismissed for lack of jurisdiction.
All right, we have the motion here. Nobody's here for Mr. and Mrs. Black. Mr. Adden says that the appeal was late, and therefore, under the cases, we have no jurisdiction to hear the appeal, and he's filed a motion to dismiss. Questions from any of the commissioners? Mr. Pelfrey, the date of receipt, if you show.
Mr. Chairman, the date of receipt, the date of filing for the notice of appeal was July 22nd, 2019. There is contained in the folder a priority mail envelope that has a label of some origin on it that says 8/22/19 was when it was mailed. So we're actually showing it mailed that day.
All right.
We're showing it filed that day, the day that it was mailed.
Which is outside the 30 days.
Correct.
All right. Do I have a motion? A motion from Vice Chairman Wheeler to grant the motion to dismiss filed by Mecklenburg County. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, second. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of granting the motion, say aye. 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 So we have no jurisdiction or discretion in these matters, and so that's the only ruling that we could rule. All right, Mr. Patel, before us, do we know? Well, he doesn't have either one. Ask him if he's got his personal phone, if he can log in, and if he's got a iPhone or something like that, he may see if he can do that. If you can have him communicate to him, or I guess he can hear me. Mr. Patel, we'll try to get to your case. We don't think it should take long. If you can log in, but we are going to be able, we need to be able to hear you, or at least to see you, because you have an opportunity to respond to the county's motion. Well, he'll have to try to go on the Zoom, I think, won't it? I mean, the WebEx.
Not sure that there's a phone number for the WebEx meeting, but there is a phone in the room, and that can be played through the microphone.
All right. Can we send him the login information like these other people used?
I believe he's got it. It's just that his computer does not have a camera or a microphone, so he can watch it.
All right. Ask him if you can hear me, Mr. Patel. See if you can use your. If you have an iPhone or any phone that's capable of accessing the internet, see if you can use the same login information that you used on your computer, and see if that will give you voice and hopefully video, but at least voice. If not, we'll let you, we'll go on to this other matter and then see if we can get you on the phone, and we'll pause and, oh, he can't log in. Ask him if he can call in, and we'll pause this hearing and go ahead and do that when we can get him on the phone, if Steve thinks that he consents to it. Okay. All right, we'll try that. All right. All right, if you'll give me the number to tell him to call. Okay, what number does he need to call? And I'll, since he can hear me, we think.
814-1525.
All right, Mr. Patel, if you can hear me, if you'll call the number 919-814-1525, we'll try to get you on the audio here in the room. And if that's agreeable, we'll go ahead and hear your motion when we can get you. These matters normally don't take very long, and we'll try to do that. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and start the Phillips case, and then we will pause it to do the Patel hearing. Did Ms. Scotton, did we ever get her on the phone so that we know she's hearing my comments about the sink case? All right. No, I'm not muted now. Can you hear me, Mr. Adden?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, let's see if this is the phone number for Mr. Patel calling in. All right, this is Mr. Patel. Let's go ahead and hear this motion.
Yes, I'm calling for this hearing. This is Patel.
We can hear you, Mr. Patel. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mr. Adden, let's see if he can hear you.
Yes, Mr. Patel, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, we'll go ahead and hear your case, Mr. Patel, if that's okay, even though you don't have the video. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. The county's filed this motion to dismiss. So, Mr. Adden, you want to explain the motion to us?
Yes, this is a motion to dismiss filed on May 7th, 2020. This motion to dismiss is one for untimely to the Board of Equalization and Review. The previous motion was untimely to the PTC. This is untimely to the Board of Equalization and Review. As you know, the Property Tax Commission's has jurisdiction is over appeals from decisions concerning listing, appraisal, or assessments made by the Board of Equalization and Review. If the appeal to the Board of Equalization and Review is not timely, then the only decision to consider is whether or not the prior appeal was untimely or not. If it was untimely, then there's nothing for the PTC to hear. If the PTC were to rule that Mr. Patel's appeal to the local board was timely, then the commissions would remand the case back to the Board of Equalization and Review for a hearing on the merits. In this particular case, on January 23rd, 2019, the county mailed a notice of real property assessed value to Mr. and Mrs. Patel, advising that the market value of the property was $1,929,400. This was the county's notice of the reval value that was sent to Mr. and Mrs. Patel as the property owners. They had three options under that notice: accept the value and do nothing, request an informal review by the tax office, or three, just appeal to the BER prior to the BER's adjournment date, which was May 20th, 2020. We did not get an informal appeal. The Board of Equalization and Review met and it adjourned on May 20th, 2019. A notice of the adjournment was published in the Charlotte Observer, and a copy of that notice affidavit of publication is my Exhibit 2 to the motion. So the deadline to file an appeal with the Board of Equalization and Review was May 20th, 2019. Tax bills went out in late July of 2019, and Mr. and Mrs. Patel sent an appeal into the county dated August the 20th, 2019. On its face, that notice of appeal, which is Exhibit 3, was late. It was 3 months late. And so the Board of Equalization and Review entered a decision on November 8th, 2019, dismissing the appeal because it was untimely. And that's Exhibit 4. And so I would ask that this appeal be dismissed because they failed to comply with the administrative procedures of filing an appeal with the local board prior to the May 20th, 2020 adjournment date. The motion to dismiss that you have before you was verified by Calvin Johnson, who is the appeals coordinator for Mecklenburg County. So all the facts that I said have been verified.
All right, Mr. Patel, I hope you could hear what Mr. Adden said. And you have the documents that they filed. So what would you like us to know about this matter where they filed a motion to dismiss because you didn't have a timely appeal to the Mecklenburg Board of Equalization and Review?
Well, whatever he just said, I agree with him that I was late. And the only explanation I have is I never received a mail saying that my property tax is this high. And as soon as I got my mail about my property tax actual bill, I realized that I'm missing something. I don't have a chance to argue or what. And then I call in and try to file a late even. And I filed for this year also, which they denied that they have received also, even I filed in March. So things did happen, something in the mail where I cannot prove that why I didn't receive the mail, but this is an honest mistake from my side that I have not received the mail and not file a timely mailer. And this is not like a $2,000-3,000 difference we're talking. My difference is from 4,000 to 19,000. And I did file again this year, and they don't hear me this year. So I hope that they will do what can be done. But the last year, nobody wants to hear or consider anything about it. And I'll be happy to pay penalty if I'm late, yes. But at least hear me out or do whatever you do, decide in 2020. Please do that since from 2019 and give me a chance to correct that. And whatever decision they make in 2020, I'm happy to accept it for 2019. That's all I want to tell them about. And please hear this and see what we can do.
All right. Mr. Adden, could you hear Mr. Patel and would you like to respond?
Yes, I heard him, and my response would be that the verified motion says that it shows that the notice of reval value was mailed out. It was mailed out to him in accordance with the statute. You know, I don't dispute he says he didn't receive it, but that's not the county's problem or issue. But I would also point out that there was extensive publicity in Mecklenburg County regarding the 2019 revaluation. Extensive publication and media about the notices of value to people. There was notices obvious about the BER adjournment date. The statutory notices were completed. And so the taxpayers had an obligation, if they did not receive a notice, they had an obligation to search and find out why they did not receive a notice or to find out what their revaluation value would be and then have an opportunity to appeal for 2019. I'm glad that Mr. Patel has said he has appealed for 2020. Assuming his appeal for 2020 was timely filed, and then the Board of Equalization and Review will consider his appeal for this year. But he did not comply with he admits that he did not file the appeal prior to the adjournment date, and that's really the threshold there. Did he file it before the adjournment date or not? And he did not here. So I would ask that the motion be granted.
Okay, Mr. Patel, any final comments? And I understand you did file for 2020, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Well, I mean, mail can be lost. I don't have a proof, but in 2020, when I filed, personally walked in the county office and dropped my appeal for 2020. And they even denied that they have received it. So after May, when I called in twice to check that they might not receive it, finally I had to resend them an application and copy of my appeal, and they considering for 2020. Same kind of mistake could have happened on my side. So I just wanted to make sure that they can consider. If they cannot, I guess then I have to live with this loss.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Is your address 2359 Blossom Drive, Rock Hill, South Carolina?
Yes.
Okay, that's the address that it was mailed to, Mr. Patel. All right. If there's nothing further on this, we'll rule on the motion. We need to go into executive session. Everybody ready to vote? Ready to vote? Okay. All right. Do I have a motion in this matter?
Motion to dismiss.
All right. Mr. Guest moves to grant the motion to dismiss file of Mecklenburg County. Second by Commissioner Michaud. Any discussion? All right, Mr. Patel, I would point out that in a matter like this where the address is the same and there's no excuse for the mailing not to have the potential to reach you, and with the publication date, we really don't have any discretion. So we are ready to vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion to grant the county's motion to dismiss this matter for late filing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. We're sorry, Mr. Patel, but in a matter like this, we really don't have any discretion. But thanks heavens, you have filed for 2020, and hopefully, if you have a meritorious case, the county will listen to it and see if they can make an adjustment. If not, you'll have the right to appeal back to us. Okay? Thank you very much. All right. Let me ask, did we ever get Ms. Scouten? All right, let's try again to see if she's here so I can, it's 3:35. Is Ms. Scouten, are you online? Can you hear me, Ms. Scouten? Oh, there you are. We're not hearing you, but it's showing you're not muting. You're under Mr. Frick's. We see you, but we don't hear you. All right, let me ask you this. Can you hear me, Ms. Scouten? Okay, you can. I was telling the Sinks, and we weren't sure that you were able to hear, that obviously this first case went longer than had been projected, And we still have the Phillips case to do. We don't know exactly how much time that will take. We'll have to get in it a little bit and see how much is redundant of the first case we heard. That might affect the timing of this case, but and then we'll make a decision. The Sinks would prefer, if we can't finish it this afternoon, to go over, or hear it, to go over in the morning. And we would do it at 9 o'clock. Is that agreeable with you? All right. Why don't you stay on? We'll see. Let me ask, do you have an idea, Ms. Scouten? Excuse me. As to how long your case will take? And we'll ask the Sinks the same question. Can you hold up some numbers? We can't hear you. Gonna write a note. 30 minutes. Okay. Let's ask the Sinks how long they think their case would be. Ms. Sink, you still on?
Hello. Yes, can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay. So we have a large amount of evidence, and going through things, even reading through arguments, and anticipating answering questions and asking questions, we believe that our part will be at or slightly in excess of 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay. Well, that answers this question. We'll continue that one till 9 o'clock in the morning. Is that agreeable? You may not be here, but we'll do it. Okay. We will hear that case then, and we won't try to keep you on through this because we would not be able, I don't think, to have that much time to do it today. Probably even if this Phillips case didn't go very long. All right, why don't we do this? Let's, Mr. Phillips, let's have you and Mr. Adden on the conversation so I can get an idea of how long this case is going to last. You were on, I think, basically the whole time Mr. Glasgow presented his case, I think. Is that correct?
Sir.
Okay, I can hear you and see you. And Mr. Adden, can you hear and see Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I can.
Hold on one second. Oh, Ms. Sink, did you understand that we'd do your case at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, I had one quick question though. Will it be the same link and the same password tomorrow morning to get on, or will we need a different one?
Same one, I'm being told. Same one will work. Ms. Scouten, I assume you heard that as well? All right, so we'll see y'all at 9 in the morning. This is like a court. Sometimes these cases go longer and you can't always plan exactly, but we will try to accommodate you, and we appreciate your indulgence. Mr. Phillips, can you give us an idea of what your evidence is going to consist of? And let's see if we can figure out how to make sure you have a fair presentation, but the things that are going to be redundant that we could take judicial notice of and let you certainly argue, and we'll put it all into evidence unless it's something that the county moves to exclude for some reason. Can you give us a kind of an idea?
Truly, I'm contesting land value only, and I'm looking at the valuation method and neighborhood boundaries in this neighborhood. And I do have different content from Mr. Glasgow, but some of it, yes, is the same.
All right. Then what I would suggest is, you've heard Mr. Glasgow's presentation and our discussion about it and how we ruled on that portion of it. So we'll let you put into evidence anything that we admitted into evidence that we admitted with his. If it's some of the same thing that we excluded, when it comes up, I'm sure I would probably rule the same way to exclude that. But anything else, we would certainly let you, present, and
Okay.
we would consider it. That may, speed up this case, but we want to give you an opportunity to make sure you have a chance to present your evidence. All right, let's do this.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
there is one legal point that I would like to make that is that is different and that I think can substantially short circuit this hearing.
All right, I want to hear that motion, and then we'll take a short recess, and then we'll get into your case.
Okay. Mecklenburg County moves to dismiss this appeal on the basis that Mr. Phillips cannot prove that the county used an arbitrary or illegal method of valuation as just set forth in the Glasgow case. And taking that aside, in addition to proving illegal or arbitrary, he has to prove that the county's value substantially exceeds true value in money. And the undisputed fact is that Mr. and Mrs. Phillips purchased this home for $1,250,000 in May of 2018, 7 months prior to the reval date. The county's assessed value at this property is $1,156,900. We are $94,000 lower than what he purchased this property for. So as a matter of law, he cannot show that $1,156,900 substantially exceeds true market value when he and his wife purchased that property 7 months prior to the reval date for 1.25 million. I think as a matter of law, he cannot satisfy the requirements of AMP, and that this case should be dismissed.
All right, Mr. Phillips, would you like to respond to Mr. Adams?
Sir, I would love to put that decision in your hands.
Mr. Adden, I think we've ruled before that just because the value you paid for something does not always determine the value that it should be taxed at. So I think we would deny that motion, and on that basis, and let him present his case, and then we'll see if he can get past the burden that he needs to do for you to have to justify your appraisal. So let's I think we can take 5 minutes and give you all a chance to, based on what we've just discussed, to Mr. Phillips, see what you would like for us to consider. And then Mr. Adden, you can make your comments about what he intends to offer. Okay? So we'll go off the record for a short time. Okay, but he hadn't been in the building yet.
Could have been exposed to somebody.
That's all right. That's all right. We're just checking on a matter, but, all right, let's see if we've got, everybody in this case. We have Mr. Phillips. Can you hear me, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Adden?
Mr. Adden and Mr. Blackwelder are here.
Okay, I see Mr. Blackwelder's back, and then, Mr. Glasgow may be a witness. Mr. Glasgow?
I hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Rice? She nodded affirmatively. So I think we have everybody. Mr. Phillips, any other witnesses that you may have other than Mr. Glasgow?
No, sir.
All right, we'll go ahead and let's proceed on your case. And as we did in the other case, you can give an opening statement as to what you contend about why your property was improperly valued by the county. And then Mr. Adden will have an opportunity to present an opening statement about the county's position. Then you'll have a chance to, I assume you'll be testifying yourself. You'll be able to testify. And Mr. Adden will then have the opportunity to cross-examine. You'll have an opportunity to then have additional testimony if it's new. You could cross-examine again on redirect. And then you can present Mr. Glasgow as a witness, should you so desire. All right?
Understood.
Any questions, Mr. Phillips, before we start? You heard the other case, I think, so.
I did. No questions.
All right, Mr. Adden, any questions?
No, Your
No
Honor.
motions or anything outstanding, I don't think, are there in this case?
No.
Any unresolved matters? Okay. All right, Mr. Phillips, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, my name is Scott Phillips. I'm the property owner for 4010 Belfour Avenue. And I'm here, I rebut the presumption that my assessed land value is correct. I'm not here to discuss building value. In all my submitted documentation, the land value is my only disputed figure. Because, I guess that's it for opening statement.
All right, and let me ask you, is the basis, you're talking about the land value only, so we're not dealing with the real property, buildings or improvements any. And all right, and and you contended the county had your land value at what figure, Mr.
The county's land value, Mr. Chairman, if I could do an opening, I'll do a brief opening.
All right, we'll let Mr. Adden do an opening. Maybe he'll get into some of that, Mr. Phillips. If not, we'll ask.
Yes, sir.
The county reassessed this for the 2019 reappraisal at $1,214,600. Mr. Phillips appealed that value to the Board of Equalization and Review, and the value was reduced to $1,156,900. The county believes that the BER value of $1,156,900 should be supported. It is an issue for the Property Tax Commission to decide. The value of the improvement does come into play because the county contends that there is a substantial issue here. In order to prevail, Mr. Phillips has to prove that the value of $1,156,900 substantially exceeds true value. And so we have to get into what is true value for his property. And that takes into account the building, any yard items, and the land value. All of that is in play because an issue is, does his property that he paid $1.25 million for, does the county's value substantially exceed true value? And if he cannot prove that the assessed value substantially exceeds true value, it doesn't matter whether the county used an illegal or arbitrary method.
Well, I understand that's your argument, but we'll listen to his presentation and see. So you're saying that even if the land value was totally wrong, that that in itself wouldn't show an arbitrary and illegal method?
No, because the county's assessed value does not substantially exceed true value.
Well, all right, we'll see. Okay, Mr. Phillips, go ahead. And, if you can, parts of the testimony that we admitted from Mr. Glasgow, we're going to go ahead and admit those. You can kind of refer generally to them, but, we'll take judicial notice since we've just heard those and we've got them in front of us, as to those items that were pointed out in his case. But the particular thing, I think, in his case was the 385, he contended was, error, and he contended it was 300. We held that that was enough for the, to get by the burden that you initially had. And then the county was able, we held, to show that their method was supported. So that's kind of the background of where we are with your case.
Sure. Yes, sir. If I could share my screen.
Yes, we'll make that happen. He's working on that right now.
Great. Thank you.
No, he's a potential witness. Yeah, he'll be muted, I think. Yeah, he's muted.
Okay. So in our neighborhood assignment is of paramount importance. So I wanted to start off by looking at how neighborhood boundaries are established.
All right, let's do this. We got to, for the record, we have to identify where we are so Ms. Rice can get it. So it looks like you're talking about Exhibit 15. In Mr. Glasgow's case, he didn't have his presentation keyed to what we had, and so it made it difficult in finding which documents we were talking about. Do you have yours labeled the same way that we have them?
I did, but I do not at this moment.
All right. Well, we'll try to be flexible, but I may have to stop you to make sure we're all finding the same thing. And if they're in order, it probably won't be as difficult. But right now we're looking, I think, at Exhibit 15 in your taxpayer exhibits. So go ahead.
Thank you for finding that. This was referenced earlier. It's Mecklenburg County Assessor's Office Uniform Schedule of Values, Standards, and Rules for 2019. And this right here spells out how to establish neighborhoods. This is Chapter 4. What it says is the first, an appraiser will examine existing neighborhood boundaries to determine whether the properties encompassed by those boundaries are affected by the same economic factors. Neighborhood boundaries are defined by physical boundaries such as thoroughfares, streams, roads, right-of-ways, uniform land use controls such as zoning districts, and relatively homogeneous types of properties. And the appraiser will identify and delineate the populations of properties that share similar geographic, economic, legal, and physical attributes. And in my neighborhood, those adjacent to us, they've overlooked or arbitrarily misidentified these boundaries. At the heart of legal matters, we know that there are plat maps and deeds, and together these provide the best possible legal description of a neighborhood. Yet it's clear that Mecklenburg County chose not to use these, and to choose to disregard legal documents, I think for this matter, can only be arbitrary. And further, when you look at the physical attributes of the lots in my neighborhood, it's the antithesis of homogeneous we talked about earlier, meaning the lots do not have similar dimensions. So here's what that means, actually.
This would be Exhibit 16, it looks like.
16, thank you. Yes, sir, they should be in order. I just don't have the particular numbers. So on this map, you'll see there are yellow lines here. This is thoroughfare, and this yellow line is macroway. And there are green lines where the plat maps define the boundaries, then the county is left in place. There are red lines where the county has arbitrarily drawn neighborhood lines different from those on the recorded plats. And I understand the county can delineate with every revaluation, but these changes do not make sense, especially when you would consider the plat map, the legal reference has clearly been disregarded. Looking around our neighborhoods, you can see wild value variances on these boundaries. I'm going to show you that in just a little bit. There's zero justification when trying to relate assessed value to lot size. There are discrepancies in land values that are incomprehensible and unable to be rationalized. I've tried. The key takeaway is this: assignment to a certain neighborhood can alter your lot's assessed tax value by almost $200,000 for like-sized properties. All this indicates that there is no common methodology that drives like land prices in our neighborhoods. The result is this: you have lots with size differences as much as 0.6 of an acre and have the same assessed value. You also have adjacent lots that are assessed at different values, even though they're the same size. And there are smaller lots that have higher assessed values than larger lots. So the county has claimed part of this issue that they could have done a better job blending the values along the neighborhood boundaries. And furthermore, at my Mecklenburg BER hearing in July 2019, we were told the board does not have the power to move an individual lot. Maybe, but they certainly could have adjusted my land value to reflect that of the lots next door. More on that later. Let me show you several of these so you can understand the scope of the problem. All these lots highlighted on this map below are discrepancies along the redrawn boundary lines. You'll see it affects 3 parcels here that are highlighted in blue. These parcels should be back in this neighborhood. It's carved out. These green parcels should be in this neighborhood. These 5 blue parcels here should be right over here, and the parcels should be back in this neighborhood, P710. Ultimately, it means taxpayers should not be taxed unfairly because someone arbitrarily drew these boundary lines in the wrong places. Now, this is the plat map of Ridgewood, and this is the green line that I just highlighted on the previous slide. The heavy red line here is where the neighborhood boundary has been arbitrarily drawn. If drawn properly through the rule book, it should be along McAway. The impact is this: you have backdoor neighbors, such as right here, with similar size homogeneous lots all along the green line, and they're appraised at the equivalent of $225,000. And right in their backyard, those adjacent northwest are appraised at $308,000. That's an $83,000 difference because the tax assessor arbitrarily drew this boundary line in the wrong place for P710. And this is a plat map of Oakview, red line lots that should be in neighborhood P712, but have been carved out and arbitrarily placed across McAway into P710. And these lots, improperly located, are valued from $78,000 to $116,000 higher than all of the similar sized lots in this picture. Because, again, the tax assessor's office arbitrarily drew the boundary line for this neighborhood in the wrong place. Here are the 2 purple lots right here. You'll see. Both of these are valued at $365,000. You can see their size. And literally spitting distance away is a larger green lot, only valued at $250,000. That's $116,000 more for the purple lots than the green lot. Now, you've got to ask, why is this? Well, the reason is they're in different neighborhoods, as indicated by this red line. And the county claims that their assessment values are supported by market values. It's impossible to leave any market with support paying $116,000 more for these lots than that lot. This is the plat map of Ridgewood. And these lots to the southeast of the red line are in P712. And per this plat, they should be a part of P710. On average, there's a $74,000 difference between P710 lots and P712 lots. You can see here, this lot is for 289 right here, and right in the backyard, there's one for $213,000. So I look at this, and again, I see arbitrarily drew boundary line in the wrong place. And when you know this neighborhood, you know that it's impossible to think that anyone would pay $74,000 more for lots on busy McElway than the lots back here on peaceful Burton Lee Avenue. Now we're getting closer to my property. My property is the Blue Star, and this is one example of many more like it. Here you have a green lot that is 0.66 of an acre smaller than this purple lot. It's 0.35 acres compared to just over 1 acre. These are in neighborhood P710. However, the two lots highlighted are appraised at the exact same value. 1 acre for $385,000 or 0.35 acres for $385,000. It's unbelievable, but true. And no true market data could ever justify that discrepancy. Now, when valuation by lot, which is all of this neighborhood, is used next to valuation by acreage, which is this neighborhood, more becomes less. This green lot is smaller than the purple lot, 0.7 acres to 1 acre. But this purple lot is valued $181,000 less than the smaller green lot. The smaller lot is 566, the larger lot is 385. This contradicts any support of fair valuation. Now, there were two lots around the Blue Star that were just to the north of me, and they were used to determine acreage value for neighborhood P713, which again is outlined in red. On May 18, 2018, a 0.93 acre lot with house sold for $650,000. That was this entire lot. This is a sale they used to determine acreage value for P713. However, as you heard earlier, we believe they inappropriately used the demo sales method Mr. Glasgow described. If they used a different method, which would be an extraction method, the value would have been $472,000 for 93 acres instead of $650,000. Because the county used a different method, all acreage values within this neighborhood are overstated by as much as $178,000 per 0.93 acre. Now that's what's going on in the neighborhood. Let me tell you what's going on with my property. Following the lineage of the plat for my parcel, your Melcor, its plat was originally recorded in 1941. In 1950, the largest lot was replatted, divided into 3 lots, and one of those is now my property. This plat was recorded and can be located at map 1166 of book 541. And throughout ownership transfers in 1955, 2015, and 2018, this plat book and page are referenced in each legal description as the plat source, including my own purchase in 2018. This is the original plat of a portion of Wendover Hills from 1941 to 1950 pertaining to my property. This yellow line out here is the thoroughfare Wendover. And note the green circled reference area right here, and the green box with a green deck, which we'll discuss on the next slide. So everything inside of this should clearly be in neighborhood P713. And this is the plat when that large lot, the green X on it, on the bottom right of the last slide, was subdivided into lots 11, 12, and 13. All properties on this plat are clearly, again, in neighborhood P713, except there are 3 lots in lot 13, 1, 2, 3, divided in thirds almost, that have arbitrarily been carved out. And this is my challenge. They've been carved out and put to a different neighborhood, P710. After combing through all documents available, there are no recorded plats that remove these parcels from the original plat designation, meaning they should still be a part of their original neighborhood. Now here inside this green line, again, similar picture is a portion of Wendover Hills. And note, it's the same green circle reference marker shown previously. You can see a lot 11, 12, and 13. They're marked in red. They're the same lots as the previous slide. And you can see how they were divided in 2016 and 2018 with the gray lines. On the other side of this map, all the lots left of this blue line were subdivided back in 2006. And those in the orange box right here around this street, Churchill Commons, and to the east to Bar Metler right here, were subdivided in 2014. My question is this: do these lots in this orange square and left of this blue line appear to have similar physical attributes to the rest of the neighborhood P713? No is the answer. Very different. But were these lots moved to neighborhood P710 when they were subdivided? No. Only 3 lots were moved to neighborhood P710. Why? When I was at my BER hearing, the county pulled up the GIS website and claimed that I was moved because my lot didn't look like the other ones in P713. I don't know how that was claimed, but that's what happened. If the tax assessor knew these lots were improperly located by prior administrations, they should have made the correction. Because they were notified that these 3 lots were improperly located long before the revaluation was completed, we can only conclude the decision not to locate them back into P713 was completely arbitrary. Here you can see the lot sizes and values for these specific lots. These are without any adjustments. The land values for P713, which are the properties above this red line here and over this direction, are determined by acreage. The land values for P710, I'll have a base lot value, which are below this red line, of $385,000 before any adjustments for unusable land, post-construction buffers, or stormwater easements. Now, my lot shares a property line with these 2 lots right north of me. And the consequence for me for being in this neighborhood down here, P710, the consequence is this: all 3 lots are similar in size, yet their assessed value is $60,000 less than mine, solely because they're in a different neighborhood. And these are huge differences in land value, and I can't even use all of my land. My parcel here is on the right, and the survey shows a 30-foot post-construction buffer stormwater runoff and floodway easement. The easements are represented by this box area, and they belong to and maintained by the City of Mecklenburg Stormwater Services. Basically, it's a deep, unusable ditch that carries stormwater downstream when it rains. So because nothing can be put on these easements, they effectively make 14.6% of my land unusable. During my appeal process, this was taken into consideration. My land value was adjusted to $327,300, which is $385 minus 15% because of these easements. I'm going to show you what this looks like. Here's the back of the property. Our house is over to the right. And you can see that this is densely forested, wooded, vegetated. This all slopes down. And not only am I not doing anything with it, no one's doing anything back with it over here. We'll use this tree as a reference marker. Here's that tree again. And you can see overgrowth, untouched. There's a ditch down in here where, again, when it rains, it will fill up with water. You see across to the back, this is a decline into the ditch. Nothing going on back here because, again, when it fills up, you don't want anything back in there. Now, so we went over an adjusted sales price document earlier. And this is one where I'm glad to review it, but Mr. Glasgow did as well. Would you like me to review this document?
I was muted. Is this the same one we had in Mr. Glasgow's case?
It's similar, yes, sir.
Was it one that was excluded or was it one that we had admitted? Mr. Adden, do you?
I believe it was one that was excluded.
All right. If it was excluded, Mr. Phillips, and I would exclude it in this case unless you can make an argument as to why I should change my ruling in this case.
Surely. Well, I think if you don't mind, let me make a couple of points here that I believe to be different.
All right.
There's a document from the county that's called adjusted sale prices, and this is where they add up all three items: land value, building value, and features. And these three items add up to equal the appraisal. Well, when we look at these and what's missed and assumptions that are made, there's a challenge with land values inflating because of some items that are missed. It's a very complex program. There's a lot that goes into this. And at the end of the day, we were at a meeting and asked a question about one of the calculations. And it was very clear that there isn't necessarily an understanding if the data in this document is correct or not. We know that the county has rules to follow when it comes to these assessments. And when we look at the North Carolina Department of Revenue Appraisal Handbook, Section C says that uniform schedules of values, standards, and rules to be used in appraising real property as true market value and its present use are prepared and are sufficiently detailed to enable those to making appraisals to adhere to them in appraising real property. Next, Section C3, it goes on to say the manual resulting from these values, standards, and rules is commonly referred to as simply the county's schedule of values, and it is to be used as the basis for valuing all your real property during the years of the revision cycle. So the county has this manual, which we saw earlier. It's titled Uniform Schedule of Values, Standards, and Rules. We see instances where it's not being followed. And those instances.
All right, let me stop you right here and let's see. Mr. Adden is saying that improvement value is going to get into this case, but I need to try to see where we are on this issue. Because I understand that you're not contesting, Mr. Phillips, the value of your improvements.
Correct.
All right. I think, all right, let's not get into the value of the improvements. And then when Mr. Adden gets ready to make his case, we'll rule at that time if he's going to make any arguments, if we're going to allow it as to the value of the improvements.
Okay.
So,
understood.
And things that we've already kind of considered in Mr. Glasgow's case, if you just point them out, and maybe since we've got them, we'll be familiar with them. If it's new items, please make a reference to them.
Okay, understand. I'll just make this one point. The reason that we're highlighting these is because when special features like this are missed, these morph into land value, not building value. It just means the total improvement value is understated. Land value obviously goes up. Okay. Because of all the reasons that I've shown up to this point for land value differences and what's going on in our neighborhoods, I respectfully request that you ignore some of these adjustments and adjusted sale land prices when making your decision. These are the current appraised land values without any adjustments right here on this picture in front of you. And I highlight this because this is really, this is the data I would ask you to consider most in this argument. 4028 and 4034 Churchill Road are my only true comparable lots. They are just across the fence line. Together, they establish my land value at $325,000. When you subtract 15% for negative land issues, that's down here, you arrive at $276,000. However, this is somewhat overinflated because the county used demo sales instead of extraction. Therefore, I believe a half-acre lot like mine would be fairly valued at $300,000 minus 15% for negative land issues, or $255,000. For current assessment details, here you can see that on that side as well. I believe you have that. And in closing, I'd like to say that with this data and looking around the neighborhoods, I feel I have rebutted the presumption that the valuation of the county's appraisal is correct. I've done so by producing competent material and substantial evidence showing Mecklenburg County's 2019 revaluation resulted in assessments exceeding the true value in money of properties. My evidence is this presentation and documents presented in Exhibit A-1 other documents. This evidence proves Mecklenburg County used arbitrary and unfair methods of valuation to establish the neighborhood boundaries. Additionally, Mecklenburg County is not following their own required schedule of values to determine appraisal methods. Therefore, I request you adjust my appraised value to the following. Land value to $255,000, which is $300,000 minus 15% for floodway easements. Building value remains the same, features remain the same, and total value comes to $1,084,600. I understand the North Carolina Property Tax Commission does not have the authority to require the Mecklenburg County Tax Assessor's Office to change their processes and procedures. However, what will happen to any results from this hearing today at the next revaluation if either land calculations or neighborhood assignment methods do not change? It will effectively be a Band-Aid that's torn off, and all this will need to be revisited again and again. And may I remind you that in the beginning, 24 neighbors filed appeals with the county, not just the two of us. So you can expect a similar outcry unless an equitable and justifiable method is used to determine land values for our neighborhoods. If this commission finds in my favor, I feel the tax assessor's office should view such a ruling as a failure of its processes and procedures. They should make necessary changes to correct their arbitrary and unfair methodology to ensure assessed values align with justified values. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Adden, would you like to?
Yeah, let me address that last point. Your 24 neighbors that appealed the value, you and Mr. Glasgow and Ms. Somerville were the only ones that appealed to the Property Tax Commission, correct?
I don't understand the terminology, but I can tell you there were 24 neighbors who filed appeals.
And the property tax records show that only 3 appealed to the PTC, and Ms. Somerville's case was settled. You familiar with that information?
I'm familiar that she settled.
Now, your lot value, if you have the county's exhibits in front of you.
Yes, sir, I can get them.
Yep. Exhibit 2. You look at Exhibit 2.
Is this the county's exhibit?
County's Exhibit 2, which is property record card.
All right.
That's the value at the top right of $1,156,900. Correct?
Exhibit, I'm sorry, Mr. Adden.
Yeah, exhibit number 2.
Yes, sir, I believe I have it.
Okay, and it's, the value is 1,156,900 at the top right corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the land section down at the bottom shows that your land value, there was 15% adjustments because of the easement and I guess topography. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so your land value is 327,300, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you would look at your exhibit, your exhibit B2, the one that has the property on Churchill. Exhibit B2.
Okay.
So your land value is 327,300, and the land values of the two parcels on Churchill are 327,600 and 321,800, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you would look at exhibit 16, I think that was one of the first or second exhibits that you had. That was the one that has the neighborhood boundaries.
Yes, sir.
Your house, your driveway to your house goes on to Melcor, right?
It does.
It does?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, every house that has a driveway that accesses the access point is Melcor is in neighborhood 17, correct? P17. Every house whose driveway is on Melcor is in P710, correct?
Yes, sir. That was not always the case, but it is currently the case.
Right. In 1924, that was not the case, was it?
That's funny. No, actually in 2018, that was not the case.
Okay. Where was your driveway in 2018?
Oh, no, not every house on Melcor had a driveway. This lot that is just north of mine had a driveway that was on Melcor, but its address, it's clearly in P713.
And its driveway goes where?
Its driveway went on to Melcor.
Does it currently go on to Melcor?
It does not today.
Okay. So it goes on to Churchill?
It does today.
Now, you and your wife purchased this property for $1,250,000 in May of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And that was an arm's length transaction, correct?
Correct.
Did you have have a mortgage on the property?
We do.
And is the mortgage supported by the so the security for the mortgage is this real property, correct?
Yeah, yes, I believe that would be correct. If that's how I say that.
Now, is it your testimony on the exhibit 21? You say the total value of your property is $1,084,600. Did you buy this house for $1.25 million, thinking that the true value of the property was only a little over $1 million? Is that your testimony?
I did not know the true value of the property. That is what we paid for the property. It's 1.25.
You were a willing buyer, correct?
I was.
Your wife was a willing buyer?
Yes. And
the seller was a willing seller?
Yes.
And you paid $1.25 million for this property and backed it up with that was secured by a mortgage?
That is correct.
So is it your testimony that $1,250,000 was not true value for your property when you purchased it?
I think that's up for debate.
And what facts do you have to support that?
So, Mr. Adden, we don't generally let the taxpayer come in and say that because of the value of his property is on the tax books is less than what he paid for it. Excuse me, see if I get this right. We don't let them do it the opposite way. So we can't just rule that because he paid more for this property than how it's assessed, that automatically excludes him. It's some evidence.
It's an omission against his interest. The fact that he paid 1.25 million is an omission against his interest and his position that the value of this is only $1 million. That's my point.
Well, and I guess that's true. If it were the other way around, you'd be arguing that it really was not proper as to determining value. It's some evidence.
But then it wouldn't be an omission against interest. That's the point. That is one's omission against interest. Yes. Let's see here. Okay. Mr. Phillips, you don't have any appraisal training, correct?
Correct.
No certification to be an appraiser?
No, sir.
Don't hold yourself out as an appraiser?
I do not.
Don't have any expertise in dealing in setting forth neighborhoods for general mass reappraisal, do you?
I do not.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Phillips, anything additional that you didn't cover in that part of your testimony that you would like to add?
No,
all right,
sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Do you have another witness that you'd like to call?
No, sir. Everything that I wanted to present was in that presentation. So thank you.
All right. So we'll admit all of the items in your taxpayer exhibit, with the exception of anything that was in Mr. Glasgow's case that I excluded.
Okay.
All right. And so then I assume you rest your case, Mr. Phillips, and we'll go to the county.
I'm sorry, if I could make one more point. There were a lot of questions about my qualifications, and I would ask that you consider the fact that I have neighboring properties that were appraised by the experts at Mecklenburg County, and they deemed certain property values to be correct. And I don't believe that I have to be qualified. The information is public knowledge. You can get on GIS and see what they have deemed those properties to be valued at. And so to need that certification, I don't believe is appropriate in this matter.
Okay, and you'll have a chance to make that argument at some point. All right, Mr. Adden.
I would move to dismiss or to close the taxpayer's evidence on the grounds that taxpayers not met his burden of production. I won't go into all the details, but my same arguments that I made with Mr. Glasgow's case are present, that I do not believe there is competent material evidence to show that the county used an illegal or arbitrary method of valuation in setting the base lot value for P710 at $385,000. That simply, and that there's no appraisal evidence here or anything. But I want to get to the point. Mr. Phillips' contention is that the county's placing his lot in P710 when it was in 1924 in another neighborhood was illegal or arbitrary. We dispute that. We don't think it was illegal or arbitrary, that the county had ample reasons for putting it in P710. It was all the houses that go on Melcourt or in P710. And it would be arbitrary or illegal to put this one house or two houses on Melcourt into another neighborhood. We would be catching it if we put those houses in P713, because these houses have more in common with what's across the street from them than those houses that back up onto Churchill. So it was not illegal or arbitrary to place this house that the access is on Melcourt, and all houses on Melcourt are in P710. That's not an illegal or an arbitrary decision. But even if it were, in order to prevail, the AMP case is clear. It is absolutely clear. He has to prove that the assessment, the $1,156,000 assessment, substantially exceeds true value of the property. He and his wife purchased that property in an arm's length transaction. They have that property secured by a mortgage. They bought it for $1.25 million, over $94,000 more than we have it assessed. So as a matter of law, he cannot and has not proven, he has not brought any comp to show you that the value of his property is less than $1,156,000. He hasn't brought any comps out. There's no comp showing that the true value of his property is less than that. If the true value of his property was, if the assessment exceeded true value, he would have some comps. He would have comps that said, even though I paid 1.25 million, I was wrong. That this property was only worth 100,000. There are absolutely no comps here, none at all. And so he has not even addressed the critical element of the AMP case, that he has the burden of showing that the assessment substantially exceeded true value. He hasn't even addressed that at all. No comps, no appraisal evidence, nothing. And for that reason, the counties, he has not met his burden of production, and specifically the requirements of the AMP case. And I ask that you grant our motion to dismiss his appeal.
All right, Mr. Phillips, you can respond to his comments and argument as to why he thinks we should dismiss the appeal at this level and not let it go to presentation of the county's evidence.
Sir, I think if you just look at the evidence that I presented of the lots surrounding, and certainly what's going on in the neighborhood, the greater macro picture of this, there is no reason to dismiss.
Anything else?
Forgive me in the legal proceedings. I'm not so sure. I think that's that what I presented is sufficient.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go into executive session and deliberate the motion. And when we decide the motion, we'll come back and inform you of our decision, and then we'll see where we go from here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have everybody back? Let's see. We're still getting Ms. Rice, I believe.
I'm here.
Okay. We have Ms. Rice. Mr. Adden?
I'm here. Mr. Blackwelder's here.
All right. And Mr. Phillips?
Yes,
and I
sir.
see Mr. Glasgow. Mr. Phillips, you answered here, I think.
Yes, sir.
I'm here.
Right. Okay. I think we have everybody. The commission has voted 3-1 to deny the county's motion, generally on the same basis that we denied the motion as to in Mr. Glasgow's case. And so at this point in time, Mr. Adden, you can present your evidence and be as brief as you can. Obviously, we heard some of your arguments. Mr. Phillips' arguments are somewhat different about the neighborhood assignment and that influence in this. Obviously, we heard the evidence about the 385 from the prior case, and we ruled that you justified that. So now your burden is to justify it in this case. And one of the questions and the issues was the assignment of this neighborhood, this lot to the neighborhood versus one of the others that would have a substantial difference.
Okay, I'm gonna switch chairs with Mr. Blackwelder, so he's closer to the mic.
Okay.
Okay, state your name, please.
Jeremy Blackwelder, witness for Mecklenburg County.
And you previously testified in the Glasgow case about the base lot land values for neighborhood P-710.
Yes.
And all that testimony from the prior hearing you would incorporate into this hearing?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Phillips, I'll show you exhibit number 16. Exhibit 16 of Mr. Phillips is the neighborhood boundary exhibit. Can you just explain why Mr. Phillips' lot is in P-17 when in 1924 it would have been included in the plat that is P-713?
Yes. Okay, if you notice the original plat, it was one lot that ended on Churchill. So I could see if it was still one lot, it could still be in P-713. With the whole back side of that lot being split out, and it's now 6 lots, to me, I think we would be a little bit more arbitrary if we assign the two that have more in common with P-710 now combined with P-713, that would be more arbitrary to me than the way it is.
Why do you say that his lot, it has more in common with P-710?
The neighborhood characteristics. I mean, your neighbors, you're looking at the backyards of maybe Churchill, but you face all the neighbors of P-710 and Melcher Avenue, which you have more in common with there.
Is every house on Melcher Avenue P-710?
Yes, in P-710, correct.
Now, okay, I'm showing you exhibit A-1, which was back from March of 1941. And that shows that's the one single lot that you just testified about.
All right, which exhibit, Mr. Adden?
Pardon me, it's exhibit A-1.
And the county's exhibits?
Taxpayers exhibit A-1.
Taxpayer, okay. A-1?
Yes. In
A-1?
Yes.
Mine start, I think it's 15 was his. Oh, it is? Okay, it's on back. Okay, you're telling me. A1 or 8-1? A, okay. Still looking for it. All right, go ahead. I'll find it.
Now,
I've seen it before, I think.
According to Taxpayers Exhibit A-1, in March of 1941, his lot is located as part of a larger parcel.
Yes, that's correct.
And so sometime after March of 1941, this larger parcel, which is a big X on it, 11, 12, and 13 in the big X, was subdivided. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it was subdivided into about 6 lots.
And when it was subdivided into about 6 lots, those would have been legally recorded documents, correct?
Yes.
And when it was subdivided into about 6 lots, Mr. Phillips' lot has an access to Melcourt as opposed to Churchill.
Correct, yeah. Then the access for those back 3 lots would be from Melcher.
And so when you did the reappraisal in 2019, why did you assign those 3 lots to P710 as opposed to P713?
Well, I mean, even 7 years ago, as far as we can go back, they have always been in P710. Since I'm assuming since they have been split out and faced Melcher. So, I mean, that's kind of the answer, I guess, to the question.
Do those lots have more in common with Melcher than they do with Churchill?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, with it fronting Melcher, all the driveways, all your neighbors you would typically see every day would be on Melcher.
Now, Mr. Phillips had an issue about the drainage easement and all in the backyard. And to some people, a drainage easement or a stormwater easement is actually a benefit to a property because it's sort of as a buffer. Is that correct?
It is. It is more of a privacy.
It's a privacy issue. Now, in coming up with the value of $1,156,900 that the county has for this property, did the county take into account some topography and drainage issues for his buffer issues for his property?
We have.
And that's why the value is $327,300 land value.
Yes.
Now, looking at county's exhibit, Mecklenburg County's Exhibit 7. That is the qualified sales report for this neighborhood. And does his property, his purchase of the property appear on the qualified sales report?
Does at 92% of value.
And why is his property on the qualified sales report?
Because it was a qualified sale in that time period in P710.
When he purchased the property for $1.25 million, that was a qualified sale.
Yes, months before the revaluation date.
And the qualified sales report, his ratio, his property assessed value is 92.6% of assessed value.
That's correct.
Assessed value is 92%.
The ratio, yes.
The assessed value is 92% of this, what he purchased the property for.
Correct.
And the qualified sales report, which is a listing of numerous sales, I don't know how many, I think there's 50 some, has a median of what ratio of what?
984.
Which suggests that of all these qualified sales, the assessed value for the property was 98.4% of true value.
Correct. Yes, the median of all those sales is 98% of the value.
Now, we had, in preparing for this case, did you do a grid, an appraisal grid, in order to determine whether the assessed value of his property at 1.156 was in compliance or did not exceed true value?
Yes.
And is that grid Mecklenburg County Exhibit number 10?
Yes, it is.
And just briefly explain what Exhibit 10 is.
So Exhibit 10 is, it's produced by a vendor software, but I mean, we set the parameters and everything for the adjustments based on market data. So it's kind of market driven based on the values here. And it's more of it's kind of like a fee appraiser approach than kind of mass. It's just kind of out there for support for the mass appraisal. And I mean, the median, once you look at the median of all those sales that are very similar to his, all have a moving average of 1,255,000, which is a touch more maybe than what he paid for in 18, which is, I mean, the market at that time and still today that we're seeing is still moving in an upward trend.
This Exhibit 10 was not used to set his value. It was used to confirm that our value is below true market value. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's supporting evidence. Yes, it is.
And for instance, comp number 1 was a sale that occurred in July 12, 2018, a house that was sold on Anthony Circle for $1.35 million. And that comp is similar to his house, correct?
Yes.
And some adjustments were made. And then comp 2 is a sale that December 8th, 2017, where a house, and all these houses are in P710, sold for 1.4 million in December of 17, and that house is similar to his.
Correct.
And there are adjustments that are made because as an appraiser, you make adjustments to come up with a comparable value. And those values are set at the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
And then we have a 230 Anthony Circle sale of $1,050,000 on July 17, 2017. And that was adjusted up to 1.163 million, correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, on the next page, there was another house that fronts Melcor, at 401 Melcor, that sold in April of 2017 for $1,462,500. And that's similar to his house.
Correct.
This grid, these comps, do they support that the true value of his property was in the neighborhood of $1,250,000, which is the purchase price that he paid for it?
Absolutely. In your opinion, as an appraiser for Mecklenburg County, was it reasonable, logical, and in accordance with appraisal standards to include his lot in P710 as opposed to P713? I believe so. I believe if we had it the opposite way, the way that he's saying that it should be, I feel that that would be more arbitrary and more, I guess, misleading to the residents of that area.
And especially the other residents that are on Melcor, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Phillips, you have an opportunity to examine Mr. Blackwelder, to cross-examine him. You can ask him questions about what he testified to. You're muted still, Mr. Phillips.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
Okay. Excuse me while I find a document.
All right. Experiencing a storm here now, but hopefully it won't knock us out.
Sir, would you mind if I share my screen again?
That'd be fine.
Okay, thank you.
You can ask him questions about what you put up on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
She has to allow you in to do that, so she's working on that right now.
Understood. Okay.
All right, we have your screen up now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blackwelder, you have a lot of reports in front of you. I'm curious, of those reports, or on those reports, when they're to compare my property to others in the area, which properties on this map here are included on that report?
Which report are you referring to?
There were several of them.
I mean, I can answer like the sales report. I mean, that includes everything within P710. The Spatialist Comper report would include 4 similar properties that are in P710 as well, considered to be the most similar to yours, as like a fee appraiser, which myself, I'm a fee appraiser, would put on the URAR report.
Okay, understood. So of these properties that are up here on the screen, which properties would be included in that report?
The ones that are in P710.
Okay, so does that include this property and this property here? It's 4028 and 4034 Churchill.
No, they would not. They would be in P713.
Okay, so the adjacent properties are not included in that report to compare to my property. Okay. But when you when you look at a neighborhood and you determine how the assessed value should be determined, how do you do that?
I mean, you look at the neighborhood characteristics and you see what all the similarities are of the neighborhood and the properties that surround that, and which ones share those same characteristics.
Okay. So when I look at this map and you have P713, P710, and P712 down here, how are all of these lots value determined?
It would be on the sales that happened within those neighborhood boundaries.
Okay, got it. So P713, how's that calculated?
There's a base or lot base in there, and there's also acreage for the larger lots.
Acreage for the larger lots, base for the smaller. Okay. How are P710 calculated?
It's on lot base.
Just on base.
Yeah. The majority of the lots in there are right around a half-acre lots. There's a handful that are above a half acre, and there's probably a little bit more than that that are below the half acre, which the size adjustment on them.
Got it. So I hear that, then I see how you have big discrepancies in value when you have some neighborhoods that are assessed based on acreage and base, and then others right next door that are just assessed on base. Why is it that way? Why isn't it just a base or an acreage assessment value?
P713, I mean, it has some large acre tracts in it. And then there's a few that have been subdivided out and now are kind of like their own subdivision, and they're the base lot.
Okay.
A lot priced by lots rather than by acre.
And so when you look at these two lots right here, the 495 and the 504 and the 50, do you see many differences in these lots right here?
I mean, the fact that 2 of them face Churchill and then 2 or 3 of them there face Melcher.
So where the driveway is the only factor that you consider to be different here?
Well, I mean, looking at them, I mean, I feel that the ones on Churchill are, I mean, that's kind of more of your neighborhood there. And then when you come over to Melcher, I feel that the properties that surround you, even those kind of do, but you back up to their backyard and there are 2 newly constructed houses there now. I feel that you're probably more similar to the ones that all Melcher. Over time, I believe the neighborhoods do kind of change from their original plat.
Yeah, and I understand they can be doing it. I just, and my challenge here, and this is why we're here, right, is I look across the way and I go, man, these are the same lots, but there's a $60,000 difference that I struggle with. I have one more question for you, please.
Yeah, but there's really not a 60. Aren't the values pretty much the same within 1,000 on one, and about pretty much the same thing as 4834? You're 327, correct?
327, yes, sir. Yeah, and if we could use all the land, I think that would be accurate.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't have any further questions, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Adden, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Adden, you want to present?
No, but I would offer into evidence Mecklenburg County Exhibits 1 through 12.
All right, we'll admit those exhibits, and we'll admit, I think I said, all the exhibits of Mr. Phillips, except for ones that excluded in Mr. Glasgow's case. All right. And let's see, Mr. Phillips, do you have anything else that you'd like to present in your case before we do the closing arguments? Any other evidence?
No, sir. No other evidence.
All right. So if there's no other evidence, then we'll go into the closing arguments. Mr. Phillips, would you like to make your closing arguments?
I'm sorry, from earlier, do I have the opportunity to go second?
I think so. We'll let Mr. Adden argue first. If you waive your opening argument.
If you don't mind.
Just a second. I'm gonna, yes, ma'am. Yes, you can close out the sharing documents and let us get back to, okay, I think we're getting that back now. I can see Mr. Phillips and Mr. Adden, and I think we have the others that are still on. Okay. Mr. Adden?
Okay, thank you. My same arguments ago that I've already made about the county's values, that the taxpayer hasn't met their burden by not having any expert witness testimony, any appraisal evidence, all of that applies. They don't meet they haven't met the burden of production as required by AMP, number one, and then number two, about the standard. So in this particular case, there's no way you can say that Mr. Phillips has shown that the assessed value of $1,156,000 substantially exceeds true value when he paid $1.25 million for it. The county has provided a grid of comparable sales that show the median or the average is $1,255,000. It's an appraisal grid. It's done by the county system with input from a certified appraiser, Mr. Blackwelder. That document, that adjusted sales price, that county grid, that shows that the true value of this property was at least $1,250,000, which Mr. Phillips paid for the property 7 months prior. So we're not just relying on one sale, Mr. Phillips's purchase. We're relying on other sales. We're relying on 4 comps that we've shown and provided evidence on. We're also relying on the qualified sales report that shows that of all the sales in the neighborhood, the county assessed value is about 98% of true value. So there has been absolutely no evidence from Mr. Phillips that shows that his house is not valued at 1.25 million. He hasn't produced any evidence. He hasn't produced any evidence that his house is worth 1,084,000 or whatever it is that he contends is worth. There's no comps, no appraisal testimony, nothing. So he does not meet the required third prong of the AMP that the taxpayer has to prove that the assessment value substantially exceeds true value. And I hate to beat up on that, but it's really his case. It really came to that simple, where we had a taxpayer who buys a house for 1.25 and he's then challenging a $1.15 million value. We scratch our head saying, how is that so? How is that so? But anyway, he comes in and he says, the reason I'm contesting it is because in 1924, my house was part of a neighborhood that should be P713 in 1924. And the county has shown to you with competent evidence from a certified appraiser why his property is now in P710. In 1941, his own exhibit, in 1941, his lot was part of a larger lot that was subdivided, and it was subdivided into 6 lots. And his lot was one of those 6. And when that happened, sometime after 1941 and before 2019, when that property was subdivided and his access came to Melcor, it was logical, it was reasonable, it was driven by appraisal data that his property should be in P710, that the boundary line should be there. If his property was in P713, all of his surrounding neighbors on Melcor, on the east and west side of Melcor, would be screaming, "Oh, that's arbitrary! You putting him in P713. He's got more to do with us in P710." And so, the county made a logical decision that those 3 parcels that access Melcor should be in P710. And so, what they're trying to say is that in a mass appraisal process, there are hundreds, probably thousands of decisions that are made over the 2 years leading up to the general reappraisal. A team of appraisers work on it, and decisions are made on neighborhood lines, and decisions are made on qualified sales, and they're made on lot values and building values. And they want to pick and choose and say, oh, here's a mistake. The county put us in the wrong neighborhood. Well, the county didn't put them in the wrong neighborhood. The county has a logical explanation. He has more in common with the property across Melcor from him. He has more in common with the property on Melcor to his next door to him and the others on Melcor than he does with any of these large lots in P713. And so he has not met his burden, and I ask that you uphold the county value of $1,156,900. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adden. Mr. Phillips, your closing argument, please.
Yes, sir. I think when you listen to both of our arguments, well, I guess specifically to the counties, you hear there are some subjective decisions that are made. And when you look, when you think back to some of the testimony today, it's been, I believe so, where I think there are logical decisions. So there's certainly room for interpretation in here, which I think has highlighted a lot of this in our neighborhoods. When you look at the neighborhood boundary lines, just like what Mr. Adden said, you have huge discrepancies in value along these lines. And I am one of those that is coming to you today saying, please help my value compare to my neighbors. That is still difficult for our neighbors to really grasp. Why is a property that is 1 acre valued at $200,000 less than a property that is right down the road that is not a full acre. And if you can help draw a conclusion that will get our neighbors to the point, and myself to a point, to where we can have values that make sense across the entire board, that is why I'm here to you today. There is, you're hearing a lot of big value numbers, certainly, and when it comes to our property and what we purchased for it. And please keep in mind, this isn't about the entire total value. I'm talking about land and what's like in our neighborhood. And the one other thing that I would like to say is that when you look at the county's evidence, again, Mr. Blackwelder and I just reviewed, there's a missing part of this evidence. And it is that it only looks at my neighborhood. This P710 include neighboring neighborhoods. It doesn't include my neighbors, right? Which is a part of the problem. And so when you consider that data, please just know that there are values in there that should be in that comparison that are not. And for that, I ask you to take the evidence I presented today, look around our neighborhood, see where the other discrepancies lie, and thank you for your time.
All right, any commissioners have any questions? All right, then we'll go off the record, we'll deliberate, and we'll be back when we have a decision. Do that. All right, we're back on the record. Excuse me for still had mine muted. Mr. Phillips and Mr. Adden, the commission has deliberated on the evidence in this case, and of course, obviously, we had the other case before us. But based on this case, we feel like that the county has been able to, even though you had enough to refute the initial burden of getting past that presumption, that you were able to do that, but then the county was able to justify how they appraised your property and assign the value, including the land value that, and how they appraised it and justified why this value was different than the lots in 713. May be hard for you to understand, but based on the evidence and the law as we understand it, that's what we have to deal with. We have to consider those things, and so we've ruled that their assessment was supported, and we do affirm it. Let me thank you, and Mr. Glasgow is still on, I see. So I know you guys have put in a lot of time and effort on these cases, and you come up with some novel approaches, and it was enough to make the county have to justify what they did. A lot of times when we have taxpayers, especially pro se, they don't survive that first motion that gets made. You gentlemen were able to do that, and but the county then was able to come back and show that there was a basis for their appraisal that was justified, and that's what we've held. So thank y'all very much, and we, unless there's any other questions, we will. Hearing none, okay. We will adjourn. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you very much. And there are a couple of AV 14 motions tomorrow, but I don't involve in Mecklenburg County, but I don't believe I need to be a part of those. I understand, correct?
You don't have to. If you want to join in, we'll hear those first. They shouldn't take but a few minutes. They normally don't take but a minute or two each.
I'll probably just wait for the written rulings on those. Yeah. So,
okay.
And I apologize. My computer kept going out. I think one of the lessons we learned is that in future PTC hearings, I think we'll probably have all the county people, me included, in one room, kind of just like y'all are, and kind of from one place, from one room here at the county office building to your room. So hopefully that will make things a little easier.
If you find out specifically what caused it to cut you out, you can, let us know if there's something that we can do to help with that.
It was kind of odd that it cut out when I was talking, almost like there was too much data going through my system, and my whole system just said I lost connection, including like my email. So it was pretty much, it was on my end of the computer, I'm afraid. So anyway. Okay.
Well, it worked fine when you switched over to Mr. Blackwell.
Yeah. I've been trying to use this mask.
Yeah, we are too. We're a good distance apart here, but thank y'all so much. Cynthia, thank you. We will need Cynthia in the morning, right, Steve? So Cynthia, yeah, we got that case too, Cynthia.
Yes, we do.
We've got not only those motions, but then at probably be 9:10 or so, we'll get into the sync case. So I would hope we will be through before lunch.
Okay, that's fine. And you're starting at 9.
We are starting at 9. We're going to do those motions first. They'll take only maybe 10 minutes, and then we will get into the sync case immediately. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, you can go off the record and shut everybody down, Alexandria.